What's good, chat? What's good, chat? What's good? What's good? What's Gucci? Let me see if everything is running terug. You can get yours while I'm doing me. You can get yours while I'm doing me. Teach me, baby. So my angle gotta leave me, baby. So my label gotta free me, baby. Pull up dance on ski ski, baby. Alright, shout out, man. Be sure I get them subs up if you're new to the channel. Chat, what's up? Let's see what we got right here. There was a video I had in mind. It was a dope video. I kind of enjoy that type of content. I just need to find it, bro. Just need to find it first. Bro, I'm just done eating, so my hands a little bit like sticky, you know. Like, okay, I might just react to these videos like later on. Sorry, y'all. Sorry, I am just done eating, guys, and I'm also drinking tea, so. I think I have to like search that video. Shout out you guys, be sure I get them subs up, man. 7 levels. Credit cards. Shout out you guys, be sure I get them subs up, man. We locked in, it's the east side. Here's the video I want us to check out. It's the video. Shout out you guys, be sure I get
Great.
them subs up.
A print, a crypto exchange, and a courier company all need my bank details.
In
1990,
road to, can y'all see everything? Yeah, road to 5K subscribers.
a banker at JP Morgan Chase received a piece of metal in the mail. Not a letter, not a contract, a card made of titanium, weighing 27 grams. It had no...
So the video going to be basically watching is the 7 levels of credit cards, you know what I'm saying? So I wanted to know like which credit card is the one, like as like my wealth begins to grow, like I need to know, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, shout out y'all. Hope y'all enjoyed the video. Let's lock in and let's get them subs up.
Credit limit printed on it, because the credit limit was whatever you need. The card was the Palladium, and it was sent to fewer than 10,000 people in the world.
What?
That is the top of the credit card hierarchy. Today I'm breaking down the 7 levels of credit cards, from the card anyone can get to the cards that...
Bro, there's approximately 8 billion people in the world, and you only have like, you've only given away like 10,000 cards. Come on, bro. That's less than one. That's not even 1% of it. Like, I don't even know how much is that, but that's...
Acquire an invitation. Let's get into it.
Let's get them subs up.
Level 1, the entry-level card. This is where most people begin their relationship with credit, and where most people form opinions about credit cards that they carry for the rest of their financial lives, usually incorrectly.
P.S. I don't have a credit card, John. I don't have a credit card. No.
A secured card requires a deposit. You put down $200, you get a $200 credit limit, and the bank takes approximately zero risk because they're lending you your own money back with extra steps. Capital One Secured MasterCard. Discover It Secured. The Open Sky. These cards exist for one purpose: to build a credit history for someone who doesn't have one, or to rebuild one for someone who damaged theirs. There are no rewards. There are no benefits. There is no lounge access.
So what's the point
Here's
of
what
this
most
card?
people miss about level 1. The card is not the product. The
What's the
credit
product?
score is the product. That score is the real asset being built.
Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Let me fix my face real quick.
Who carries this? The 22-year-old who just graduated and discovered that having no credit history is treated roughly the same as having bad credit. The person who had something go wrong, a medical bill, a job loss, a difficult period. None of them are here by choice. All of them are here for a reason. Level 2, the Chase Freedom, the City Double Cash, the Discover It Cash Back. Cards that cost nothing to hold, give something back for every dollar spent, and represent the single most rational financial product at this tier for the majority of American households. The City Double Cash gives 2% back on everything, 2 cents on every dollar, automatically, with no annual fee. The card is a passive income machine for people who pay their balance in full every month. The Chase Freedom Flex operates on rotating 5% categories. Groceries 1 quarter, gas the next, Amazon after that. It requires attention. Who carries these? Everyone who read one personal finance article in 2019 and decided they were going to optimize their spending. Some of them actually did. Most of them carry the card. Forget about...
Do you guys know how to like handle your finances? I mean, I'm pretty like low level in terms of like, well, I don't know. I've not had a, maybe if I had $1 million I had to like manage the million, then I know what level I am. But are you guys like good at like managing your finances? Me, I'm somewhere there. I'm not bad though. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm not
the categories.
I don't have like
Collect
a lot of bad habits.
$180 in cash back at the end of the year and feel like they won something. They did win something, just not as much as the article promised.
What
Level
did they
3, the Chase Sapphire Preferred, the Capital One Venture, the American Express Gold,
You guys fucking with
annual
this video?
fees of $95 to $250.
Man, this video got boring real quick, man. But the other videos he drops are pretty fire. It's just, I thought this one was gonna be more fire. Well,
What's good, YouTube? Is that it?
I was binge watching.
Yeah, I live in.
Binge watching. Don't judge me. I was binge watching, guys. I didn't know what to watch, so I started to binge watch. No fuck. This is my history. Goddamn, I've never realized how embarrassing your actual history looks like. Even on YouTube, it seems embarrassing. Fuck. Flip. Okay, you gotta whisper my name. Yo. Fuck, y'all. It's the flipping police here. I wonder who they're looking for. Wait. I think this is a dope video here. 7 minutes. I think we can digest the 7-minute video, guys.
There are 7 of you at the table. The bill comes to $340. Someone does the math out loud. Someone else says, let's just split it evenly. You say nothing. You open the app before anyone else did and already know that $48 puts you negative until Friday. You don't say any of this. You say, sure, split it. Evenly is fine. The 7 of you have known each other since school. Same neighborhood, same
Hey,
classroom.
guys, you know what I'm gonna say about this type of friend group, guys? Like, always stay in your financial circle, man. Never be with people who have more money than you, and definitely stay away from people who have far way less money than you. Trust me on that one, gang.
Rooms, same starting point. But the starting point is the only thing that was ever the same.
Unless,
In the
you know
10
that
years
mindset,
since
you know what
money.
I'm saying? Unless you know that person's mindset per se. But I just wouldn't do that because I know how much the people around you influence like your decisions and all that. So if it happens that that person has a negative mindset or they're just bad with fucking money, then yeah, stay away from that person, bro. You're gonna fuck up your own finances.
Money has moved differently for each of you, quietly without announcement, in the direction of the choices each person made and didn't make. Your friend group is not permanent, it is a mirror. And what it reflects changes at every level of wealth. Everyone around you is in the same position. That is the invisible function of this group. Nobody is doing better enough to make you feel behind. Nobody is doing worse enough to make you feel responsible. The nights out are affordable because you all pick affordable places. The conversations are about jobs, not careers, about rent, not mortgages, about what's on Netflix, not what you're building. The group is warm and familiar and asks nothing of you financially that you can't give. You love these people. That is not the problem. The problem is that comfort is expensive in a way that doesn't show up on a bill. The price is paid in the absence of friction. No one in this circle makes you feel the gap between where you are and where you could be. And without that friction, you don't move. You start noticing that every conversation circles back to the same place it started. Nobody in the group has moved. One of you gets a better job, not dramatically better, $18,000 more a year. But it's enough that they stop coming to the cheap places. They suggest a restaurant once, and nobody says anything about the prices because nobody wants to be the one who says anything about the prices. The group dynamic shifts without anyone naming it. You start to feel, faintly, that you are being left behind by someone you've known for 15 years. Not because they changed, because the money changed what was possible for them, and possibility is contagious in one direction and isolating in another. You start spending more than you should to keep up, not dramatically, just the extra round, just the Uber instead of the subway, just the yes when you should have said not this time. You realize for the first time that your social life has a cost you've never calculated. You start seeing some of the old group less, not because you decided to, because your schedule fills with different things. An online course on Tuesday nights, a Saturday morning you protect for your own work, a dinner with someone from your job who thinks differently about money than anyone you grew up with. You don't announce this. You still show up for the important things, but the casual, reflexive 3 times a week contact starts to thin. A new layer of people enters. They're not wealthier than you, not yet, but they talk about money differently, as a tool, not a source of anxiety, as something to direct, not survive. These conversations feel slightly uncomfortable at first, the way any new language does. Then they start to feel normal. You stop choosing friends based on who is available. You start choosing them based on who is building. The group is smaller now. Maybe 5 people you'd call without a reason. 3 you'd call at midnight. 1 who knows the actual number, the real one, the net worth figure, not the salary you mention in conversation. These people challenge you in ways the old group never did. One of them tells you directly that your pricing is too low. Another one introduces you to someone who changes the trajectory of a project. A third disagrees with you at dinner, and neither of you apologizes for it afterward. You start to understand that the most valuable thing a friend can give you is accurate information about your blind spots, your potential, the gap between what you're doing and what's possible. Warmth without honesty is comfort. This is something else. You stop measuring friendship by how long you've known someone. You measure it by how honest they're willing to be. Some of the old friendships become strange, not hostile, strange. There is a new silence in certain rooms when your name comes up. Someone makes a comment that lands slightly wrong. A favor is asked that feels like it's being asked because of the number, not because of the history. You navigate this carefully. You don't want to become someone who measures loyalty by wealth level. You also can't pretend that money hasn't changed the dynamics, because it has, and pretending otherwise is its own kind of dishonesty. The friends who stay are the ones who treated you the same when you had nothing. They don't need anything from you except what you've always given. You would do anything for these people. The list of these people is short. You used to think that was a failure. Now you understand it's the point. You stop counting how many people are in your life. You start counting how many actually know you. The group at this level is almost invisible from the outside. No public announcements, no social media proximity, a phone in a drawer, and 3 people who get a response within the hour, regardless of what time it is. These friendships are not transactional. That's the thing that surprises people who observe wealth from the outside. The assumption is that rich people only keep rich friends, and that those friendships are about access and leverage. Some of them are. The ones that last aren't. The ones that last are built on something that was present before the money and survived it. A shared view of something that matters. A willingness to tell the truth when the truth is inconvenient. A history that has nothing to do with any of the numbers. You are worth more than you ever imagined at 23. Your real friends still call you by the nickname you had then. The bill comes to $340. Someone suggests splitting it evenly. You remember the last time you sat at this kind of table and stayed quiet about the $48. You remember exactly what that silence felt like. The weight of it, the calculation running underneath the conversation. You pick up the bill, not because you want to be seen doing it, because one of the people at this table sat with you in that silence 15 years ago and never once made you feel it. Somewhere tonight, a group of 7 people who grew up together are splitting a bill evenly. One of them is doing the math in their head and saying nothing. That person is not behind. They are just at the beginning of understanding what the group around you will cost and what it will give back at every level that follows.
Scary time. Shout out, chat. Be sure to get themselves up, man. So that's how money quietly changes a person. Money quietly changes you. Your friends will never be rich. Here's why. Yeah. That sounds like a harsh topic, bro. Should we tap into that topic? You are unaudible. For real. Hold up. Wait, let me check. Wait, are you telling me I've been... No, but it sounds... No, everything sounds on point, though. Nah, bro, everything is on point, bro. Maybe it's your Wi-Fi or something, but everything on my side is still good. Shout out Rosie. I'm almost at 200 subscribers. Be sure I sub up to Rose, man. Let's get it to 200 subs. Shout out USD Trader. But everything on my side sounds... Everything on my side sounds sweet, though. Everything on my end sounds sweet. Shout out Rosie. Almost there. You're already there, though. You're already there. Audible, but your desktop sound is too much. Damn, I need to fix it. I'll fix it on the next on the next stream, because I just figured out how to actually play the audio without it sounding too low. But I'll fix it. Shout out Rose. I'll fix it. Let me try and fix it now, but I don't know how to fix it. I think I'm gonna have to like desktop audio. I think it's this one. You guys will tell me how it sounds like. Why your friends will never be rich. Here's why. Tell me how's the audio.
Whether it's because I bartend or because I'm a 21-year-old who likes to skateboard, I've seen a lot of people live recklessly, from bar regulars to some of my best friends. I love these people to death, but they don't make the best decisions. And I'm sure a lot of you watching this have been in this position before, maybe from both sides. But look, your friends are going to be broke when they're 40, and you don't want to end up like them. You're going to have to work a lot harder, you're going to be unhappy, and honestly, I wouldn't wish that on anyone. And maybe I'm a bit of a loser because I'm 21 and I don't go out that much. I don't even drink. But whenever I'm older, I want to have a comfortable life. I want to be able to eat what I want, when I want, where I want. I want to be able to take vacations fairly regularly, and I want to be able to go wherever I want on those vacations. But I keep seeing these same mistakes from people that would prevent them from having a future like this. And one of the biggest ones is lifestyle inflation. Not to beat a dead horse, because I know I've talked about this before, but my old general manager, she was clearing $100,000 a year easily, but she was still constantly complaining about paying bills. And obviously nobody likes bills.
Shout out, y'all. Be sure to get them subs up. That video looked way better from the outside. The untold truth about being a millionaire. Hey man, if being a millionaire means I'ma just get to sit and be bored, then goddamn, let me be bored. Let me be bored. Oh, the untold truth about being a millionaire. This one looks a little bit better. Let's tap into this video and see what's happening.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys,
I mean, like, guys, if it seems like I'm watching too many videos about becoming wealthy, that's because that's the only thing that's running on my mind.
Congratulations, you made it. You are now a millionaire. Not the kind you see in movies with the helicopter and the offshore accounts and the assistant who schedules your assistant. Just a millionaire. A clean, quiet, real one. 7 figures in the bank. More money than your parents ever saw in a lifetime of working. More than you ever thought you would have when you were splitting a grocery bill and choosing between the name brand cereal and the one in the plastic bag that tasted like cardboard. You remember that. The plastic bag cereal. You remember eating it standing up over the sink because the table had bills on it. Not decorative bills. Not mail you forgot to open. The kind of bills that made your chest tight when you saw the number. The kind you put face down so you did not have to look at them while you ate your cardboard cereal at 7 in the morning before a job you did not love going to a city that did not care about you. That was 5 years ago, or 7, or 10. It does not matter how long it took. What matters is that you are here now. 7 figures, a millionaire. So let us talk about what that actually looks like. The first thing you notice is the silence. Not the silence of an empty room. The silence of a phone that does not ring with bad news anymore. No more calls from the bank. No more voicemails you let sit for 3 days because you already knew what they were going to say. Your account used to have a sound, a specific kind of dread that lived in your chest every time you opened the app. You would check the balance and then close it fast, like looking away from something painful. You open the app now and you just look at it. You stay on the screen, you read the number slowly, and then you close it and go make coffee. That is the first gift. Not the money, the silence where the panic used to be. But then something shifts. It is subtle at first. You go out to dinner with the people you have known for years and you pick up the check. Not because anyone asked you to. Just because you can and it feels good and the math is easy now. $30 a head is nothing. You remember when $30 was a decision. When $30 meant you were eating rice for the rest of the week. So you grab the check and you wave off the protests and everybody laughs and moves on. Except they do not fully move on. You notice it in the parking lot after. Someone makes a comment that is just slightly off. A joke that is almost a joke but has something underneath it. Something that sounds like resentment wearing a smile. You file it away. You do not say anything. You tell yourself you imagined it. You did not imagine it. The second thing that changes is the way people talk to you about money. Or more precisely, the way they stop talking to you about it directly and start talking around it. Your cousin mentions that his car is giving him trouble. He does not ask you for anything. He just mentions it.
Bro, like, this is the problem. Like, I don't know how you can actually hide being wealthy, but if there's a way to hide wealth, like you need to hide, because once people know, bro, that you can take care of certain things, dog, everyone's gonna have their hand out, bro. And if you're not willing to say no, then try your best to like hide the wealth. That's all I'm gonna say. I can't hear you.
Twice. Your friend from college brings up her
Hold up. Let me hear. Like, you can't hear me when the... Let me see.
student loans in every conversation now, not because she wants advice, because she wants you to do the math and reach the conclusion yourself. And here is the thing, you want to help. That is the part nobody warns you about.
I did drop the volume though.
Student loans in every conversation now, not because she wants advice, because she wants you to do the math and reach the conclusion yourself. And here is the thing, you want to help. That is the part nobody warns you about.
Hey man, but at least this time, like, the audio for the video is audible. It's way more audible. Wait, let me try and bring in the mic
about.
closer.
You genuinely want to use this to make the people
bring the
around
mic
you
a little
feel less
closer.
crushed by the things that used to crush you too.
Shout
You know what
out,
it feels
chat.
like to
Hope
lie
y'all can
awake
hear me
thinking
now.
about a car repair you cannot afford. You know that specific feeling in your stomach when something breaks and you cannot fix it, and you have to just live with the broken thing because there is no other option. So you offer. You help with the car, you send something toward the loans, you cover a family member's medical bill because you saw it on the counter when you visited, and the number was not big to you, but it was everything to them. And then you wait for it to feel the way you thought it would feel. Close,
Nothing.
warm, like the gap between you and the people you love has gotten smaller. But it does not feel like that. It feels complicated. Some of them say thank you and mean it, and the moment is real. But some of them go quiet in a way that is hard to explain. A kind of dignity that was bruised in the transaction. A distance that opened up where closeness was supposed to be.
Yeah, I can
Because
hear you
money
now.
between people
Alright,
who love
sweet.
each other is never just money. It is a ledger of who has more and who has less, and what that means about each of you. And once that ledger is open, it is very hard to close. You move out of the apartment, not into anything outrageous, just something that does not have a mold problem in the bathroom and a neighbor who plays music until 2 in the morning. You get a place with light and space and a kitchen that has enough counter space to actually cook in. You tell
Shout
yourself
outs.
it is just practical, and it is practical. But it is also the first physical sign of the distance between your life and the life you came from. The old neighborhood and the new one are not far apart on a map, but they are very far apart in every other way that matters. You visit your parents on a Sunday. You sit in the kitchen where you grew up, and you have coffee, and
Shout out
everything
you
looks
guys.
the
Be sure I
same
give
as it
them
always
thumbs up. Be
has.
sure,
The
boy.
same refrigerator magnets.
It's your boy FYIENT 1496. If y'all new to the channel, be sure I sub to the channel. Just reacting to some content late
The
night
same
shit.
dish rack, the same
Know what
window
we
with the
talking
same
about.
light coming through it
Just
in the
having
same
some
way
fun.
it
Be
always
sure y'all
has.
also like
And you
up,
love
man.
this room. You have
Let's
always
also
loved
like
this
up.
room.
Let's also
But something
like
is
up.
different. Not in the room, in you. You are sitting in it differently now. You are aware of the refrigerator magnets in a way you never were before. You are calculating things without meaning to. How much the kitchen could use in updates. How the roof looked when you pulled into the driveway. And whether the furnace is old. You used to just sit in this kitchen. Now you are surveying it. And you hate that about yourself a little bit. But you cannot turn it off. Your mother asks if you are eating well. You tell her yes. She slides something across the table toward you, a clipping from the local paper, an article about someone from town who built a business. She is proud of you. She is showing you that she sees you. It is the most generous
Shout out,
thing she
champ.
knows
Be sure
how
I
to
get
do.
them subs
You fold
up,
the
man.
clipping and put it in
Let's
your
also
pocket,
like up the
and you
stream.
drink your
Shout out to
coffee and
everyone
you
who's
stay
already
for
subbed
2
up and
hours
everyone
because
who's
you know
already,
that the staying is what
liked up,
matters.
man. Shout out. I'm still testing out like the sound because I was just currently able to actually play the sound like this. Like the sound was really fucked up. And shout out to the boy Dwayne Blaze, man. Dwayne on the Blaze. He's the one who told me that I need to play this set directly off of like the PC instead of like trying to play it via the mic. Like let the mic grab my vocals, my vocals. I don't know why I say vocals. My audio and also the audio of the desktop. So now it's a little bit better, but it may sound a little bit
Not the money you
like,
could
too
throw at the
loud
house or the
desktop, but
renovations you could
shout
fund.
out,
You
y'all. We're
drive
still
home
fixing
and you
everything
take the
as we go
long
along,
way.
you know
Here
what
is
I'm
what
saying?
nobody
But
talks
shout
about
out
in the
to y'all. Be
millionaire
sure y'all sub
content
up.
you have
New
watched your
album
entire
next
broke life.
week.
The YouTube videos and the podcasts and the books with
New
the words on
album
the
next
cover about
week, y'all.
abundance and freedom and the life you deserve. Nobody talks
album
about
next
the
week,
identity
Friday.
problem. Because for a very long time, being broke was not just your financial situation. It was your personality. It was your sense of humor. It was the thing that made you sharp and creative and resourceful and scrappy. Being broke taught you how to read a room, how to figure out who in a group had the real power, how to make something from nothing, how to talk to anyone because you had to, because you could not afford to be precious about who you spent your time with. And now the thing that shaped you is gone, and you are supposed to just be grateful, and you are grateful, but you are also slightly unmoored in a way that does not have a clean name. You catch yourself apologizing for things you do not need to apologize for. You walk into rooms and lead with where you came from instead of where you are, because
Isn't
where
that
you came
survivor's
from
guilt?
still
Isn't that survivor's guilt? When you're like the only person in your family who's like successful, like the only person who's successful in like isn't that survivor's guilt? I think that's
feels
survivor's
more
guilt.
real. More like the true version of you. The
That's
money is
survivor's
new.
guilt.
The struggle was a decade long. You know which one sits deeper. So you build a version of yourself that holds both. You stop pretending that one cancels the other out. The work changed too. That is the part that surprises you most. When you had nothing, work had a very clear purpose. You worked so that the bad things did not happen. You worked so the lights stayed on and the rent was covered and the plastic bag cereal was at least available if nothing else. The stakes were obvious. The motivation was gravity. Pure, simple, and relentless. Now the stakes are different, which means you have to find a different reason to work. And that is harder than it sounds, because working for survival is easy to understand. You do not have to convince yourself to do it, but working for meaning, for growth, for legacy, for something that will outlast you that requires a completely different engine. And building that engine takes time and it takes failure. And it takes a lot of mornings where you sit at your desk and have to remind yourself why any of this matters when the basic pressure is off. Some days you get it right. Some days the work feels like like the most alive you have ever been. You are building something. You are compounding. You are playing a longer game than you ever could have played when you were just trying to survive the week. Other days, you drift. You scroll. You confuse motion with progress. You rearrange things that did not need to be rearranged. You have a meeting about having another meeting. The urgency that used to push you through every obstacle is just not there in the same way. And you have to learn to manufacture discipline from something other than desperation. That is a skill, and it takes time to learn it. 6 months in, you meet someone at a dinner party. He grew up with money.
Damn, bro. Like, imagine, oh, like, just imagine like the mindset you like you're supposed to have like once we every, cause like even like when it comes to me, bro. Like sometimes when I have to work, like sometimes, but there was a time when I hit a leg, bro. Like that leg was so fucking, fuck, bro. That leg, I hit a leg, and I just lost all motivation to actually continue to work, bro. Which is like kind of scary for me, cause that's the one thing I fear the most, like not having any motivation or purpose. Cause then it's like, what happens like after you get the million? Like what happens then, bro? I mean, we can't stress about the million when the million's not even here, but it's a question, not for now, but for later in life. But
money. Not obscene money, just comfortable,
Still
quiet,
wondering.
always there money. The kind where college was a given and emergencies were inconveniences rather than catastrophes. He is smart and generous and you like him. And then he says something that stops you. He says he has always wanted to know what it was like to really have to fight for something. He means it as a compliment. You know that. But you sit with it for a while after, because what he is describing as a romantic adventure was just your Tuesday for a very long time.
Shout
The
out,
fighting
Chet.
was not character building in the moment. In the moment, it was just exhausting. It was choosing between things that should not be choices. It was the particular humiliation of not being able to say yes to things that mattered. You do not say any of this to him. You just nod and change the subject. But on the drive home, you think about it. You think about how the same experience looks completely different depending on which side of it you are on. From the outside, the struggle has a kind of nobility. From the inside, it was just hard. It was just something you survived, and surviving it gave you things, real things, a threshold for discomfort, a sense of what actually matters, a relationship with money that is built on knowing exactly what it feels like to not have it. Those things are yours. Nobody can abstract them away from you with a dinner party compliment. A year in, and you make your first real investment mistake. Not catastrophic, but significant. Enough to hurt, enough to make you go very quiet for a few days and do the math over and over looking for the number to change. And here is what you notice. The old version of you, the broke version, would have spiraled, would have turned it into evidence of everything.
My
Proof
fear
that
are
you
the
did not
what ifs.
deserve this. Proof that it was all
Give me a
going
couple examples of the what ifs. Give me a couple examples, cause like as I said, like what if the million comes and then it's like it's unfulfilling? But I doubt there's gonna be I doubt being rich is gonna be unfulfilling, bro. Like nah, there's no way, bro. If I'm still empty right there, then it's clear. Then I'm not supposed to be happy. But what are your what ifs?
to fall apart. Proof that people like you do not actually get to keep things like this. But something is different now. You take the loss, you sit with it, you learn what you can from it, and then you move. Not because you are fearless, because you have built enough of a foundation that one mistake is not the whole story.
I mean,
you have
I can't
margin
even
now.
cry 'cause I
Not
feel
infinite
empty.
margin, not billionaire margin, but enough. Enough to absorb a hit and keep going. Enough to treat failure as data rather than verdict. That is not a small
Shout
thing.
out, Shep.
That
Shout
is the
get them
whole
subs
game.
up.
2 years in, someone younger comes to you. Someone who is where you were. Behind
Shout
on
out,
everything.
Hoshan. What's good,
Exhausted in
Hoshan?
that specific bone level way that only
Hoshan,
comes
Nikki.
from financial stress. They want to know how you did it. They want the system, the strategy,
What's
and the
up,
steps.
Hoshan? You
And you
good,
want to give
Brody?
it to them. You want
Are
to
you
lay out
good,
the
bro?
exact path,
Shout
the
out, Chad. Be
decisions
sure
and
I
the
get them
timing and the
subs
things
up.
you did right. But the honest answer is messier than that. The honest answer is that you did a lot of things right and a lot of things wrong, and the margin between the two was thinner than you would like to admit. That luck was involved. Not the whole story, but not nothing. That timing mattered. That relationships mattered in ways you did not fully understand while they were happening. That the version of you who made it was built by a version of you who had no idea he was building anything. So you tell them what is true. You tell them to get obsessively specific about the number they need. Not the dream number, the floor number. The number that makes the bad things stop. You tell them to protect their energy like it is the most valuable currency they have. Because when you are broke, it is. You tell them that the most important financial decision they will ever make is learning the
Shout out,
difference
you guys.
between an
What's poppin'?
expense
It's your
and
boy,
an
it's your boy,
investment.
F
And you tell them that the
double I
hardest
E N,
part is not the
1496.
strategy. It is learning
If
to
you guys
believe
are
it is
listening,
actually
channel, be
possible
sure to
before there
subscribe
is
to the
any
channel
evidence that it
with your
is.
points and
They
daily,
write some
and
of
we
it
collab every
down. You
single
hope it
day.
helps.
So be
You
sure to
remember that
sub up,
nobody
chat.
can give you a
Be sure to
shortcut
get
through the
subs
part
up.
that changes you. You have to walk the whole road yourself. 3 years in, you sit in the apartment you grew up in. Your parents are older now. The kitchen is the same. The magnets are the same. The light through the window is the same.
Oh, sorry for the pain. How did it go? Did it go well though? Did it go well? You gotta whisper my name. Yeah. You gotta whisper my name. Yeah. Robbed every record. Selena Powell is evil. Every level of business owner. Interesting. Let me watch this video. This video seems interesting.
$47,000. That's what you made last year before taxes.
Yes, it went well. They're gonna do my left leg first. Alright, man. I pray for you. I pray for you. Don't worry, I pray for you. Shout out you guys. Be sure I get them subs up. Welcome to the late night show with the boy. Just reacting to some content, having some fun, having some giggles, having some things to actually think about, learning how the life, learning how the life works, learning how life works and all of that shit. This the next video going to be tapping into is every level of business owner, freelancer to billionaire. Well, let's lock in.
Before the software subscriptions,
Shout
before
out,
the
chat.
client who paid late and the
I don't
one
know
who
why he
never
loves-
paid at all.
Yeah, you should ask the doctor.
You tell people you run
ask
your
the
own
doctor.
business. That's technically
Doctor
true.
can
What you
help
actually
you.
run is yourself.
Because yeah, me I don't.
Into the ground every single day. You are a freelancer. You have no employees. You have no product. And the moment you stop working, the money stops too. That is not a business. That is a job you can't quit. Most people stay here their whole lives.
For real.
Not because they're not good enough, because nobody told them what the next level actually requires.
Freelancer.
You trade time for money. One client, one deliverable, one invoice. The
I'll
ceiling
be in
is
good
your
care
own
'cause I'll be in the
calendar.
hospital.
You hit $4,000 in a month and feel
Yeah, I
like you
saw your
figured it
post.
out.
I
Then
saw
a
your
client
post. You'll be
disappears and
well.
you spend 3 weeks chasing the next one instead of doing the work. The math is simple and brutal. 40 billable hours a week, 50 weeks a year, $50 an hour. That's $100,000 before a single vacation, sick day, or slow month. The cap is not your rate. The cap is your hours. You stop selling your time. You start selling an outcome. You raise your prices. You lose 2 clients. The third one pays more than the 2 combined. Something changes in how you see the business.
The
You
operator
hire your
dedicated
first
500K.
person.
Let's
It
see.
feels like a
Shout out,
mistake
chat. Be
for
sure I
about
sub up.
6 months. They don't do it the way you would do it. You redo half their work. Then one Tuesday you let it go and nothing breaks. That is the moment. Not the hire, the letting go. Your revenue is $280,000. You are working less than you were at $80,000. The gap between those two
Oh my
numbers
God,
is
oh God, what will it take for me to reach this level, God? Yo, what will it take? I know it's gonna take me a whole lot of work in the beginning for me to get to this point, but God, I say believe toch. In the next at least 3 years, 4 years, God, can I just let go sometimes and nothing breaks? Everything is still going very well. Like I say believe toch. I say believe toch. I say believe.
is not effort. It is systems. You have a process now.
I have a system as
The
well.
process runs without you most of the
I have a system as well, but the problem is for me to actually create a system is going to require me to like shoot every single, like have all my videos out ready before like the week even starts. That way when my week starts I can just start like shooting and editing stuff. Well, right now I'm at a point where I just have too much content, bro. So for me to even have that free day, I'm still far from the free day. I still have a lot of work to do, bro.
time. You stop being the best worker in your business. You become the architect of it. You are not replaced by the people you hire. You are multiplied by them.
Yes.
The
I don't know, man. I might just start like a second channel, then have niggas start a podcast on this one, then I'ma focus on the other one. I might just start like that. Who knows what I'm thinking about in the next year, in the next 2 years, in the next 3 years? Who knows what the hell I'm thinking about? Only God knows. But we'll see. We'll see how I do it.
Business has a name that people recognize without needing to mention you. That takes longer than you think. 3 years, maybe 4. Revenue crosses $1 million. It doesn't feel the way you imagined. You're solving different problems: payroll, churn, a manager who can't manage, a product that's almost right but not quite. The problems get more expensive.
Shout out, chat. We're locked in.
The margin between success and collapse gets thinner, not wider. You meet other founders at this level. They all look tired. They are all growing. These are the same thing. You stop building a job. You start building an asset. Something someone else could theoretically buy. You start thinking about what the business looks like without you in it.
Shout out, y'all.
A company offers to
shout
buy
out
yours.
Russia.
The number is real. You say no. Not because the offer is wrong. Because you've just figured out what
Where
you're
have
building.
you been hiding?
Selling it now would be selling the map before the journey.
Why
At
doesn't
$12
this woman
million
show the
in
chat,
revenue, you stop competing with other businesses. You start acquiring
Shout
them.
out, y'all. Let's get them
A
subs
smaller
up.
competitor, a complementary product, a team that would take you 3 years to build from scratch. You buy it in an afternoon. This is the level nobody teaches in business school. Not how to build, how to buy, how to take something that works and make it work inside something larger. You stop thinking about revenue. You start thinking about enterprise value. What the whole machine is worth the day you choose to sell it.
Shit.
You sell. Not because you have to, because the number changes
Shit, this shit just makes me think about everything. Bruh.
what the rest of your life can be. And you're old enough now to know that time is the only thing money can't recreate. The wire hits on a Wednesday. You don't feel what you expected. You feel quiet. The team goes on without you. The product ships without you. The thing you built continues, and you are no longer required for it to continue.
That's crazy.
That is the goal. It turns out it's also
I mean, in actuality, that is the goal, bro. But yo, I mean, it's kind of sad, bro. Like, your purpose kind of goes along with it, bro. It's like, imagine like once, like if I add like a podcast to this, because then like if I add a podcast and I just add some people in it, dog. You know what I'm saying? If I just have like some people here who can run a podcast on the side and just run up the numbers using them, bro. But that would be boring, bro. I won't lie.
so the strangest feeling you've ever had. You take 8 months off. You try golf. You're bad at it. You start reading again, and it's not business books, actual books. You have a thought about a new problem in the market. You write it down.
You
You leave it alone for 2 weeks to see if it's still there. It is. You don't start the next company. You fund someone else's. A 28-year-old with a deck and a problem you recognise. Because you had the same problem at the same age in a different industry. At this level, you don't sell time. You don't sell outcomes. You don't even sell companies. You deploy capital. You make a single phone call that changes the trajectory of someone else's entire life. Most of those calls don't work. Some of them become things that...
To the channel, we drop content daily and we go live every single day. So be sure to sub up, gang, and be sure to also like up the stream. Welcome to the late night show with the East Side.
Change
We're live
industries.
and direct, baby. You know what
The
time
billionaire
it is.
is not smarter than the freelancer. The billionaire solved the same problem the freelancer is solving right now. How to make the business run without them. And then solved it again and again at larger and larger scale until the machine didn't need them at all. Somewhere right now, a 24-year-old just sent their
Shout out,
first
chat. Be sure to
invoice.
sub up.
$1,200.
I might
They're
just
checking
start-
their
I
email
might
to
just
see
start a
if it's
record label,
been
but nah,
opened
no.
yet.
No, I'm
They think this is about money. They are already wrong. It was always about building something that runs without you. Everything else
It's always about making something run without you, gang. That's the goal. Shout out, check. Be sure y'all sub up. Damn, against your will. How much? Damn. How was that video, y'all? Why GTA 6 will flop? I mean, we all kind of know that GTA 6 is made by women, so, you know, yeah, bro. I mean, that's that. There's nothing I can say besides that, bro. I mean, you can already tell by having a female protagonist that, yeah, it's going somewhere. It's going somewhere. It's going somewhere. And then man, 200 a week. Shout out, chat. What's up, y'all? Be sure I sub up, chat. We're out here. Ash to ash and dust to dust. The dustiest niggas been fucking with us. Am I a goal? I probably am. I probably not, but you probably forgot. Me and white women be kissing a lot. Okay, let's watch this Brenda Fassie and AKA video real quick, chat. Let's watch this video.
Big ball
Shout out,
one
chat.
energy,
Shout out, chat.
backing the
Let's watch
Proteas.
AKA. Wow. Wow. I mean, hip hop. AKA has more hits than Brenda Fassie.
Okay,
Let's
so on the
find
last
out.
episode of Music Pulse, Nota had said that AKA has more hits than Brenda Fassie, right?
And I was thinking, I was like, which vocalists do we have in the country that qualify to have a greatest hits album? You know? I know last year.
AKA.
Shout
No,
out,
no, I know.
chat.
Last
Be
year,
sure
AKA's got more hits than Brenda Fassie.
last year when Casper did the 10-year, was it 10 years of Super Fan?
AKA doesn't.
Yeah, we going there.
doesn't that? Why are you bringing up Casper when you talk about greatest
No,
hits?
no,
Casper doesn't have 5 hits in his
No, no.
catalog.
So
Doesn't have 5 hits in his catalog.
Okay.
Of his own. Doesn't
Nah,
have
man,
5
come on,
hits.
it does.
Okay, Doc Shebeleza, I'll see. Give me another hit. That's still a hit right now.
Brenda Fassie, the queen of African pop, a cultural revolutionary, a woman whose music
that's
became
crazy.
the soundtrack of liberation,
Shout
township
out,
life,
y'all.
and South
That's
African
crazy.
identity itself. And
Bro,
that
like Brenda Fassie is like from like the older generation, like that's their Beyonce. You know what I'm saying? This is Mzansi's Beyonce gang. Like if you're talking like heights of career, impacts and all that, like this is our Beyonce type shit, bro. So yeah, dog. Like Mzansi's Beyonce versus hip hop's Beyonce gang, basically.
other hand, you have AKA, the modern rap superstar, streaming era giant, a hit-making machine who dominated radio, clubs,
Shout out,
charts,
chat. We locked
and digital
in. What's up?
platforms
What's
for
up,
over a
chat?
decade. Now, when people hear the statement, AKA has more hits than Brenda Fassie, some people get angry immediately, right? But we just want to talk about hits. We're not going to talk about cultural, importance or legacy or
Yeah.
who's a better artist. We just want to talk about hits, commercial success, chart presence, replay value, streaming numbers, radio dominance, consistency, and how music consumption changed.
I'm gonna also drop a lot of
across
hits for
generations.
y'all. Let's just
So,
wait for the fan base
before
to
we even
catch up.
compare AK and Brenda Fassie, we need to define what a hit actually is, because from people from different generations measure hits differently. For older generations, a hit was a song everybody knew, a song played, in taxis, taverns, weddings, and
Yeah.
parties, a song that dominates radio, a song becoming, a part of the culture. For modern generations, a hit is measured through streams, YouTube views, chart positions, social media trends, certifications, radio airplay analytics, and
Shout out, chat.
that
What's
difference
up?
matters a lot, right?
Are you
Because
guys
Brenda
fucking
Fassie
with this
came from an
video?
era where digital tracking barely existed. AKA came from an era where everything was measurable. So automatically, AKA has an advantage when counting, hits statistically. But even beyond statistics, AKA's consistency as a hit maker is just difficult to ignore, right? Now,
That
let's
boy
give
been
Brenda
dropping
Fassie the
back-to-back
respect she
hits, no
deserves,
lie.
first of all, because without Brenda Fassie, modern South African pop music would not look the same, right? Brenda Fassie became famous in the 1980s with Brenda and the Big Dudes. Their breakout song, Weekend Special,
Oh,
became
shout out.
one of the biggest South African songs
That's the
ever,
point I
and
said.
even entered the US Billboard dance charts. So she later built an iconic solo career with songs like, Too Late for Mama, Black President, Vulindlela, and Noma Kanjani. Vulindlela became one of the defining songs of South African
Yo,
music
guys, I want
history.
some tea, bro.
While her album Memeza became one of the country's best-selling
Don't leave the
releases,
stream, y'all. Let me
Brenda
go make
Fassie wasn't just famous, right? She was national, right? Her music crossed language barriers, age barriers, race barriers. She represented township culture during and after apartheid. And publications even called her, the Madonna of the townships. For me, I don't even think she's Madonna of the townships. She is the South African version of Michael Jackson. Brenda Fassie is the South African version of Michael Jackson, right? The female version of Michael Jackson. Let's not even say South African, the female version of Michael Jackson. And this is important because Brenda Fassie's cultural influence is probably greater than AKA's. And that's not disrespecting AKA, that's just reality. Brenda became part of South African identity itself. But influence and hit making are not always the same thing. AKA's biggest advantage was timing. He came into the industry during the digital era, and AKA mastered every environment: radio, clubs, streaming, social media, music videos, features, pop crossover records. That's what made him dangerous. AKA was not just a rapper, he understood how to make records that appealed to casual listeners. That's why he survived multiple eras of South African hip-hop. I mean, let's just count his records, right? Victory Lap, All Eyes on Me, Fela and Versace, Jealousy, Run Josie, Giga, 10 Fingers, Kaifa Saw, Energy,
y'all.
The World Is Yours,
Shout out, Chet.
Baddest,
Shout out, Chet.
Congratulate,
We back,
Company.
y'all.
That is an insane catalog of recognizable records. And what separates AKA from many rappers is, he consistently made music, not just raps.
Shout out, y'all. Let's get them subs up. Dog. AKA is a gold, bro. AKA is a gold, bro. I mean, my catalog, my early catalog, the problem with my early catalog, bro, it was congested with too much rap songs, too many rapidy rap songs. So, my previous catalog, that shit was just full of, rap songs. But, the catalog that I'm building right now, anything that you guys find online, that's, on the DSP, on Spotify, Apple, all of those places, that's music. But, my SoundCloud shit, that was mostly rapping. But the catalog
Songs.
now is becoming
That
more
distinction
artistic.
matters. A lot of rappers make, great bars, but AKA made anthems. This is where the comparison becomes unfair because Brenda Fassie's peak happened before streaming existed, right? Back then, sales tracking wasn't...
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44.
These hoes know how I'm popping for it.
Sales tracking wasn't consistent, right? It was very inconsistent. Radio data wasn't centralized, streaming didn't exist, YouTube didn't exist, Spotify didn't exist, Apple Music didn't exist. Meaning any Brenda Fassie hits cannot be measured properly today. Meanwhile, AK's entire career happened in the digital age. Even stream
Shout out,
counts,
Chet. Thank
every
y'all
chart
for joining
position
us
counts,
today.
every YouTube view counts. So statistically,
wish I had a sister
AK
like you.
naturally
God damn,
accumulates more
God
visible hit
damn.
data. That doesn't necessarily mean people loved Brenda less. It means the system changed. For example, Vulindlela became part of South African culture long before YouTube metrics mattered, right? But AKA's hits are easier to, quantify. And in the modern music conversations, right, measurable success matters heavily, right? Another reason AKA may have more hits is, consistency across years. Brenda Fassie had legendary peaks, but AKA had repeated commercial dominance over multiple album cycles. From the early 2010s until his untimely death in 2023, AKA remained, commercially relevant, right? That's more than a decade. More artists, fade after one era. AKA kept adapting and adapting and adapting. So when South African hip hop changed, he adapted. When trap became popular, he adapted. When Amapiano began dominating, AKA still found ways to remain visible. That adaptability helped him stack hit after hit after hit after hit. And importantly, AKA understood collaborations. He worked with so many artists: Burna Boy, KO, Kulichana, Dominant, Anati, you know what I'm saying, Younger Chief, Costa Titch, JR, Deleuze. Every collaboration expanded his reach, right? Brenda Fassie came from a very different industry structure where collaborations weren't used the same way modern artists use them. So modern artists have, another huge advantage, right? Music travels faster today, right? One viral song can reach millions overnight. In Brenda Fassie's era, Music spread through radio, physical copies, television, live performances, and that took national boundaries. Right? Vulindlela became a permanent South African celebration anthem. You hear it in movies, weddings, you just hear it everywhere. Right? That level of cultural, dominance is just rare. And AK had massive hits, we're not gonna lie. But Brenda Fassie had songs that became national memory, and that's different, right? One area where AKA clearly had an advantage was branding. AKA marketed himself like a global superstar. Everything about AKA felt intentional.
Damn, bro, like right now, guys, we're looking at the different levels of greatness, basically. We're looking at different levels of greatness. This is not even like on some, we're just comparing this. This is different levels of branding, and come on, bro. God damn.
Fashion, interviews, social media presence, album rollouts, public image, catchphrases. He understood celebrity culture. That helped amplify his music. Brenda Fassie became iconic mostly through raw charisma and talent. AK became iconic partly through strategic branding. That branding helped his songs stay visible longer, and visibility creates hits. Another important fact is that AK benefited from a more developed music industry. By the 2010s, South African hip-hop was bigger commercially, streaming platforms existed, brands invested in artists, social media amplified musicians, digital, distribution increased reach. Brenda Fassie built her career in a much tougher industry environment. In many ways, artists like Brenda Fassie helped create the industry infrastructure that later artists benefited from. Meaning AK stood on foundations built by earlier legends. So that context actually matters, right? So this debate ultimately comes down to numbers versus, emotional impact. AK likely has more charting records, more measurable digital hits, more streaming era success, more quantifiable commercial data. But Brenda Fassie has a greater historical impact, or importance, greater cultural symbolism, greater generational emotional attachment, greater national, presence. You feel what I'm saying? And depending on your age, you'll value one more than the other. So older generations may say no AKA song can touch Vulindlela. Younger generations may say AKA has way more recognizable hits. Both perspectives make sense for me. The biggest difference between AKA and Brenda Fassie is this. Brenda Fassie represented an era. AKA represented an industry, right? Brenda symbolized struggle, township culture, liberation energy, and South African identity during, major historical moments. AKA symbolized modern African stardom, luxury, global ambition, modern rap success, digital age celebrity. That's why this debate is so fascinating, because they dominated completely different South Africas, right? So does AKA have more hits than Brenda Fassie? If we're talking measurable commercial hit records in the modern sense, there's a very strong argument that yes, AKA accumulated more hits across the streaming and, chart era. But if we're talking cultural, immortality, Brenda Fassie may still stand above almost everyone in South African music history. She is Michael Jackson in South Africa. And honestly, that's what makes this conversation beautiful, because it shows how South African music has evolved. From Brenda Fassie dominating, cassette tapes, taxis, and township radios, to AKA dominating streaming platforms, YouTube and digital culture. So two icons, two eras, two completely different, definitions of greatness. And maybe the real answer is this: AKA mastered the modern hit formula, but Brenda Fassie became bigger than hits, right? She's bigger than hits. She is history.
That's a different level of celebrity.
Scott was set to perform in Uganda, right? And he didn't pitch, and then they got mad, and he didn't pitch. He didn't go.
So you wanted me to come there when you guys paid half of the amount? Do you think I'm crazy, man?
Listen. We paid for the artists. We just need the money. I'm so sorry. No, it's not. We want the money. You just got refund.
After me, na. But unfortunately, ngizonga unfortunate ukuthi khona ezo fortunate kana.
Scott was set to perform in thingy. Scott was set to perform in Uganda, right? and he didn't pitch. And then they got mad at
He didn't pitch.
He didn't go. And then they got mad at his manager. They were asking for a refund. But I saw Cowboy is one of the artists rather, that pitched. Cowboy
Really?
performed there, right? And he said he's no longer going to go to Uganda because of what happened with Scott,
They
right?
reversed Cowboy.
So now, on his Instagram story,
What?
he said that no artist shall
What is this guy saying?
perform without the full amount being paid. Y'all wanted to take advantage of what's happening in South Africa via xenophobic attacks and not pay me after performance. Now you want to look innocent to your people because you know you breached the contract saying you guys
Shout out
must pay
Chad
the
Bashar,
full
Sama.
amount 7 days prior to the event. I have nothing against the country itself, but the
Maganda.
organizers of the country, you can blame me. It's
Michael
fine
Jackson
because
and
it's
Justin
always the
Bieber.
artist's fault
Michael.
for the dishonesty of the organizers. To my
And
fellow
I'm a major
Ugandan
fan of
fans,
Justin Bieber, but
blame
nah,
your
dog.
promoters,
Maganda.
not me.
Bro, like they already paid half, dog. You could have just went over there and collected the other rags, dog. This is low key killing his brand, but I cannot even say like Ngobo 80s does this from time to time, but I don't know. It's not a good look.
Money, bro. No. We gave you an extra money, bro. We gave you extra money. We just need the money. We gave you extra money. We paid for 3 artists. We just need the money. I'm so sorry. No, we want the money. You just got to refund. Just need accountability for.
I read it straight from Scott's thing.
What do you do in this situation,
So
Walter?
Scott's wrote that.
So he said that they didn't pay.
Hold on, did Scott's write that?
He wrote that.
In English.
Yeah, it's in English. Yeah.
That's a very important language, eh? Very important language.
So I think he's one of the guy that was like being shouted at, telling him, "Yo, refund, we paid you a lot, we paid you the full amount, give us the money back." He's one of the guys that does bookings. I think they're part of.
But he didn't seem to dispute it.
I think they're part of Giba Entertainment. But
He didn't seem to dispute it.
But they wanted the
Shout
full
out,
amount,
let's
and he
get
was saying, "No, I
themselves
can't
up.
give you the full amount because Cowboy came and he performed."
You know the profession.
So you wanted me to come there when you guys paid half of the amount. Do you think I'm crazy, man? So now you wanna act all holy and stuff. So you guys think Uganda is the only African country in Africa? Maybe. I'm still.
He's got my Puma. This is the most disrespectful artist you'll ever come across, bro. But then again, it's also a thing of, you could say like he knows his worth or whatever. Like, hey man, I just like looking at these type of situations and just dealing with them, like, you know what I'm saying? Just deal with them however they come. Like, I don't like to say too much, dog. You know what I'm saying? But they already paid, dog. Just go over there, perform, and get the other bag, bro. Like, it's that simple, dog.
Still gonna travel. I'm still gonna travel all of the other countries besides Uganda. Because why? Ugandan promoters, not Uganda. I want you to hear me well. Because Ugandan promoters are full of shit.
Shout out, Chet. Did I pause the video? I did.
So it's fine. I think we refunded you guys. Bring my brother back, my manager back, please.
So I think they wanted the full amount, and the manager was like, "No, but Cowboy performed, yeah, so we can't give you the full amount because the other money was for Cowboy." But I think Scott said on his live, he said that refunded those guys So apparently they didn't pay the full amount.
Why would you refund?
He didn't go because they didn't pay the full amount in time.
Why would you refund? Dog, Rock Nation or Live Nation pays you 20% upfront. They pay you 40% more 48 hours before, and then they pay you the balance of 40% after the gig.
Why can't Parmesan and balsamic just be made anywhere? Only one way to find out.
Let my coach.
What's the difference?
That's Live Nation. That's the biggest promotions company in the world.
Yeah.
You understand? So Sometimes you have to do the show with just a deposit.
Dima sa re fetso full stage a shoot ba bang buset chila ta. No brother ke ba bantsi ka ta bra ka. Bang ka ba ntse ka ile ban shila ta wan me na. Ba re bona ba nyaka tšhelete a wena cause Dima na zanga.
All of this just because he didn't want to pay. Bro, you could have just went over there, performed, and then you could have just left, dog. I matter sometimes I turn this into zibenzi. Like, okay, let's say, I don't know how much they pay Scots for, like, let's say performing like overseas, like in Uganda, it's not gonna be 100,000. Let's say it's like 30 bands, right? And they pay me 15,000 up front, and for 5,000, I can afford to go over there and perform, bro. Meaning, dog, he would have only, even if he would have lost on that deal, dog, he still would have had like 10K left over, because it took him like 5K to actually go over there with like whatever money. Then you know what I'm saying, like. That's just the math. I'm trying to
my brother need Wi-Fi, please. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. I'm coming with you. I'm coming with you.
Bro got arrested because his artist.
That's it.
Yeah, but if I have an artist and I have a contract, that's
what are you? An artist or an accountant? Your job is not to chase after the money and chase after the clients. Your job is to get on stage and perform for a gig that you've been contracted to do. The chasing of the money will be done by your accountants and your lawyers.
Yeah.
That's it.
So now, as an artist, if I send you a contract and I'm like to you, yo, this is my rider, this is how much I expect 7 days before the event, and you acknowledge that.
What artist is sending out their rider? What artist is sending out contracts? It's the management that's doing that.
Did you hear what I read?
I know. I know. Why is he handling that shit?
No, but
why is he directly handling the management shit? He shouldn't even know about that shit, bro. He shouldn't even know. You understand what I'm saying? Exactly. No artist I worked with knew what the promoter was doing with the money or argued with the promoter. That was in the back office. The back office would handle that. If we have to chase after the money, we'll chase after the money. If we have to front the money to the artist, we'll front the money to the artist. If we front the money to the DJs, the band players, the musicians, we'll pay them their salary.
And I'm not gonna come back there.
Shout out, Chef. Be sure I get themselves
for work.
up.
I'll come and visit. It's fine. You must fight the guy that made the event, because it didn't pay me. How can I come there?
Shout out, Chef. Be sure you sub up if you are new.
So you must ask other South Africans that you can't fight me, guys. I'm the last person you're gonna fight with, or you want to fight with, in this world or in the entertainment, in the entertainment industry. It's fine. You think you guys I care, or what, or whatever.
Hey, this guy is still a narcissist. I think people are forgetting how narcissistic this guy is, bro. Like, he gives no fucks. Like, Scott's gives 0 to no fucks, boy.
Now you held my manager hostage there. For what?
For what?
For what?
For what?
So why did you sign the contract? Why did you sign the contract? Today, you want to make other people believe that I don't attend gigs. It's fine. Which means no more Uganda. I'm telling you, even those who love me, guys in Uganda, I'm very sorry. But there's no more Uganda for me.
You're not always going to get paid up front. If you want a guaranteed payment, you need to sell tickets to your own shows. And then your fans will guarantee your payment.
Yeah.
But other than that, you need to also accept the fact that maybe you're just not as hot as you think you are, and therefore the promoters are not making the money that they think they'll be making by booking you. Maybe you're not such a hot ticket.
It is a hot ticket, though.
Maybe you're not as hot as you think you are.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're that hot, tickets sell out early. You've got your money early.
17,000 people at that show, bro.
Imagine.
If you go on social media right now and you see all the...
Is it the one that Luanga was performing?
I'm not sure. I only saw Cowboy. And
but were they paying for tickets?
The amount of people that were there, and
were
you
they paying
see
for tickets?
And you see the amount of people
That's the thing about the rest of Africa. They don't pay for tickets out there.
And you see the amount of people that are complaining about Scott's not being there, bro. that nigga is a superstar to them. That nigga is him. So I think him addressing it on social media sort of gives clarity. It was needed.
Scratch my pet dick. I don't care who you are. Yo! I don't care what you do.
Sokusele 30 minutes kuthi ke dlale mina no official. Yabona labantu bebazi. Bathi ayime nesikhathi ukuthi zovala ngo12 vele. Kuyovala uCowboy. Because mina ngisebenza ngicela ukuperform ishow yavalwa. Azange bafake nomuntu oyoreplace lo muntu. Ngicela ngicela ishow yavalwa. Official. Sorry shema ukumkhulumela shemne. Udlale 10 minutes. 10. Udlale ingoma ezi3. Sorry. Mara udlale 10 minutes ingoma ezi3. Official. Because why? Bebangasana nabantu okuningi bebasabafuna vele ukucover up. Mina ngidlala 20 minutes futhi 15. Performance. Vele ang bekunesikhathi esincane vele.
Shout out y'all.
Hayi na. Ungedele naleli malume ne. Lele lami ya. Yabona? Out.
I'm spending too much time on my piano drama thing. I'm not even a piano artist. I'm spending too much time with the piano drama. How's ASAP Rocky Dam now? What did he do? Just tap in.
What is good, my fellow YouTube fam? It's your boy Aaron speaking, and today I want to talk about that boy ASAP Rocky. Yes, this just came in the mail not too long ago. It's pretty dope. It's just the single Black DeMarco, resembling, if you know, you know. What game is this resembling, bro? You got 3 seconds. Crazy Taxi, yeah. Classic, bro. Love that game to death. So, out of all the, singles that he dropped on
just get to the video.
Creating a universe in terms of creating.
Just get to it, bro. It must be 250 at least.
Level 1. The Dreamer. Saturday night. You're 16 years old. The living room television is the only light in the house. Your father sits forward on the couch, elbows on knees, watching 2 men fight for a world championship. 90,000 people packed into a stadium. Millions more watching at home. You've never seen your father this focused. The champion slips inside a jab and lands a hook that sends the challenger stumbling backward. The crowd explodes. Your father jumps to his feet, yelling. You feel something electric run through your body. Not excitement, something deeper, recognition, like you're watching something you're supposed to do. After the fight ends, you go to your room. You can't stop thinking about the champion's face before the opening bell. Completely calm, completely present, ready for whatever happens next. You stand in front of your mirror. You raise your hands the way you saw on television. You throw a punch at your reflection. It feels strange. You throw another. You keep throwing until your shoulders burn. You're shadowboxing at midnight, and you don't even know what shadowboxing is.
Eyes cooked.
Monday morning, you tell your father you want to box. He looks at you like you've announced you're joining the circus. You weigh 62 kilograms. You've never been in a fight. You don't know the first thing about boxing. He says, absolutely not. You ask again the next day, and the next. You wear him down over 2 weeks until he finally agrees to take you to a gym, just to prove to you it's not what you think it is. Level 2, the beginner. The gym is nothing like the championship venue on television. It's a converted warehouse with water-stained walls and fluorescent lights that flicker. Heavy bags hang from chains. A boxing ring sits in the center with canvas so worn you can see the wood underneath. The place smells like decades of sweat soaked into concrete that can never be cleaned. The head coach is a former professional with 38 fights and a face that shows every one of them. Scar tissue ridges above both eyes, nose bent at an angle. When he talks, his words come out slightly slurred. He puts you in the ring with 3 other beginners. None of you know what you're doing. You think boxing is just throwing punches. You're about to learn it's nothing like that. Stance, weight distribution, hand position, head movement, footwork, distance management. The coach breaks down every component before you're allowed to throw a single punch. Your legs shake from holding the boxing stance. Your shoulders burn from keeping your hands up. After 20 minutes, your entire body aches from just standing there doing nothing. The first punch you learn is the jab. Extend your lead hand straight.
I just don't relate, y'all. Unfortunately, I just don't relate. Hold up, what's this? Oh, it's this guy. Oh, this is his channel. Oh, that's dope. Didn't even cover the channel.
Take for a shy What does it take for a shy, introvert, but ambitious young man to get the best cars, the most beautiful girls, and above all, more money than he could ever spend?
Been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I choose rich every time.
The Wolf of Wall Street shows us a lifestyle that captivates many of us. But beyond the cheap moral lesson of whether what Jordan Belfort did was right or wrong, this film says more about human beings, about sheep and wolves, and the world we live in, and why the FBI agent, despite achieving its objective, still lost. In chaotic offices in New York, Jordan Belfort is playing darts with real people for $26,000. Born into a middle-class family, his parents were accountants who lived on outskirts of New York. But by the time he turned 26, he owned his own brokerage firm, and that year ended up earning almost $1 million a week. He also shows us his beautiful car, his wife Naomi, and his grand house, among many other things he mentions. He says there are 3 federal agencies looking for him, and he also tells us that he uses substances for everything. He basically consumes all of them, but his favorite one is money, since he says that enough of it makes you invincible. But the Jordan who started out is completely different from this Jordan. He wasn't born a wolf, he was born a sheep, although he always had the same ambition. He had a great talent, he knew how to sell like few others. Jordan Belfort, around 22 years old, is incredibly ambitious and determined to achieve his dream of becoming a millionaire. After his meat and seafood delivery business fails, he decided to dive headfirst into Wall Street to become a stockbroker and fill his pockets. There, he meets Mark Hanna, a professional stockbroker, who sees great potential in Jordan, and that's when his initiation into the unfamiliar world begins. We see Jordan surprised by everything Mark tells him about the job, humble because he listens attentively and clearly wants to learn, and also altruistic since he asks if it's better to help people while also making money.
Same time, it's advantageous to everyone, correct?
No.
This contrast between the two characters is extremely noticeable. Mark drinks 3 martinis while Jordan drinks water. Mark does drugs, and Jordan asks him how he manages to do drugs and work. Mark is unhinged and is completely out of control, while Jordan is seen as measured and calm person. Broadly speaking,
Bro, I won't even lie, like when like you stop like doing drugs or like smoking weed, bro, you just seem more locked in, bro. Like everything just seems more locked in, bro. Even if it's not locked in at the time, but everything just seems more locked in.
Mark teaches him in the harsh rules of this game. We see a wolf teaching a sheep how to survive in this market.
Name of the game? Move the money from your client's pocket into your pocket.
The market is too volatile, and for a broker, the only thing that matters is commissions. What should really matter to him is that his clients never ever withdraw their money and that they're always investing. His recommendations are for him to feed the geese to keep the blood flowing, do a lot of substance, and hire women who provide love for money to keep up with the pace of this business. And of course, like a good apprentice, Jordan follows all his advice. Here, the film proposes a question: are humans born evil, or is it the environment that makes them evil? In this case, his first boss would be responsible for leading the seemingly sweet and innocent boy down the wrong path. Or did he simply awaken something that was already inside him? During the following 6 months, and when he finally managed to become certified as a broker, on his first day of work, Black Monday occurred. A day that ruined the stock market and left Jordan and many others in the industry without work. Now Jordan is unemployed and looking for any job to climb the corporate ladder. But his wife, Teresa, finds an ad in a newspaper seeking brokers. So Jordan goes to the offices of Investor Center, which bears no resemblance to the grand buildings of Wall Street. Everything is very humble. They explain to him that they sell over-the-counter stocks, companies not listed on exchange, with very low prices but high commissions. On Wall Street,
bro, I won't lie, like I low-key see myself in this guy. Like I low-key see myself. Well, obviously not the drugs. Like I don't do drugs, but like the never-ending pursuit of success and
1% of what he sold. But here, the commissions is 50%. They sell to ordinary people without much knowledge, and the market doesn't seem to be very regulated. So he starts calling right away. He starts calling ordinary clients, common people, and uses all his smooth talk, charisma, and audacity to sell promises. He lies through his teeth. He says the company is going to boom and that they're about to miss the biggest opportunity of their lives. While his coworkers are out there toiling away to earn 40 to 50, Jordan closes deals earning thousands of dollars in commission and surprising everyone. And this is when our character's mindset begins to transform and become more and more like Mark's. One day, while having coffee, Jordan is introduced to a guy named Don, who is his neighbor in the building. Don doesn't understand why Jordan is doing so well if they live in the same neighborhood, so he asks him what he does for a living and how much he earns a month. Jordan replies that he's earned $72,000 this previous month.
You pay stuff for $72,000 on it. I quit my job right now and I work for you. Hey, listen, I quit. And he did quit his job. Yeah.
But even though penny stocks were making good money, it was still far from what he wanted. He wanted to play the big fishes game, but without the big fishes rules. And that's when he got the idea to start his own brokerage firm. So he arranged a meeting with several guys who all seemed like good salesmen because they all sold drugs. Among them was one named Brad, who also sells illegal substances. He wasn't interested in getting into the business, since he was doing well enough with his own.
Ma, we got chicken or what? Ma!
But when they challenged him to simulate selling a pencil, he excelled at creating a need. And that's precisely what Jordan Belfort needs to do. Make people believe they need the stock so he can collect all the commissions over time. Even though they knew how to sell, Jordan teaches them some of the technical aspects of the market, and most importantly, how to do what he knows best. Use his smooth talk to manipulate people into buying the stocks he wants. And it works. And that's where the Wolf of Wall Street begins to show us the leadership skills as well. Jordan teaches in the best way possible, by leading by example. This earns his team's trust and respect and support for his decisions. However, Jordan arrives with a gift for his wife, who doesn't approve of what he's doing. She suggests it might be better to sell the shares to wealthy people who don't mind losing a few $1,000s. But Jordan replies that those kinds of people are too clever, which is why they can't sell to them. Because of this conversation, Jordan now wants to give the company a new identity. And the new objective is to appear as a top-tier company in order to offer over-the-counter shares, or junk shares, to wealthy people. And this way, the company's growth is exponential, and to keep employees happy, it is common to hold wild parties while everything is literally included. The company has grown so much that it's under FBI scrutiny, and this is where the film delivers one of the biggest hidden provocations in the story. I say this because the relationship between Jordan and the FBI agents goes far beyond a simple game of cat and mouse, of cops and robbers. It's a duel of values, of morals and integrity, and what if these values actually serve any purpose in the real world? But we'll explore this dilemma a little later as the plot unfolds. All of this also caught Forbes' attention, where they publish it but under the pseudonym of the Wolf of Wall Street, since they see him as a perverse Robin Hood who steals from the rich to give it to himself and his gang of brokers. His wife tells him that there's no such thing as bad publicity, and of course, the next day, it was full of people wanting to work for him and get rich. Each time, the parties start to escalate and become a real mess. Excess. That's the word that defines Jordan Belfort in this stage of his life. The movie portrays the Stratton employees as animals, satisfying their most primitive impulses, such as having shameless intimacy in front of anyone and being aggressively like beasts. Jordan also brought his father to work with him, as he was very strict and in theory would be the one to bring order to the company. Even so, they still throw parties, now trying to keep it a secret from his father.
What are these sides? They cure cancer? The sides did cure cancer. That's the problem. They were there. That's why they were expensive.
When he realized how much money they were spending on parties and women of easy virtue, he was furious and told Jordan he would one day face the consequences of all the obscene madness. Jordan earns millions of dollars. He uses drugs heavily, drinks constantly, and throws wild parties, and things gradually begin to spiral out of control. The way Stratton Oakmont made money was illegal and is known as a pump and dump. First, Stratton would buy thousands upon thousands of dollars worth of stocks in a very small company whose shares had little to no movement in the market. Furthermore, these shares had the peculiarity of being very cheap. Then, with their more than 1,000 employees, they sold a ridiculous amount of shares of that company, calling all kinds of people and lying, assuring them that this investment would be the best they would ever make. This generated greater demand, so naturally the shares price rose. When it reached extremely high price, the company sold all the shares he had bought, earning millions and millions of dollars. Then, naturally, the shares dropped drastically to prices much lower than initial ones. So the clients who had bought lost all or almost all of their invested money. If the clients wanted to sell their shares when the price was high, the brokers prevented them from doing so. They only allowed them to sell their shares when the price was at a rock bottom.
Is all this legal? Absolutely not.
Apparently, Jordan has several psychopathic traits, as he lacks empathy and feelings of guilt. He experiences fear differently, is egocentric, impulsive, a liar, and manipulative. But we again question whether he was born this way, or whether the environment excess made him extremely bitter. Let's remember that when his wife approached him for taking money from working people, he felt bad and changed his business model. But as the excess grew, that sweet and kind young man was lost, and the limits of his morality was disappearing. This is a point in the director's favor. Despite the film's seemingly superficial nature, it becomes quite profound when viewed from a different perspective. It's as if the film is showing us that the more you cross the line, the more you fall into decadence, darkness, and degeneracy.
Crossing over the line of what's right and wrong in tiny, imperceptible steps until one day you turn around and you're so far over the line and everything seems normal.
At one of the parties, they were trying to brainstorm ideas to grow the company. So the plan was to find a company to take public, and thus improve the reputation and avoid being under constant scrutiny. But they had a different way of brainstorming, getting high on drugs, until they found a good idea. Donnie, who was nearly knocked out by Clues, remembered a schoolmate who had a line of women's shoes called
Steve Madden.
A beautiful girl named Naomi arrives at the party, and Jordan falls in love with her. He starts flirting with her, even with his wife Nerby. They become lovers, and soon, Teresa discovers he's cheating on her with Naomi. While she cries, she asks him who he is. It's as if he were a completely different person. Teresa asks him if he loves Naomi. Jordan says he feels horrible. So after 3 days, they divorce, and he moves in with Naomi. The AC lawyers suspect illegal activity, so they go to audit the company, but Jordan leaves them in a conference room with the air conditioning set as low as possible and hands them a bunch of unnecessary papers to hinder their task. Jordan proposed to Naomi and threw a bachelor party where they destroyed an entire floor of the hotel where they were staying. The cost of all this was $2 million. He married Naomi in Bahamas, where he met Aunt Emma, who came from London. He gives Naomi a yacht as a gift. That's where they spend their honeymoon. After that, they buy a house in one of the most exclusive areas. Years in living in an uncontrolled manner, his downfall will begin. 18 months later, they have a daughter and experience significant marital problems due to Jordan's infidelity and drug addiction. That same day was Steve Madden's initial public offering, where shares were going up for sale, but Jordan and Donnie already bought 85% of the shares, a prohibited act, but one that would make them very rich.
$22 million in 3 hours!
Public speaking is one of our character's most outstanding qualities, which also goes
Let Amplify take you where ordinary
bro, like, I'm
doesn't
just completely like taken away by this character, bro. Like,
Fire during book club? Good thing you're naked and can submit claims in minutes on the Naked app. Get naked.
I mean, he's living the life.
hand in hand with his ability to sell. Jordan justifies their practices in part by the very nature of the stock market. As Mark explained to him, nobody knows when the stock market will fall or rise, not even stockbrokers. It doesn't matter what they tell clients or advisors, because ultimately, they're all talking about something unreal and completely unstable. So they prefer to advise them so that the client's money ends up in their own pockets. Easy sheep to deceive and hunt. Scorsese's direction immerses us in Jordan's subjectivity as he hunts his victims because he makes these clients invisible by not giving them screen time, as if they were irrelevant. We only hear a voice on the back of a phone, which makes it harder to establish emotional connections with these scammed clients. Jordan firmly adheres to the law of the strongest, because fraud, evading the law, and money laundering are the ways he inserts himself over society.
When I have to face my problems, I show up in the back of a limo and a $40,000 gold watch.
Meanwhile, an FBI agent has Jordan under surveillance and has his entire circle of friends under close scrutiny. He even requested the wedding video from the cameraman who filmed it. But Jordan has a private investigator, a former police officer, who provides him with the profile of the FBI agent. The investigator advises him to keep low profile, under no circumstances attempt to bribe him. However, Jordan ignores all of this and invites him onto his yacht, and with a caviar, lobster, and champagne, and 2 women, whom he casually introduces as friends from his company. This is all part of a trap. Jordan suddenly tries to show us what he could be experiencing. It's that old psychological game of planting doubt. Want to try it? Want to taste? Look how much better my life is than yours. They're not hungry at all. Jordan wants to bribe the agent to see if he'll ease up on the investigation. And in one of his moves, he says he knows in the past he tried to become a stockbroker on Wall Street, but was unsuccessful. And that's why he ended up in the FBI. And then he asked that mischievous question. He asked if he ever stopped to think how different his life would be if he managed to pursue a career as a broker. And the agent even reveals a certain frustration.
When I'm riding home on the subway and my balls are fucking sweating, I'm wearing the same suit 3 days in a row. Yeah, you.
So wait a minute, did the guy who's investigating Jordan today ever want to be like him? He was once a greedy young man who tried to get into Wall Street to make money as a broker. So maybe the difference between them isn't character, but circumstances. Because while the door opened for Jordan, he entered the market, learned the game of money, of greed, liked it, and ended up addicted to it. The agent was stopped right at the beginning. They didn't even get a taste of it. And that's probably why he even developed a hatred for that world. He left, joined the FBI, and started arresting precisely the guys he himself could have become. And in this trajectory, morality became his greatest ally, the symbol of what a worthy man is to him. While money was the path where he was rejected, he decided to choose the path of supposed moral superiority. After a few minutes, he started hinting that he couldn't help
Hey man, just give me the money, bro. Just give me the money. Superior morality has nothing to do with being broke, dog. Just give me the money. Just
but the officer wasn't interested and tried to break him by asking him to repeat his offer. Jordan agreed, and the officer asked him if he wanted to bribe a police officer. The agent goes even further and provokes Jordan by saying that the vast majority of guys he investigates are guys who were born into that environment, born among wolves, and didn't have much of a way out of it. Jordan was born a sheep, and yet he chose to become this degenerate, as if with his speech he was saying, "You are one of us, but you decided to become one of them, and therefore you're even worse." This gets him very mad, and he kicks the agents off his boat.
Good luck on that subway ride home to your miserable, ugly wives.
Let's analyze a bit the part of becoming rotten, as the agent mentioned regarding Jordan. For that, let's take an example. We all know people who are extremely moralistic, who always say that they're doing the right thing. For example, if a person claims to be faithful, are they really faithful? Or is it only because no other woman is attracted to them? If he had the life of Jordan, would he still be the faithful man he claims to value so much? No. What I want you to realize is that it's easy to be good when no one has given you the power to be evil. Many people consider themselves moral and righteous, but sometimes what they really lack is opportunity. And the point here is not to say that we're all rotten or that no one is good, much less to try to justify these shameless people. Because if we think about it from another perspective, The FBI agent himself is proof of the contrary. He had the chance to become corrupt, and he didn't. We'll see how all this ends and who the real winner really is. Now the plans have changed. Their destination is Switzerland, where they intend to hide their money, since one of their friends knows a banker and arranged a meeting. But for the trip, he takes a large quantity of substances. Now, we see it much more out of control than ever before, and on the plane, everything turns into chaos. So he ends the flight strapped into a seat. At the bank, he'll meet Banker. He explains that basically the US government can't take their money. It's safe in his bank. It's even safer if the accountant isn't in Jordan's name. Now, they need someone with a European passport to open the account so they can enter with a lot of money without problems. He's going to talk to Aunt Emma and explains the situation. He's determined to convince her at all costs. She agrees and tells him to take care of Naomi, and she'll handle the rest. They'll also use Brad's wife, who was born in Switzerland, along with her whole family. This way, they transfer millions of dollars to the bank. On the other hand, Don also has millions to take, but he doesn't want to work with him. There's a fight, but he finally agrees. When he meets up with Tony to pick up the money, they get into another argument, which causes the briefcase with the money to fall just as the police are passing by. Donnie manages to escape. Later, Donnie, very worried about the situation, wants to prevent Jordan from finding out Brad was arrested, so he offers him lewds. They've been stored for years and were the holy grail of lewds. They take one, but after a while, it doesn't seem to have any effect, so they take the rest to see if anything happens. Meanwhile, the private investigator calls Jordan and tells him to get away from his house and call him from somewhere else. So he goes to a country club more than a mile from his family. The investigator informs him that Brad was arrested and that they have all his house and office phones tapped. At that moment, the pill started to take effect and skipped all the normal stages of the drug, leaving him in a state of paralysis. He crawls to his car and manages to get in. He drives back home as slow as he can. While Donnie was on the phone with the banker, Jordan tried to get him to hang up quickly as possible, but they were both too high when he mentioned Brad's name. Don escaped, knowing he was in prison because of him. In the heat of the moment, he decides to eat something, but it got stuck in his throat and he collapsed. Unable to breathe, Jordan had to snort snow to recover and save Don's life. He was arrested because he might not make it home, but he was released because he had no proof that he was the one driving the car. Brad, on the other hand, spent 3 months in prison.
Did he make it
Jordan
out?
was offered a deal. He would have to plead guilty to criminal charges and pay a fine of several $1 million, as well as leave the company. If he chooses to stay, the FBI would be on his case, and he would end up in jail. His father advised him to accept the deal.
Okay, you got all the money in the world. You need everybody else's money?
However, when he was in the office giving his final words to everyone, he said goodbye, almost in tears, but decided to stay. As we were able to see, he seems his greed has no limits, even more than health and family, and this is where the real downfall starts.
No, sweetie. She's dead and she's not going anywhere.
Brad gets out of jail, and they throw him a celebration. Jordan wants to pay him for his time in prison, but Brad wants nothing more to do with the company. Jordan mentions that 2 years later, he died of a heart attack. Because Jordan didn't fulfill the deal, the FBI agent notified to go after him, so they began to interrogate all the staff. But nobody says anything. They were advised not to leave the country, but of course they did, and went to Italy. So they were running his company. They get a call and tells him that Steve Madden is selling all his shares, which really belong to Jordan, but are in his name. So Jordan orders that he must sell all of Steve Madden's shares quickly to lower the price. Then Naomi arrives crying on the boat, seeing that her Aunt Emma has died. Jordan is worried about this since the $20 million Swiss account is in her name. So he calls the banker, who tells him not to worry because he has a document leaving Jordan as heir. But Jordan has to be in Switzerland the next day. Despite the fact that a massive storm was approaching, he forced the captain of his yacht to travel there, even though he's risking the lives of his family and friends. And he shows no remorse. The only thing he can think of is lewds.
Will not die sober. Get the loads!
As expected, it all ended very badly. After being rescued by an Italian military helicopter,
Capfin is the people for the people who need a personal loan top-up. Yes, sir. You didn't hear it from us.
After 2 years, Jordan was clean and became a television personality. He was filming commercials where he sold persuasion courses and promised people financial freedom, practices that are still abundant on social media today. While filming one of these commercials, he was arrested by the FBI. The banker is arrested in Miami. He had other investigations for money laundering related to drug trafficking, so this investigation, which had nothing to do with Jordan, was also related to him. He is charged with series of offenses but is released on $10 million bail and placed under house arrest. Donnie comes to visit him. Jordan tells him he will have to mortgage the house and sell a lot of his stuff to pay the fine and the lawyers, but Donnie tells him that the company will take care of it. Later, he has a meeting with the FBI officers who tell him that they have a strong case against him. He could give him about 20 years in prison. For this reason, They offer him a deal of exchange for him ratting out his friends and showing the FBI how the stock market works. Naomi tells him she wants a divorce. He relapses into his addiction, which causes him to lose his temper and hit her, trying to take their children with him and causing an accident. It is clear that this man has fallen to the lowest possible depths, going beyond ruining his own life to ruining the lives of his loved ones. In a montage, we see the FBI arresting dozens of traitors from his company. Thanks to this, he's sentenced only 36 months in a 5-star prison where he doesn't seem to be having a bad time. And here comes one of the points that went too unnoticed in the film. Who really won? The film shows us even though the agent succeeded in arresting Jordan, he doesn't smile, not even when Jordan is taken to serve his sentence, of which he would only serve 22 months. Then, we see him on the train track back home, sweating, wearing the same suit for 3 days. As I mentioned before, even more so when we pay attention to the lyrics of the song while the agent looks disappointed. It's as if Jordan was right when he said,
Money talks and bullshit takes the bus.
Only instead of a bus, it would be the train. If, on paper, Ancient Dawnman won, it's a bittersweet victory. Even though Belfort has lost everything by the end of the film, his life is still ostensibly better, at least by his own terms, than that of the man who brought him to justice, whose life remains exactly the same. And I think that the fact that the film revealed that the agent wanted to become a broker before joining the FBI leaves it up to each viewer to draw their own conclusion about the agent's motivation. But what is undeniable is that despite the offers, he didn't let himself be corrupted. Or perhaps it's just the agent realizing that Jordan was right after all. That's for you to draw your own conclusions. Agent Dahlman doesn't look particularly satisfied in the scene, but he has accepted his life. While Jordan spent a few months in prison, Dahlman is serving a life sentence in the Middle America, which in a materialistic world that only cares about money, this decides to be the exception, and each person chooses if this is the right decision. Belfort, after serving his brief time in prison, did go on to becoming a very successful motivational speaker and continue to be successful, measuring success in terms of dollars. Even after he was brought to the justice system, he received a small slap on the wrist and served 2 years in prison. The last scene is the real Jordan Belfort introducing himself at a conference, and what we see in the scene is him being valued, respected, and applauded by desperate sheep. In fact, what is most striking in this final scene is the focus that Scorsese gives to the faces of those people. He makes a point of framing the expression of each one of them very closely. You can feel the glazed look, the blind attention, the almost childlike desperation. With all that being discussed, I believe the film doesn't specifically glorify breaking the law and taking people away. We even see that the fall of man to the lowest possible point, consumed by his most basic impulses, where he ends up hurting his loved ones. But also, the movie shows the flaws in the system. Jordan is just a reflection of this. Like Jordan, there are thousands, and even worse. With the final shot, the film shows that we are complicit by letting ourselves be seduced by this, by admiring the wolves and forgetting the sheep, like the agent, an honest person who caught the criminal but will ultimately be forgotten.
Hey man, follow your purpose, man. Follow your purpose. That's all I'm gonna say, bro. And never give up on your dreams. And I'm at like 200 a week. And I'm at like 250 a week. For real. Shout out you guys. Be sure I get them subs up, man. We're locked in. Yo. And I'm at like 250 a week. Oh, sorry. What's up, y'all? Still locked in. Let's see what else we can watch. Let's see what else we can watch, y'all. Let's see what we can watch. Yo, your rig must be super expensive. Yo, your rig. Let's see, watch videos. Okay, let's start with this video right here. Because the one about the oil rig actually looks kind of dope. Let's see what they're saying.
Okay, so you want to buy an offshore oil rig? Sure, you have the money for it, but the process itself might seem complicated to you. Just like with your supercar collection, buying a drilling rig starts with the price list. There are 5 main types of drilling rigs on the market, and the difference between them lies not only in price, but also in where exactly you plan to drill for oil. The cheapest option is a jack-up rig. It's a 3-legged rig that literally stands on the seabed. It operates at depths of up to 120 meters. The price ranges from about $180 million to $250 million. It's cheap and reliable, but limited.
200 is 200 fucking million just to have one oil rig. I might just buy one here in South Africa, gang. I might just put one over there, bro. You know what I'm saying?
To shallow waters. But let's leave that for the budget conscious, since we want to drill for oil at great depths. And for that, we'll need a semi-submersible. This is a floating platform on underwater pontoons, held in place by anchors. This rig can drill for oil at depths of up to 1 kilometer and costs around 500 to 800 million. If you want to go even deeper and work at a depth of 3 kilometers, then I recommend you look into a drill ship.
To those who might scratch day and night, to those whose skin may be dried out even by water, try to take a shower with the new Sanex Skin Therapy and its patented amino acid complex for 24-hour hydration feel. Relief could be as simple as a shower. Certified by the British Skin Foundation.
What's the one meal Benny McCarthy misses?
I know the answer, but if you want to know, you better watch What's the Difference?
Essentially, it's a ship with a drilling rig in the middle. It operates at depths where the previous 2 types of rigs can't reach. One of these costs just under $1 billion. Well, if you're already a billionaire and the previous options are too simple for you, then here's the top segment for you, the FPSO. The acronym stands for Floating Production, Storage and Offloading, but it's easier to say that it's a floating oil refinery. It not only pumps, but also stores and ships oil right out at sea. The price tag is roughly $2 to $3 billion. There's also a separate category, but you probably won't be able to buy it, even if you had the money.
Why not?
These are fixed platforms, stationary giants. For example, the Norwegian Troll A, standing 472 meters tall. One of the largest structures ever built by humans. Such platforms are usually built for a specific field and are not sold. Okay, I think you've already picked out a platform that fits your budget, so now let's figure out where you can buy all this. Basically, you have 3 options. The first and simplest is to just buy a rig straight from the factory.
Lol, I feel sad.
The world's largest ship.
I feel sad because somebody said my new beat is terrible. Dog, you ain't gotta listen to the fucking detractors, dog. Like, don't listen to the detractors, dog. Like, they always wanna say some shit. Even, bro, like, when you get to like a superstar level whereby like everybody knows you, there'll still be that one person who'll be like, nah, this shit is trash, dog. So don't even stress about the detractors, man. Just keep on doing your thing, man, and let time deal with
Hyundai Heavy Industries in South Korea, Samsung Heavy, and Singapore's Keppel. You order from scratch, wait 2 to 4 years, and get a brand new rig. The only downsides to this deal are the weight and the extra cost. But you're an experienced businessman and don't want to wait for your new rig, let alone overpay for it. That's why you need to turn to the secondary market, and it works here just like it does with real estate or cars. The world's largest rig owners are Transocean, Valaris, and Noble Corporation. They regularly sell off older assets when upgrading their fleets. The most recent example took place in September 2025.
Shout out, chat.
Transocean sold 4 of its drill ships, the Discoverer Clear Leader, Discoverer Americas, Deepwater Champion, and Discoverer India. All of them are ultra-deepwater rigs, built between 2009 and 2011, relatively new rigs, you might say.
But because they had been idle for 5 to 9 years, the company incurred a loss of $1.9 billion on the sale. The buyer was not officially disclosed, but the deal took place in Greece. So yes, this option can save you a significant amount of money, but there's another, even more economical and clever way. And that's post-bankruptcy auctions. Here, you can literally profit from others' misfortunes.
Shout out.
After the 2014 to 2016 oil crisis, dozens of rigs went under the hammer for 10 to 20% of their original price. Seadrill, one of the industry giants, went bankrupt twice in 4 years. Rigs that cost $1 billion were sold for $150 million. Sound like the deal of the century? Well, almost. But there's one catch that could make a $150 million rig end up costing more than a $1 billion rig. Okay, the deal is done. You've signed a check for $500 million, shaken hands with the seller, and taken a photo in front of your brand new rig. And now, the bill for the first day of ownership. $200,000. And that's even without any drilling, just to keep your rig standing in the sea and prevent it from falling apart. Where does this figure come from? Let's break it down point by point.
Bro, that's
First and
insane,
foremost
bro.
is the crew. A large rig employs between 100 and 200 people at a time. Shifts last 2 to 4 weeks, then a rotation. Salaries for offshore workers start at $100,000 a year, and top engineers earn up to $500,000. And you can understand them because few people would voluntarily agree to live for months in the middle of the ocean, where instead of a view out the window, you have 360 degrees of water and the occasional storm.
Bro,
But people have to be
come on, bro. Like 3 fucking months or some shit, dog. You're working,
transported there somehow. The most popular option is helicopters. A single flight with companies like Bristow or CHC Helicopter will cost you between $15,000 and $30,000, and you have to fly constantly. Crew changes, inspectors, spare parts, as well as management, who want to personally check once a month where the money is going. We also add supplies to this. Food, water, fuel, drilling equipment. Supply vessels that carry all this are rented for $30,000 to $50,000 a day. Next comes the dreaded insurance.
Bro, come on,
Typically, insurance for a deepwater rig is estimated at 2 to 5% of its value per year. So if your rig cost $800 million, you'll pay up to $40 million a year just for insurance. And that's if everything goes well. If there was a storm in your region or an accident happened to a neighbor in the oil business, insurance
This shit's expensive, dog.
insurance rates go up for everyone. And finally, regulators. A pile of certifications from DNV, ABS, Lloyd's Register, annual inspections, environmental audits, millions a year just for some incomprehensible paperwork. Put it all together and you get a large deep-water rig burning through $70 to $180 million a year. Just to exist. No drilling, no production, no profit whatsoever.
Just to keep the
Now remember what I said about the $150 million rig you successfully bought at auction after a bankruptcy, and you think you saved money. But here's the problem. If that rig sits idle without a contract for even a single year, it eats up your entire discount. By the second year of downtime, you'll definitely be in the red compared to someone who bought a new one for $1 billion and immediately leased it out. That's why Transocean wrote off $1.9 billion on those 4 drill ships. It's not that they sold them poorly, it's that they kept them idle for years until the accumulated costs exceeded the residual value of the rigs, and they waited for the moment when it was simply cheaper to give them up than to keep them any longer. That's why rule number 1 in this business is, a rig without a contract is not an asset. It's shit.
Shout out, let's get them subs.
Okay, so we've covered the costs. Now let's take a look at how you can actually make money from all of this. It's important to know that Shell doesn't own the rigs it uses to drill for oil. Neither does ExxonMobil. BP, Chevron, Petrobras, none of them own their own rigs. The world's largest oil companies simply lease them. There are two distinct sectors in this business. The first consists of those who own the rigs. They're called drilling contractors. Transocean, Valaris, and other companies we've already mentioned, and you've probably forgotten. They build, buy, maintain, and lease them out. The second consists of oil majors, such as Shell. They deal exclusively in oil. They don't need to shoulder $200 million a year for every rig they use. They simply lease it for the duration of the project and pass all costs on to the owner. And this brings us to how you, dear new rig owner, will calculate your profit. Your rig starts making money the moment you sign a contract with a company like Shell.
What's good, average?
And not just any contract, but a day rate.
Right now, just
you lease out the rig, and the major pays you a fixed...
The economics of owning an oil rig. I just wanted to know, because like, I know that they're very expensive, but I just wanted to know, like, what are you actually looking at when you actually own one? Shout out average. Be sure I'll sub to the
amount for every day it's drilling.
Sure
How much is that? Right now, in 2025 to 2026, top-tier drill ships cost $450,000 to $500,000 per day. That means over the course of a one-year contract, your rig brings in about $160 to $180 million. Not bad, right? But here you need to know that this day rate is a sort of health indicator for the entire industry, and it fluctuates like a cardiogram during a heart attack. In 2013, when things were more or less stable, rates reached $650,000 a day. In 2016, they dropped to $150,000. In 2020, due to COVID, they were even lower. Now they're back up to $450,000 to $500,000. What does this mean for you? It means that a contract you signed in 2013 for 5 years could have earned you $1 billion. But that same contract, signed just 6 months later, could have bankrupted you. Meet John Fredrickson, a Norwegian, one of the richest people in shipping over the past 40 years. In the oil drilling industry, he built an empire called Seadrill. At its peak, the company was worth $20 billion, and yet he managed to bankrupt this empire twice in 2017 and 2021. But how does a man who understands this business better than anyone else on the planet bankrupt the same company twice in 4 years? Because in this business, you don't control anything that really matters. Oil prices are falling. The majors are tearing up contracts. COVID, all drilling projects are on hold, and when OPEC meets in Riyadh and decides to increase production, your day rates plummet. That's exactly what happened in November 2014. Oil prices fell from $110 per barrel to $30, and the industry's day rate dropped from $650,000 to $150,000. And if you're planning to buy a rig right now, after watching this video, you should take a look at the geopolitical situation, because Iran has now closed the Strait of Hormuz, the very same strait through which 25% of the world's seaborne oil passes. Brent jumped from $70 to $128 per barrel in just a couple of weeks. On April 13th, Trump announced a military blockade of Iranian ports, and now only a few tankers are passing through the Strait of Hormuz, and only from China, Russia, and India. For your rig, this means that if it's in the Persian Gulf, your contract with the major is on hold, war risk insurance has quadrupled, and supply vessels don't know how to reach you. If your rig is somewhere in another region, you might have won because oil prices are high and the majors are frantically looking for places to drill. Or you might have lost because as soon as the situation in the Strait of Hormuz calms down, prices will drop and your contract will be renegotiated. So yes, it looks like a complicated business, but let's imagine that you've been lucky with the contracts. The day
I don't want to put my entire wealth on luck, boy. She says in the body, she just listen Cardi. I'm sorry. This guy only dropped that. These guys only dropped this song and never dropped another song again. They haven't dropped anything since last year. Wait, let me look at this guy's channel. Not 3 months, like keeping on, man. Like something from his side. Guys, I can't stay that long without releasing something. I can't. Oh, he dropped again. Signage. He just ended on. See, trying to find some shit to watch. Why going to space costs so much? This looks like a dope.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code.
Interesting.
3, 2, 1. Engines full power. And liftoff.
Going to space is expensive. You probably don't need me to tell you that, but what I can tell you is that there is a complex process hidden behind that rocket launch, a journey that most people have never considered. It crosses America from sea to sea. It involves hundreds of incredibly skilled individuals working thousands of hours over weeks and months of preparation. It demands the highest levels of scientific innovation and technical engineering. And there is no better example of this than the SpaceX Falcon 9, a rocket that launches every other day, delivering hundreds of tons of payload and people into Earth's orbit every year. Going to space has never been easier than it is on Falcon 9, but that still hasn't made it cheap either. So where does all that money go? Okay, the first and most expensive step in getting to space is obviously building our rocket. There are three main components that make up an orbital rocket: the booster, the upper stage, and the payload fairings. The booster is the largest and most expensive of the three, accounting for between 60 and 70% of the entire rocket's cost. Now, in the case of the SpaceX Falcon 9, there are two roads we can travel. The high road is building a new booster from scratch. The low road is refurbishing an existing booster that has already flown to space, and we are going to see how this refurbishing process is the key to the SpaceX business model. But we'll start by taking the high road. A Falcon 9 booster is powered by 9 Merlin 1D engines. These cost about $1 million each. The Falcon's body is made from a unique metal alloy of aluminum and lithium, and then there's the landing hardware, 4 extendable legs made from carbon fiber, costing between $50,000 and $100,000 each, paired with 4 aerodynamic grid fins made from cast titanium at a cost of between $200,000 and $300,000 a set. There's also white paint, which might sound trivial, but when we're talking about a product this big, that's a lot of paint. All in, the cost of a new booster is going to range between $30 and $40 million. Moving on to the second stage, this part of the rocket is expendable, and a new one has to be built for every launch. There's a lot less involved in an upper stage, just one Merlin engine, a relatively short lithium aluminum body, and a payload adapter. SpaceX keeps production cost at a minimum by using economies of scale. The company built over 140 upper stages in 2024 at a price of $10 to $12 million per launch. And then there's the payload fairings, clamshell-shaped panels that make up the nose cone of the rocket and protect the payload during ascent through the atmosphere. These look simple, but there's a lot of work that goes into making them. The outer skin is made of high-grade aerospace carbon fiber sheets, which provide rigidity and strength. Those are reinforced by an aluminum honeycomb structure that helps maintain the fairing's shape and stiffness while minimizing weight. And there's a layer of cork in between that provides thermal insulation and impact protection. The fairings are built tough because they're also reusable, just like the booster stage. After the fairings break away and fall back to Earth, they splash down into the ocean and SpaceX will recover them with a special boat. That sounds like a lot of work, but at a cost of roughly $6 million for a new set, it's worthwhile going to fetch them. That brings the total cost of our freshly constructed Falcon 9 to somewhere between $50 and $60 million. Now, here is where things get interesting. All of this rocket hardware is built by SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. That is a suburb of LA, and most rocket launches happen at Cape Canaveral.
Bro, this guy has his own monopoly, dog, for making
in Florida. That's on the total opposite end of the country. So how do they get there? One of the design considerations with Falcon 9 was that it had to stay small enough to be transported on the road. Bigger rockets can face extreme transportation challenges. They need to be floated on barges, sometimes all the way down through the Panama Canal and back up again. Otherwise, they need to be loaded into highly specialized transport airplanes. SpaceX is all about minimizing cost, so they ship their rockets on trucks. The Falcon 9 is transported in segments. The first stage booster is about 140 feet long with its legs folded. The second stage is shorter, around 40 feet, and the payload fairings are shipped as two halves, each roughly 43 feet long and 17 feet wide when packed. The components are wrapped in protective coverings and loaded onto custom trailers to shield them from weather and road debris. From Hawthorne, the Falcon 9 convoy heads east through California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, then down to Florida, a trip of about 2,700 miles if they don't hit any detours. The journey takes between 4 and 7 days depending on stops, permits, and weather. Speeds are limited to a maximum of 50 miles per hour due to the load's size and weight. The booster alone weighs around 50 tons when dry. Managing a convoy like this is no small task. You don't just cruise across the country with a rocket on your truck. Oversized loads require state-by-state permits, pilot cars, and sometimes temporary road closures. Of course, none of this is cheap. When accounting for the cost of the trucks, fuel, labor, permit, tolls, equipment, and insurance, the cost of transporting a full rocket is going to come in at around $150,000. Though in the context of building a rocket, transportation is a relatively small expense. The 7-day cross-country trip only costs about 1/10 the price of a single Merlin engine, which is why SpaceX opts to recover and reuse their boosters as much as possible. Now, this is still not cheap, but it is much less expensive, and here is what that looks like. The most common landing for a Falcon 9 is going to be out at sea on the platform of an autonomous drone ship. SpaceX has 3 of these ships, and they've been using them since the very first booster landing attempts, so they've already paid for themselves many times over. On the deck of the ship is a robot called the Octograbber. It's going to secure the booster as it sails back to port. When they arrive at Cape Canaveral, a SpaceX crane is going to
This video is only 7 minutes through. Come on, bro. Y'all playing with me, bro. Like, y'all fucking with me for real. Look up. Dodging cumulus clouds. conspiracy.
He cheated death and built a tomb, the like of which mankind has never seen.
For over 2,000 years, the tomb of China's first emperor has remained sealed, untouched by time and fear, buried beneath a massive earth mound near the Terracotta Army.
They built mechanical traps, rivers of mercury, a kingdom beneath the earth.
This ancient chamber is rumored to hold secrets so deadly, scientists are terrified to break it open. So are experts still refusing to open it? What are they so afraid of uncovering? This is why scientists are terrified of opening the tomb of China.
You are not broke. You just have nothing left. There is a difference. You will learn it slowly. It's Tuesday morning. You made $3,200 last month. You have $178 in your account.
How much did he make?
The rent is $1,100. You have $178.
How much did he make?
It's Tuesday morning. You made $3,200 last month. You have $178 in your account. The rent is $1,100. The car insurance is $94. The credit card minimum is $45. You do the math in the shower because you cannot afford to not think about it. You cannot afford to stop. You are 25. You work hard. You are not lazy. You are not irresponsible. You are just playing a game nobody taught you the rules to. This is where it starts. Not at rock bottom. At Tuesday.
Shout out,
you get a second job. Weekends. Delivery. Whatever fits between the hours your main job doesn't own, you stop eating out. Not as a strategy, as a necessity. You eat the same meal 4 days in a row, and you stop tasting it. You tell people you're busy. You are busy. You are also ashamed. Both things are true at the same time.
But there's nothing to be
You
ashamed
pay off
of.
one card. $620. It takes 8 months. You celebrate by buying nothing. You transfer what you save to a savings account, and you check it 3 times before bed, because you've never had a number stay positive for that long. Nobody sees this. Nobody is supposed to. Rule 1. Before you can build anything, you have to stop bleeding. You get promoted. It's not dramatic. You make $47,000 now instead of $38,000. The difference after taxes is $487 a month. You feel it. It's real. You open a Roth IRA. You watch a video about index funds twice before you believe what it's saying. You put $200 in. The next month, $200 more. You do not touch it. You have $6,400 saved. You've never had that before. You tell no one because you know how quickly it disappears.
When you tell people,
because you've watched it disappear before. But something is different now. You are not spending to forget the number. You are watching the number. You are learning that it moves, and that some of its movements are yours to decide. You move to a smaller city for a better opportunity. You know one person there. You eat alone for 3 weeks. You put $500 into the market on a Tuesday and check it compulsively until Friday. It goes down 2.3%. You leave it. This is the test. Not discipline, patience, the willingness to sit with something uncomfortable and not fix it with a bad decision. Your net worth crosses $20,000. You are 28. You feel like you're late. You are not late. You are early. You just can't see it yet because you're still measuring yourself against people who inherited the starting line. Rule 2. Comparison is a debt you pay with.
You're not behind. You're early to the people who inherited the position. This position, I mean, was not inherited, bitch ass nigga. I had to grind for my
The starting
position.
line. Rule 2. Comparison is a debt you pay with your own time. You start a project. No name yet. Just a skill you have that somebody else will pay for. You make $300 the first month. You make $800 the third month. You reinvest all of it. You don't tell your employer. You begin to understand something nobody says out loud. A salary is someone else's estimate of your value, and their estimate is designed to be conservative. Your net worth crosses $60,000, then $85,000. Your investments return more in a single year than your first job paid in 6 months. You sit with that number for a long time, then you go back to work. Because now you understand what a work is actually for. Not survival, not comfort. Options. You are buying options. Every dollar saved is a future where you get to say no to something that no longer serves you. You cross $150,000. You are 33. You drive the same car. You still flinch at $14 cocktails. Not because you can't afford them, because you remember when you couldn't. That memory doesn't leave. And eventually you realize it shouldn't. It is not a wound. It is a compass. You start saying no. To the trip that's really about someone else's ego. To the investment pitched by someone who doesn't understand what a cash flow statement is. To the version of yourself that needed to look successful before you were. You have a financial advisor now.
Shout out, y'all.
You
Still
fired
locked
the
in.
first one. The second one charges more. She says less. She has a waiting list. That tells you everything. Rule 3. The quality of your decisions eventually outweighs the size of your income. Somewhere tonight, someone is doing the math in a shower. They're 25. Their balance is $178. They think the story is about money. It isn't. It's about what you're willing to learn, willing to lose, willing to sit with. The money is just what's left when you're done deciding who you are. Tuesday always comes. The question is, who shows up?
Drake's label's after me now. That's cap.
A beer seduced into smooth submission.
Once that shit starts
What's
hitting over
poppin', y'all?
10K, man,
Drake-
I might just get me a financial advisor, y'all. I might just financial advisor myself up, gang. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Drake's label is on my head top heavy recently, and this all started from an innocent post of me analyzing the lyrics on a song by Drake. So whilst listening to the albums Iceman, Maid of Honor, and Habibti while I was going for a walk the other day, after I got done listening, I was like, man, let me listen to some Drake music. I'm combing through my Apple Music, and they recommended me, looking through the new UI of the app, and they recommend me this song, Sneakin'. I was like, oh, let me listen to this song, Sneakin'. And then I hear a couple of bars, and I'm like, wait, hold up. This is interesting. So I write up this tweet where I say, Drake dropped a major diss people are sleeping on. On Janice, STFU, he raps, swear my label gotta free me, baby. Hey, buried alive, someone come dig me up. If I call up your shorty right now, she picking up. Your boys got big off my name, that's big enough. I think this whole thing is a double entendre, talking about A$AP Rocky and Kendrick Lamar, but also his record label, Drake's record label. Them boys got big off of his name, Universal or Republic. But 10 years ago, he dropped the song Sneakin' with 21 Savage. And on Sneakin', he rapped, plus, I never met nobody from my label. I just pop out with the music, then they pay me. And this is a very interesting bar because if 10 years ago he was flexing that, yo, I don't even talk to these people from my label. He's not interested in developing a relationship with anybody there. is it any doubt that perhaps when the opportunity comes for them to make a lot of money off of Kendrick Lamar, they're not trying to do a favor to Drake and they're willing to put anything and everything behind Kendrick Lamar? Because the option is, hey, do we really want to push Drake's diss songs? Which, like, not Family Matters. Yeah, it was Family Matters, I think, which was a banger, 3 songs. Or do we want to push Kendrick Lamar? I think we're gonna push Kendrick Lamar instead. Hey, listen, if somebody was flexing that they don't know me, they're not pulling up to the label meetings and anything like that, and let's be...
You are not broke. You just have nothing left.
Am I wage determining fee? And that's time I like $250 a week for real. Yeah. Yeah. For real. And they made like $250 a week. What's happening here? I'm not sure how much this is on my phone, yo.
Here come the gladiators!
They said this game's gonna be 2013. Shout out, y'all. Let's get them some.
Over the past decade, I have vanquished every nation that dared stand against us. I am the greatest general ever to lead Rome and her peoples.
Shout out,
Today,
chat. Before I get themselves up.
You
These
have
guys
had the
are
honor.
right now. Are they
Yes.
actually going to fight?
The honor of witnessing the slaughter of every gladiator sent in against me.
This guy's just yapping, bro. This guy's just
Breathe your last breath, you stinking, putrid filth!
Is it lagging, y'all?
Curse you!
Bitch ass nigga.
Am I not the greatest?
Bro, you just cheated, bro. What the fuck you mean you play this game? You just cheated.
Silence!
Come on, Damocles. Take your vengeance.
Over here! I'm Commodus, you fool! I'm Commodus! I'm Commodus!
The show's over for you, Damocles.
What the fuck happened? Well, this guy is skipping some scenes. Ah, Suga, man. Why is he skipping some scenes, though? Why is he skipping some scenes? Shout out, Shawl. Why is he skipping some scenes? South African forex gurus brainwashed. When it comes to forex, I was like, andingeni. Angizingeni, me, I'm not participating. These knows know how I'm popping for real. These souls how now I'm popping for real. Yeah, and I made like 200 a week. Must be 750 a week for real.
For most
Drake is him, yo.
First time parallel parking? Good thing you're naked and can submit claims in minutes on the Naked app. Get naked.
The fast life.
For most traders, it's not about, we don't really care that much how they're going to.
Listen, bro. The thing about wait, I can actually hear the. Okay, that's dope. Like the thing is, bro, like once they suck you into that fast lifestyle, my dog, that fast money, fast lifestyle is chai, boy.
How they're going to fix the economy, how they're going to fix the whole situation. Our job is to make money from it.
A world promising financial freedom at the click of a button.
Personally, it doesn't matter. That's it. See, I'm a trader. I don't really care about that kind of stuff. If I see an opportunity to make money, I go with that.
It's the moment investors around the world wait for, the 9:30 opening of the U.S. market.
These souls know how
the ultimate dopamine
hit.
They call it a guaranteed ticket out of the struggle, fueled by screenshots of 5-figure and 6-figure profits, leaving it large with 4-figure to 5-figure nights at Gonka nightclub. The promise that anyone can do this, anyone can live like this, even you can live like this. But there's only one catch. Only I can teach you the right way to do it. Behind the fancy cars and the luxury lifestyle is a perfectly crafted playbook. A template designed to take the last few thousands from people who cannot afford to lose that money.
But picture in this context, shout out my boy Tori, because my boy Tori really going crazy off that forex shit, dog. Shout out to that boy.
You are 19 years old. Judging by where you come from, not much is expected from you in the way of riches. You could be from Umlazi, from Soweto, from Soshanguve. It could be any one of 100 places in the country where making it means something different than it does to people living in high-end communities. You are smart. You've always been smart. You got into university, probably the first in your family. One night you are sitting in your room at your student residence, scrolling on your phone, because that's what people do when life feels so far away, right? And then you see him. He's not much older than you, maybe 5 years. He looks like you, he talks like you, but he's standing in front of a car worth more than R1 million. He stays in what looks like a fancy gated community. He posts every single day. His feed is filled with fancy cars, stacks of cash, those Instagram baddies that drive you crazy, designer clothes, and always a screenshot of his trading account showing those shiny blue numbers. He has got you. Because right after those numbers have your attention, you then subconsciously zone into the caption, then it hits you, the motivational dopamine effect you so badly needed. So you start watching more, his stories, his highlight reels, his motivational videos where he talks about how he was once broke just like you.
The only way to get better, to get to your best, is to work on yourself.
How his family never believed in him just like you. But he has created some magical or mystical solution for you.
Crazy.
Forex trading. To be specific,
bro,
he's forex trading.
It's crazy that these people, they all use like the same talking points. You gotta work on yourself. You gotta better yourself. Like they always use the same talking points, boy. Like they always use the same talking points. This is why it's important to get the information before anything else. But in my opinion, you're gonna have to meet these people, and some of them gonna have to scam you some of your money so you understand what's actually happening. In my opinion.
Of course. He charges 5,000 rand.
In my humble
It sounds
opinion.
like a lot, right? But the screenshots he posts show you 800,000 rands in profit in a single day. So you think to yourself, what is 5,000 rands compared to 6-figure profit? So you are convinced, but there is a slight dilemma. In order to get started, you need money. 5,000 rand is a lot of money for a lot of youth in our country. So
That is a
clearly you
lot.
don't have that money. So
It
you
is a
call
lot.
your mother. You tell her you have found something. You tell her you have been doing some research. A man who teaches this thing called Forex made his first million rands by the age of 23. You tell her that you need 5,000 rand to get started so that you'll pay her back with interest. So she sends it to you. You enroll. You get the course material. You get a certificate with your name on it. Filled with excitement, you open a trading account. You deposit 2,000 rand into the trading account, and for weeks, this actually now feels real. The anticipation overwhelms you. But you see, my friend, the foreign exchange market is not Instagram. The market doesn't care about your certificate. The market doesn't care whether you watch 24 hours of live webinars. So the market takes your 2,000 rand in a few trading sessions, almost naturally. The same way it takes almost all other people's money. You go back to your course instructor. He tells you that you need more capital. You need to study more. He tells you the problem is your mindset. He then goes on to post another screenshot that same week. This time, he shows 1.2 million rands in profit. As you watch this post get thousands of likes, something starts to shift deep inside you, because you, my friend, you are not stupid. So you start asking questions. You start Googling, and so you find something, a pattern, the same type of cars in different people's posts, the same habits, the same 5-figure to 6-figure profit screenshots. When you look very carefully, some of the details don't quite line up the way real sustainable trading looks like. You find a comment from someone who did exactly what you actually did and lost their money. They asked questions but got blocked. You find another, and another,
Ask
and another,
questions that got
and
blocked.
another, and it goes on and on and on. You realize something. The dream is real, but the person who was selling it to you probably wasn't.
Bro, that must be tough.
Imagine being able to build anything
That must be
just
tough.
by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
To understand how foreign exchange trading became the preferred vehicle for a generation of alleged South African fraudsters, you first need to understand what Forex actually is. And here's the thing, the foreign exchange market is real. Forex trading is real, legitimate, and a massive market. It
Yes,
is
it
actually
is.
the largest financial market in the world. Every single day, the global Forex market...
There's no such thing as there is no money in Forex. Same way as someone saying there's no money in music. There's money in these fields, dog. Like, there's a lot of money. But you need to first reach a certain level of not even fame, because here it's different, you know what I'm saying? It's actual markets. You can make some good money, dog, even if you're not famous, dog, on Forex. You know what I'm saying? I'm
market
just not into
processes over
Forex.
$9 trillion in
Plus, it
transactions.
takes years to actually reach the
Banks,
goals you wanna
governments,
reach. Same
multinational
thing as
corporations,
music, so.
they all use it.
Well, the export of coffee from Brazil to the U.S., dollars to a U.S. bank, letter of credit to Brazil, which is turned into cruzeiros to pay for the coffee. This is an example of bilateral trade.
When a South African mining company gets paid in US dollars and needs to convert that to rands, that's a Forex transaction. This market is the center of the global economy.
Foreign trade is the key to prosperity. High tariff policy will lead to war.
But Forex trading, the kind that is actually sold to us ordinary people with applications and leverage and the promise of making money from your phone, now that's a different creature.
Hey man, you withdraw how much today? 10,000, eh?
To understand how it was actually born, you need to go back to 1971. President Richard Nixon goes on live television and...
Aye, bruh. I'm not going. Aye. Shout out, chat. can't forever own nothing. There is a big push for everyone to just rent everything and not actually own. I don't know why they have that mindset though. It's okay to
Most people watching this video.
It's okay to lease a few things, but don't make that like, you know, your mindset towards everything, dog. You need to own certain things, dog, to be able to run your business. Like I need to own certain things like mic, cell phones, you know, like those type of things. I need to own those things. I can't lease those things unless like I have like a huge company. But even if I have a huge company, I would buy them instead of leasing them.
Video don't own a home, or you definitely know someone who's given up on ever buying one. Not owning a home has become the new normal. 1 in 3 Americans is renting right now, and if you were lucky enough to be born a Zoomer or a millennial, your chances of owning a home are about 1 in 7, and those chances keep getting worse every day. Rent eats half of your paycheck, the average house costs almost $500,000, and buying a home has turned into a financial quest. But just 40 years ago, almost everyone owned a house, and had no problem buying another one. In a single generation, the American dream turned into a lifetime of rent. In this video, I'll break down why Gen Z and millennials hand over half their income in rent, whether buying a home is still realistic, and what actually happened to the American dream. You're watching Hawk Live Economics.
Me, I want my own home, bro. Like, not having a home, bro, that's very dangerous, dog. Like, not having a home to come back to. God damn, bro. Like, even with me right now, dog, I have a home to come back to, which I am grateful for, dog. So I would also want my kids to have a home whereby they can come back to. No matter what happens in life, they always know that I have a place called home. I can always book. This is the reason why I talk, like, you don't see me tripping over too many things, because no matter what happens, I have a home to come back to. That's for real.
Where complex things get explained in plain language. The average price of a home in the US in 2025 is around $420,000, while the average household income is $82,000 a year. If you really tighten your belt and put away 30% of every paycheck, you probably can buy a home in 20 years. Throw in rising real estate prices, student loans, and inflation eating away at everything, and you're looking at closer to 30 years. And yeah, around 4.7 million primary residences were bought in the US last year. 17% of those homes went to people under 35. In the 80s, that number was 57%. Back then, every second young family could afford a home of their own. Today, renting has become the new normal for 5 out of 6 young families, because saving up for a home has become almost impossible. But some people still pull it off. 800,000 young buyers under 35 managed to afford a home this year, even at today's prices. And I know exactly what you're thinking right now. Where did these people get that kind of money? Based on surveys from the National Association of Realtors, I put together this chart for you. It shows who bought a home and where they get money from. 40% of them honestly saved it up from their paycheck. 25% got it as an inheritance or help from their parents. Another 15% came from investments, stocks, and crypto. 10% lived with family until they were almost 30 and saved up. The rest either got grants from the government or pulled money out of their retirement accounts early. So in the end, out of those 800,000 homes bought by young Americans, only about 420,000 were actually paid for with their own money. And if you're a first-time buyer, that number drops all the way down to 285,000. There are about 80 million people in the US between the ages of 18 and 35. According to census data, around 15 million of them want to buy a home right now. That puts the scale into perspective. Out of an enormous age group, only a tiny fraction actually enters the first-time buyer market with their own money. The 420,000 young first-time buyers we just looked at represent about 2.8% of the 18 to 35 age group in a single year. And the 230 to 250,000 who are largely doing it on their own, that's just 1.3%. That's why buying a home before 30 has gone from a normal life milestone to an exception. And you can see it in the numbers. In 1981, the median first-time buyer was around 29 years old. Today, that number is 40. In just 50 years, the first home purchase has shifted by nearly a decade. So when someone buys a house at 23 or 24, it usually doesn't mean they earned and saved their way there. More often, it means a mortgage, plus family help, plus selling assets, and so on. And if you don't have wealthy parents, no inheritance, no stocks, no crypto, no old money, and no option to live rent-free with family, you're playing this game on the hardest difficulty setting. And if you can't buy a house, you're left renting one. As of 2025, the number of renter-occupied units broke past the 46.4 million mark. Rent has gone up too. In the 80s, it averaged $250 a month against an average salary of $1,050. So Americans were giving up around 23% of their monthly income. Today, rent is $1,910, and the average salary is around $4,700. That means rent alone takes 41% of a monthly paycheck. Add utilities, fees, and renter's insurance, and you're at half. The census says that in 2023, more than 21 million renter households spent over 30% of their income on housing. That's almost 49.7% of all renters for whom rent burden was calculated. The median renter household gave up 31% of income on housing costs. By HUD's rules, if you spend more than 30% of your income on housing, you're cost burdened. More than 50% severely cost burdened. And that's not all. The modern person has more demands and more spending categories. Subscriptions, for example. Netflix, Apple Music, YouTube Premium, PlayStation Plus, cloud storage, and other recurring payments. According to C+R research, the average American spends about $219 a month on subscriptions, even though they think they spend only $86. That's roughly 5% of an average $4,700 paycheck. Add food delivery. Per BLS, people aged 25 to 34 in 2024 spent about $3,918 a year on food away from home, or roughly $326 a month. Combined with subscriptions, that's around $450 to $550, or 10 to 12% of a monthly paycheck. Add rent, and we're already at 55% of income. Add insurance, transportation, food, and utilities, and you get 20 million young Americans living paycheck to paycheck. But how did rent even get this expensive? First reason, housing shortage. Realtor.com estimates the housing supply gap at 4.03 million homes in 2025. It separately notes that roughly 1.8 million potential Gen Z and millennial households are missing. They could have formed independent households but didn't, due to affordability constraints and structural barriers. Second, urbanization and the concentration of work. People don't just need a house somewhere. They need a house near work, schools, hospitals, transit, and decent infrastructure. And those are exactly the places where construction is hardest and most expensive. Third, zoning, permits, and regulation. Realtor.com directly points out that zoning restrictions, permitting hurdles.
Damn, boy. So much money, dog. We don't even spend on the shit we want to spend it on. Then I made like 200 a week. Must be 250 at least. For real. Yeah. Nah, Drake is him, y'all. If I'm lying, I'm flying economy, nigga. Just hand me the seat. Hey, Drake is also a heavy gambler, vele. Yakembula le ntwana. Mina ngazwa le ntwana ikembula kangaka le ntwana ngazwa ikembula kangaka. Kodwa ikembula yona le ntwana.
Rap's gambling problem is getting a lot worse. Whether it's the dark cloud that follows the Migos due to dice games and other gambling endeavors, Drake's stake deal, or even preteen dice rollers, I think it's safe to say that the dark side of gambling in rap is way worse than we thought. And although it feels like things are getting bad now,
man, don't gamble and don't teach the kids to gamble, bro. Me, bro, I'm so against gambling, bro. Like, I am so against gambling. Epic Soulful. I am so against gambling, bro. Like, don't gamble, boy.
the truth is that gambling has always been a part of rap, and some of the legends of the game still find themselves tied up in different gambling drama. Take Nelly, for instance, who can often be seen at the casinos seemingly having fun. In this video here, you could see Nelly actually winning over $80,000 at the casino.
82,000 on him.
And while he won in this clip, it's not always rainbows and sunshine for Nelly, because this next clip shows an argument between Nelly and a casino dealer that happened in 2020. In the video, you can hear Nelly call out the dealer after losing, saying that the dealer doesn't even know how to play the game that he's dealing.
Cause I said you don't know how to play, and you said, yo, get under my so I'm wrong? I didn't hear any of that. I'm telling you what he said. Right, I expect you to be on that side. I expect you to be on that side. Yeah, but I don't want to play anymore. I'm done. I expect you to be on that side. I expect you to be on that side. I don't want to be to the table with you.
Now this is actually pretty common in gambling, when things aren't going your way and you get pretty frustrated. But truthfully, the dealer probably knew what they were doing, and Nelly was just getting a bit frustrated. A couple years after this incident, Nelly was actually arrested at a casino. And this was while he was trying to collect his earnings from a trip at the Hollywood Casino Hotel in Maryland Heights, Missouri. A state trooper that was assigned to the casino told Nelly that a warranted search was required after a player wins a certain amount of money at the casino. And when they did a background check on Nelly, it showed that he had a 2018 warrant, which was for operating a vehicle without insurance. Nelly was then searched and arrested when officers found 4 ecstasy pills on him. Luckily for Nelly, the casino paid him his earnings and the lawyer proved that there was no law warranting a search. So all of the charges were dropped as a result of what Nelly's lawyer called an overzealous cop. When speaking on the casino incident, Nelly's wife Ashanti actually said that there's been times when he called her and told her that he was down over $250,000 to the casino.
He'll send me a video. Damn, I'm down 250,000. What? I'm about to come downstairs. I need to take you away from the table.
Which that alone shows you how bad Nelly's gambling habit really is.
Bro,
in comparison to the next story in this video, Nelly's gambling habits have left him pretty much unscathed. And
how are you doing? How are you feeling? How are you feeling? As I was saying, bro, like nobody who's gambling has that gambling thing under control. Like no one has it under control. Nobody has that shit under control. Shout out Zoe.
In my opinion, that's because he mainly gambles at the casino, instead of on the streets playing these dice games like some other rappers do. And in my opinion, dice games might genuinely be the most dangerous game in rap history, because unlike the casinos, these games usually happen in uncontrolled environments, surrounded by large amounts of cash, drugs, pride, ego, and on top of all of that, street politics. And 1/3 of what's probably the greatest rap group of all time, the Migos, was actually killed.
This guy speaks so fucking slow though. Like why is he talking at this pace? Mixtape.
Let Amplify take you where ordinary doesn't.
Wallpaper. The wallpaper of the PC.
Jacob.
What, the wallpaper of the PC or what? The wallpaper.
Immune 400 Plus, a gold
I got,
standard
like,
of photo protection. Reverse 10 years of aging in 1 year.
And yeah, so
here we go again with Mixtape. This game, man, I swear, every single time I find something new about it, it's against my will. Now we have people running defense, and the developers exposing their so-called indie game as being nothing at all like an indie game. So Mixtape has music in it, obviously. It's 28 songs, all licensed, and a lot of people will try to gaslight you into thinking, no, this is totally normal for an indie game to have. Is that right? Well, okay, look at this from GoNintendo.com. Mixtape song licenses were paid in perpetuity, so don't expect licensing issues used to lead to a delisting. Also, nice username for your editor there, Raw Meat Cowboy. What is going on? Anyways, that headline is kind of ridiculous for a lot of reasons. As Go Nintendo says here, it's very normal for many games out there to lose their licenses to their musical tracks over time because licenses expire or what have you. However, for Mixtape, the totally indie game, please trust us, guys, this is a non-issue, which is, getting backlash because it's kind of the anti-everything indie, honestly. The creative director of Mixtape spoke to Kotaku in an interview, which, as seen here, confirms that all the licenses for the songs in Mixtape have been paid in perpetuity. So that should make the game immune to takedowns, and the same goes for the song. So in other words, as long as you have a platform that Mixtape was released on, you should be able to purchase it for years, if not decades after launch. That is insane to admit, because this cements that there is no way that this game is an indie game at all. Let me tell you how crazy this is to admit, alright? Licensing...
What's the problem with this game actually? Because I've seen a lot of complaints, but I understand him in a king. It is in fact not an indie nor a game. Mixtape isn't a game. It's a super expensive art commission at best. Then Kampashi loves this game. Who couldn't get past the Cuphead tutorial. Taking a piece has more gameplay than Mixtape. The Eat the Rich crew rushing to defend their favorite billionaire. So this shit is not even a game. But why are people complaining about it? I don't get it. Why are people complaining about it? Boring. Put something better. Something like what? What's the better thing I can put? What should I put? What should I put? What should I put? Oh, this is the first time somebody's actually dissing my wallpaper. I mean, like, superstar. When I look at the phone, I see a superstar. What should I put in the wallpaper? What should I put? Man, stop dating. What else is here, bro? I really don't want to go to TikTok. I don't want to lie. And I also don't want to play no games myself. Let's get them subs up. I also don't intend on playing any games. Ah, superstar. Superstar. Y'all see the boy. Ay, ay, oh, ay, ay. Oh, shit. The guy whose beat they stole. Let me see what is here. Streamer loses his wife in under 90 days. Let's see what's happening here.
Complete creative freedom. Welcome to Affinity.
Let's cheap baby, yaga yaga. She call me party starter. Gen Z president, Yastra.
What's poppin', y'all? It finally happened. That man Larry Wheel's wife left him.
Yeah, it's a wife.
Why ain't she here?
What's up?
Why'd you bring her?
We separated.
You just gonna tell him that on camera?
It's the truth.
No wonder we pressed. You wanna call her, fix it?
You gonna tell you shit on camera? No wonder you're fucking depressed.
Coffee fix. You trying
Can
to
we
fuck my
fix
wife?
this?
I'm good, man.
First, no, I'm not trying to see.
Shout out Pew
No.
Pew.
What happened?
What's poppin'?
I mean,
Pew
can we?
Pew?
I mean, do you?
You good?
I mean, just saying.
Let's get them subs up to the channel if y'all new.
Did you let the streaming come
What's
between
good,
us?
Pew Pew?
What's that?
She gave up the. You must have been a real asshole for her to give up the G-Wagon.
I mean, we're separated, but I'm still gonna have to take care of her.
Oh.
So I'll get her something nice. I'll make sure she's good.
Now, why don't you go fix that?
What's that?
Why don't you go fix it?
Imagine taking care of a woman who's no longer with you anymore. Oh my God, me gotta cry. Me guys, I'd cry. I'd cry, guys. I mean, I'm not much of a man who cries, but in this scenario, I'd cry, boy. I have to take care of somebody who's not mine. Yo, separated. Lapu, you guys don't even have any kids. Like, well, what the fuck do I need to take care of her for?
Beyond repair.
No, it's not. Go right. It's nothing's beyond repair. You just gotta want to fix it. You just gotta go fix it. Is it worth fixing, or are you cool being you?
It's beyond repair, man. Beyond repair.
You still want it?
All right, man. We ain't gonna talk about that.
Does it still want it?
So Larry Wheels was a legend in this whole like fitness sphere. This guy was just known for being a freak when it came to strength. Ironically enough, you'll also become known as a super freak in some other activities. But he was going viral towards the end of last year and beginning of this year because of the relationship with his wife when he started live streaming. And this infamous clip of why he chose not to get a prenup.
There's one clip that's been going viral, making its rounds everywhere, that said I'm an absolute fool for not signing a prenup. So that's the one that people don't like to hear.
So what you got to say about that?
I said it already. I trust you.
Yeah.
And it's simple as that.
And this is
why would I make you sign a prenup? That would just show that I don't trust you. To begin with, I'm not going to marry somebody I don't trust.
Like planning on we're already gonna separate one time, so.
Save the Day asked a great question. You should give a segment on giving women advice on how to get a husband and keep one. I was advising her she should write a book because this is a model wife right here.
Not a very good model wife.
No complaints.
Now this is a crazy quote because this wasn't even towards the end of last year. This was on February.
So what would you want me to
February 5th, 2025. That's what, 3 months ago? Maybe 4 months if you want to stretch it, but about 3.5 months ago, he was saying that she should write a book on how to keep a man when that's not the case anymore. And he said it's beyond repair. So it doesn't seem like he did anything, or it doesn't seem like he left her. It sounds like she left him. Mm-hmm. And he would be a little bit more, I guess, frustrated or angry about the situation and the way that he handled it when he was talking to the other guy if she had done something to betray him, like cheating or whatever the case may be. Yeah. Keep in mind also, when these two got married, he is several years younger than her. I believe she's 34 or something like that. And now Larry Wheels is, getting back into his kid bag with, the kid spirit. I don't mean that derogatorily, because he wants to start off a new arc. And
the new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
Why would you marry an older woman, bro?
The Amazon Big Smile Sale is back, bursting with deals to give your office an instant promotion. From appliances to
the only guys who I know who marry older women are guys who are broke. Like men without any money would do amazing things. Sometimes not even that a man has no money. It's the fact that he has no plans of getting to the money in any way. Like that's very problematic, because then he ends up just marrying like any type of woman. But this guy is paid, so why is he doing this? I don't know.
Go and train MMA.
I am contemplating moving to Vegas, collaborating with UFC fighters, and starting an MMA arc. I am this close to making it happen. This close. White Rabbit is considering getting a warehouse space for content in either LA or Vegas, and I'm pushing them to have one in Vegas. I do have a gym here after all, however, my presence is certainly not needed, aside from the occasional event we have, like an anniversary party or maybe collaborations with local businesses, which are seldom. My presence isn't needed at one gen, so I believe I can easily balance living in Vegas and visiting LA part-time and doing key collaborations with other people here in LA.
So here he's saying, because he lives in LA right now, he's got business in LA, all the influencers are in LA, but he wants to potentially go to Vegas and chase something new. And I think this is quite a positive thing. A lot of people were making fun of him because he was getting ragdolled by like a 130-pound guy when he went to like do some MMA stuff, which it makes sense. I mean, of course he's going to be cocky. This guy weighs 270 pounds. So when he hears somebody that's half his weight, that probably weighs less than his wife, that's going to like tear him apart, he's like, I don't think that's going to happen. But that is exactly what happened. So I think he's motivated. And he also spoke about how there was no point in him continuously trying to chase marginal strength goals when he's achieved so much in that field and just subject himself to a potential injury, again, ruin his quality of life, and he can start off fresh and get big gains in regards to how his skill level will improve and the satisfaction that comes with that. Now, of course, everyone and their mother is saying something about the wife. Oh, we told you, you should have got a prenup. And he said here that he would still be taking care of her. Now, he's driven both the Bentley and the G-Wagon instead of her. And I'm here to say that I think people got to cut her some slack. Because first, I'm going to play you guys this clip from The Rock.
Would you be open to adopting something?
I mean, we have other options. So probably I wouldn't want to adopt. I don't know. I don't want to adopt. I want, no.
Yes, the wife is Serbian. I'll donate a sample.
It has to be somebody who looks like you, so maybe we get sperm from The Rock.
Oh, I finally said it right.
I'm a fan of The Rock, but no.
Well, what's wrong? Like, if you're infertile, he just can be a donor, not actually doing anything. He can be a donor, so we have somebody that resembles you.
I'd have a hard time raising someone else's kid. I don't care who it is, even in The Rock. I don't care who it is.
I don't know about that. Would you say really no?
So in this clip, she was joking around. People felt like she was humiliating. Yeah, I do think this was a humiliating clip. You've got to see how this comes out. Like, come on, dog. Talking about sperm donor. So maybe she wanted to have kids. That's a potential situation. And he didn't want kids right now because I don't believe she has any children. No, she doesn't have any children. She's 34? She's probably like, I really want to have, like, let's just look at a Valkyrie, for instance, a very popular streamer that's 34. I think she's 34 now, 35 at the highest. And in her mind, she said, like I froze my eggs and I think I might just not have kids at all. I don't really know. So that's somebody that has a ton of money and wasn't really thinking about it, like followed her own career path, versus this woman that's married to this guy and she's talking about this. So that's something that could be beyond repair, which is she wants kids. He cannot have kids. I don't know if he wants to get off of the substances and then see what would work out, but maybe he just doesn't want to have kids right now. And he told her, like, listen, I can't have kids right now. I got to focus on my streaming career. I've got new motion here. I'm enjoying this a lot. That's going to derail me. And maybe that's possibly why. And that's also possibly why he's still taking care of her. Now, granted, she's going to get her bag off of this, but I am willing to say that she deserves a bit of a bag. Because, number one, she was chasing a bag, because when she was asked whether she would love him with or without money.
Would you still love me if I had no money and status?
Yes, I would love you. But if somebody asked me, would I start a relationship with you from the beginning if you had no money? The answer is no, I would not date somebody without money. But if it happened for him to lose money now, I would be 100% there and support him and help him out to get that bread.
She doesn't really fuck with you like that, my G. She doesn't really fuck with you like that.
Good looks again, you're that guy. So what you're saying, if I didn't have money and status and I approached you, I would have gotten left on scene.
Yes.
Or maybe an unopened message in your DM.
Yes. I dated once a brokey, lost 4 years in my relationship of my life on a brokey and never again.
So this clip was doing the rounds. People weren't too happy about it. But you guys got to keep in mind, these two met in Dubai. Dubai is like Miami. It's the money city. That's all these people care about. Everyone that's there, guys and girls. I'm not talking about the Miami natives, okay? That's different. I'm not talking about the Haitians. I'm not talking about the Latinos, the people that have been there for a long time. We're talking about people that move there. It's just money. So yeah, of course they're going to go after money. Versus LA. LA is a cloud city. LA is very much so a cloud city. Las Vegas is, I would say, it is a money city, but it's more a flash city. Like if you're flashy, not necessarily just money, like just all around. And New York City is kind of like a who you know city, especially with, it's such an older city.
Like who do you know? Shout out check. Who do you know?
So there's, people have connections over generations. So with her, like, not looking to him if he didn't have money, it kind of makes sense, right? You can let it go a little bit, right? But this is where I say we really gotta cut her some slack, is with the whole addiction.
How I found a way to blow all my money on addiction.
Freaky ass nigga. Hey, 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 run for your lives. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, drop the visual for butterflies. Oh, that's sweet. And they made like 200 a week. Must be 250 at least. Yamcha is not the most useless. Who then? Yamcha is pretty much up the list, though. Like, Yamcha is useless.
When you think of useless characters in Dragon Ball, I'm sure many come to mind. But who's actually the most useless, prominent character in the entire series? And are they even actually useless? Well, let's start with one that people are wrong about. Yamcha. It might seem easy to call Yamcha useless, but has he actually done nothing in the series? While he's always had comedic elements tied to his character, if we go back far enough, we could see how he was better utilized in the original manga, despite basically never being an important character overall. I'd personally say that Yamcha stepping in for Krillin against the Cybermen, because Krillin was already killed once, is tremendously important. Obviously, Krillin couldn't be revived by Earth's Dragon Balls, while Yamcha still could, so it was a sensible decision, but it has a far bigger impact than that. Krillin plays a crucial role later in Vegeta's defeat, but it can be argued Yamcha could fill that role as well. The battles on Namek, though, are where Krillin might be more required, since he might just have more potential than Yamcha, and he even starts at a higher power level immediately. But that's assuming they even go to Namek at all, or in time. Remember, this idea of going to planet Namek for the Namekian Dragon Balls was Krillin's idea in the first place, which I think a lot of people forget. So if Krillin dies instead of Yamcha, and they need to wait for him to reach King Kai's planet before he can communicate his idea of going to Namek with everyone, it would probably be too late, since Goku was already on his way to Namek when the dead fighters reach King Kai. Skip to this time.
I want to see who's the most useless fighter.
Timestamp here if you want to avoid it. At the end of the Moreau arc, Meris is spared from erasure by the Grand Priest because Supreme Kai begged for it. While this hasn't paid off yet, I've speculated.
Man, all these guys who are not Goku in Dragon Ball Z are freaking useless. Damn.
Civil war. Real Madrid don't do quiet. They never have. But what's happening right now isn't just noise, it's a factional... Real Madrid civil war. Real Madrid don't do quiet. They never have. But what's happening right now isn't just noise, it's a factional split inside one of football's most star-studded squads. Reports from Cope's El Partidazo detail a dressing room divided into two camps. On one side, Vinicius Jr., Federico Valverde, Rodrigo, Brahim Diaz, Endrick, and Ferland Mendy, all reportedly frustrated with Xabi Alonso's management style and tactical decisions. On the other side, Kylian Mbappe, Thibaut Courtois, Arda Güler, Dean Huijsen, and Alvaro Carreras, players who have thrived under Alonso and back his vision. At the center of everything is Vinicius. The Brazilian has completed 90 minutes just 4 times this season. He's been benched repeatedly, and when he was substituted during El Clasico, he reportedly shouted, "I'm leaving this team," as he stormed off without acknowledging his manager. He issued a public apology afterwards. But here's the detail that says everything. He apologized to his teammates. He apologized to the club. He did not mention Alonso. Now comes the leverage. Vinicius has reportedly told President Florentino Perez that he will not sign a new contract while Alonso remains in charge. His current deal pays him around 18 million euros net per year. His camp reportedly wants closer to 30 million plus a renewal fee. The club offered 20. He said no. This is player power meeting coaching authority at one of the only clubs where both carry nuclear weight. Real Madrid's history shows that managers rarely survive when the dressing room fractures. Alonso has lost just 3 of his first 23 games. And yet, the phrase, "lost the dressing room," is already circulating in Spanish media. The deeper problem is this. Real Madrid assembled a squad of superstars, then acted surprised when those superstars wanted different scripts. Vinicius spent years fighting racism, fighting doubters, fighting entire stadiums. Now he's fighting his own touchline. Mbappe was supposed to arrive and unite the project. Instead, he's become just another power block. You can't sell the family club narrative when half the family wants a different father. Liverpool, replacing a religion.
God damn.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning of the internet, there's never been such a
Not a manager. Jurgen Klopp didn't just coach Liverpool, he ran a cult. Gegenpressing is just as much a belief system as it is actual tactics. Anfield on European nights turned into a cathedral. Every fist pump, every touchline sprint, every post-match interview, it all fed something bigger than results. Arne Slot inherited that, and in his first season, he won the Premier League title. He was brilliant, measured, tactical. Everything suggested the transition would be smooth. Then came this season. Liverpool spent over £400 million on a rebuild. Alexander Isak arrived for a British record fee. Florian Wirtz came from Leverkusen for £100 million. Jeremy Frimpong, Hugo Ekitike, Milos Kerkez. This was supposed to be evolution. Instead, it's a collapse developing in real time. Liverpool have lost 9 of their last 12 games in all competitions. They were beaten 4-1 at home by PSV, 3-0 by Nottingham Forest, 3-0 by Manchester City. They've slipped to 12th in the Premier League, their worst run of form in over 70 years. Slot himself admitted he's confused. In a press conference before the PSV match, he acknowledged the results make no sense to him either. That's not a reassuring quote from a manager under pressure. The tactical issues are real. Liverpool's pressing numbers have dropped. Their defensive actions are happening closer to their own goal than at any point under Klopp. The loss of Trent Alexander-Arnold removed their most progressive passer. Andy Robertson's demotion to the bench took their second most progressive passer. The new signings haven't gelled. Isak has struggled to make the ball stick. Wirtz, now injured, hasn't found rhythm. Kerkez has looked overwhelmed. But the deeper issue might be simpler. Under Klopp, Anfield felt like a volcano. Under Slot, it felt like a well-designed office. Now, That office looks like a mess. Klopp leaving meant the fans lost their leader. They also lost their weekly therapy session. Liverpool tried to install a new operating system on hardware built in Klopp's image. Too many new signings at once. The pressing intensity that once felt like a shared heartbeat now feels too mechanical, too forced. There are already calls for Slot to be sacked. Names like Klopp, Zidane and Steven Gerrard are circulating. Whether the club pulls the trigger or not, the damage is done. Liverpool's problem isn't just form, it's soul. Manchester United, the factory that forgot how to build. Manchester United love telling you about their academy. The Busby Babes, the class of '92, Beckham, Giggs, Scholes, Neville. A youth system so legendary it became central to the club's identity. And they'll proudly point to one statistic. Since October 1937, United have included an academy graduate in every single matchday squad. Over 4,300 consecutive games, 88 years without a break. Last month, that streak nearly ended. Kobbie Mainoo dropped out of a squad through injury. The solution? A last-minute call-up for 18-year-old Jack Fletcher. Not to play, not even to warm up, just to sit on the bench and keep the record alive. That's not tradition, that's PR. The numbers tell a different story. In 2020 to 21, United gave over 10,000 minutes to academy graduates, more than any other Premier League club. This season, they rank 15th. Manchester City, their crosstown rivals, now top that table. It gets worse. 7 United Academy graduates are currently playing in the Champions League. Alvaro Carreras, who won the Under-21 Player of the Year award at United, never made a single competitive appearance for the first team. He was sold for around €6 million. A year later, Real Madrid bought him for $50 million. Anthony Elanga was sold for around $15 million to Nottingham Forest. Newcastle flipped him for $55 million. United's academy isn't failing. United are failing their academy. Jim Ratcliffe's recent comments revealed the disconnect from the top. He focused on the lack of high-value sales from the academy, as if the goal was always to sell, not to integrate. That's not the Manchester United philosophy. That's asset management wearing a club badge. New academy director Stephen Torpey insists the club wants genuine contributors, not placeholders. He said, "We don't want it to be a token gesture. We want players who are ready, can make an impact."
Well, that's enough about the soccer drama. I also have this problem of not completing games. Why doesn't he complete games? What's up, chat?
I never 100% games anymore, and in this video, I'll go over the reasons for that. So to start, I'll first drop a little bit of lore for you guys. Before I started with Next Game Up, which is this current channel, I had a completely different channel where I would actually try and get the Platinum Trophy in whatever game I was playing. Now, on that channel, I would go on to upload a grand total of 2 videos. Just 2. And I can tell you which games I went for the Platinum Trophy for, and those 2 being Gotham Knights and Immortals Phoenix Rising. After those 2 games, I was basically burnt out. I couldn't go for Platinum Trophies any longer. Now you might be saying to yourself, those 100% aren't even really that bad, and you're correct. They're really not that bad at all. They're actually relatively simple when you compare it to some of these other games. There were some collectibles and maxing out powers, which took me well beyond the story and more playtime than I expected, but that's pretty much it as far as the chase went. It wasn't too bad.
Bro,
I made those videos and they did decent, but I knew that this was not sustainable for me at all. And looking back at it, the reason I was doing it in the first place was pretty basic. I think the platinum pop is a pretty nice dopamine hit. There's a real satisfaction in seeing a trophy trigger after you've cleaned up every last collectible. And it's a nice finish line to say, okay, I'm completely done with this game. There's nothing left for me to do. So what changed? Well, before I get into that, I first have to address some comments in my backlog videos. A lot of people ask me most commonly, what do I mean when I say that I beat a game that I feature in my backlog video? Does it mean that I 100%ed it? Did I just play through the story? What does it mean? Well, to put it simply, it just means that I beat the story. And truthfully, it doesn't really matter how bad a game is. You can see my backlog videos for yourself and find out that I've played some really bad games. I'll play through the game's story just to experience it from start to finish. I think that's probably the most important thing when it comes to evaluating a game, which is what I kind of do on this channel, just playing through and really...
I also need to play a game. I don't know why I stopped. Oh yeah, my time in sleep, my awake and sleep routine is fucked. That's why I can't. Wait, this video looks interesting. Hip-hop genres, but they get increasingly what?
These niggas must be loco. Up off the Frankfurter. Yo, so fucked up and
this guy's just gonna be playing all these people's different music, bro. Such a drag. What's wrong about streaming now?
I have a little challenge for you right now. I need you to look at this reel and not laugh at all and no facial expressions. If you do it, I'll gift 15 subs, but if not, no subs. Deal?
Okay, deal. Hold on. Let me talk about this. Hold on. I don't even like I don't know why this is still a conversation. I don't know why this is still a conversation, but I seen like the little quote and I was like, hold on.
Shout out you guys, what's popping? It's your boy FIIENT 1496. If you are new to the channel, be sure to subscribe to the channel. We drop content daily and we go live every single day. Well, right now, dog, we're just looking for some video that's actually watchable. How I blew 18 million with my mom. Dumbass. Wait, there was actually like this video I wanted to watch. Mizangani, I blew it. Well, that one's actually mwah. Hey, which channel is this? Let's watch.
Nga 2015 vangisa mamilioni vakukasi avija vatu vada vagwa rengeni ngamoga zana ngamo bijiyo mole mwa JKC yauli ya 6,000 rand ili azwalelwa KC boswe piti bakabali jisto no the 100,000 aichila gara plastic.
Bro, first thing you do when you get him, dog, is tell him to take food. What's 6,000, dog? Are you nuts? This guy's crazy. This guy's gonna make me crash out.
100,000 was snakes. This
guy's gonna make me crash out, bro.
Blew a lot of money this year. I had it all, I lost it all. The house and friends. I have nothing to lose. I blew it. Got nothing to prove. I blew it. I lost it all. Now gotta start from scratch. Here's my story. I blew it.
You blew it, boy. Let's see what's happening here. Tanzania.
Gali bichogere na the most. Batak. Gaye. Gigwagele. Bulege mwe bicharo gili mpopo. sikhosese site zane kama ngwa ke no 38 nna ke nna motho e mo right ka manda ai ke nna motho wa ba too much
a mo tshwara bomnate a nya go buleliwa next wa tla sena a lengso
ga family nna go jigal family ni ngwe lo go no timer ngwe ke no timer lo I'm favor too much e go bulege lo spin wa digolo too much ka mo mzini mo grade go le sale nna monyane too much
utse muthuli zurkin abaye nthongo le ngwa ba sa shudi o ritile lo driver transit le monyane tato wa eno mukuga nza driver go pula le ngola matsatsi ra tsama after school after shapalizwela rafa wa fitla mo ngwara eish ka be le bonje ntato wa ba di tsara le le ga sarat tama ile ya iro re fetola ya ra ke nna ke mo rumile aga shwa ke tomulo
skola ke zene bula ke ngwa ba re ke belu ya khona
where do you get the money, bro?
I'm calling list ga form 2 gile skolo nga spina goloi matchero ba ra ke do pasa jajile mo 9 million skolo kana ba lesa
tama ya feletsa mo nka e tlale yana ka mo gauti
ya ba ka mo ka wa
So they told him he's not going to pass and he dropped out just to prove a point.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Nareto mapasi indo finish everything.
But this is still a skill. Even if you blow it, doesn't mean it's broke.
Le ball just more le governor go reach around come on. Nare kware midrand. Nagina meji ga front seat a taxi. More fast train. Your taxi like I get one on the last lane. Ya baru nyaka okay. I can ugoli goli yedo rigwa slow lane. Why fast. Ya beta taxi then munga left go fair. Ugara di boni nyana few le minutes I fit to go mo gasa dziba ruliye. Naguma gaji gizwa gisbede.
Oh shit.
Bari kuno 2 weeks ge Charlotte Macleck. Uona gezuwa.
Fela ba mbudzika aeroplane. Mungada.
Leke zuwa abikona leselwa abikona lo wa babena gwe. Benze nchapa ipemo ya drain amali because varle mali na weji kamwe. Mo ke robile ba ngo porect. Blasele lo rwa bead na le robile. Bale zenchalo jerengwe jali chibi bali bijarge external fixage. Anage chu sawar na wasin shay. Yangwa geza la pain ngezwa ka pain ngoro ko phela uliwa blege. Agurmo longa bana baro muthu baro wa uganor mulimanji.
Alotuna little pitch wa lese straxate. Ibile ya kana da. Ba tla uripa marago. Ba banya ka pitcha loto la tama nara ga se ke ga lume. Nna le ga se ka la ndripa marago. Ripa marago ga ya ke go shota le namo. Ba re wena ka ro stuta e re se remo marago na ga gore gone o pitcha le khabalo de la dama. Ba tsekia ga arai kaslok kita dan riba marawa ka le fetsa riba marawa ka ai thola dinyo tsa ga ke aga stamp ampalipi.
So she wanted money for her ass, boy.
You too much is better logari you plus minus logari anganore am 2 months.
This means like if there was a guarantee that she was going to get like some form of payment, she would have given you her ass, boy. She would have given you her ass, like for real, dog. She was about to give it up, dog. Like she was about to give it up. Like right there on the scene, Baba. Right there on the scene. That is crazy though.
Urlebuya azama gal crutches awena le chipion.
Baga ko bojore agitagana problem because bele ki change agi say the way ki Babylon go. Extended.
But now you can walk on both 2 legs now.
Process era you got it jilo ma 2 years and 8 months. Sile drive nga 2015 you see wazana message ga 12. Agya ujira to ni ganora ba dala ba ugadela mutu message call back ka 12 and nas call back ba fana ba zuwa food ai irge gugole gande gubona ba to agara bisa fu ne gar gar ya mo ba fana ba ugar de bona ba zin garage understand gar gina go bidam chago mo remo go to 150 ga mo kodo bidam chago la gar no ga ron ka penya na mo gra chene ko chimolan inyaga o reganyana juice lo nonyana do chela da 50 rand ay munarfa Every pulo gwani ya zama ya kona kwatanyana kizana gra change that 5,000. I don't you know. Kwacha. Mungani jia chele jui. Bila kala mula kamu gabona la wala musombo na. Yari posa ora gini cheese. Yana chore munchije 5,000. Balance abu ge 00 changu chukama tano bwana. Na we making money now. 1.4 this year next year. Oh, you never afford that the one. Yo. Tapi tadi nak kau nak nanti cerita show mai. Ya, kau jam sabola gerak yang. Tidak kau cerita full time kamu. Ini jam sabola nak cerita gerak mana? Cerita full time kamu. Kamu sabola cerita. Ai cerita bawa kan. Wah, ya proses. Mtako dai sai vile jiga mkono gar wanauri ya kamanda zora do gobera on kape bwana red phone train gina ga bona bashunya baso ya bomode
Fitas pitara ga kavala ji 10 something
yela gana da ba different colors every day
nilindu na nilimphathe plus detail
age doge takeji ngoge drive wa ben na gi ya breast na ge vega mumra
100,000 was next we feel like that.
Here's my story.
You're gonna blow 100,000 dog in a single day when you ain't never had 100,000, boy. But you're gonna blow it in a single
Here's
day.
my story.
That's insane. But like here's the thing, right? None of us actually know how we're gonna act or behave once we actually get the money we want. It's easy to say something like it's easy to say something like, yeah, if me not being paid to the Mali, then I would have not like, but that's the thing, you don't have it, dog. Once you have it, dog, that changes everything. Kaso swiftly, dog. So it's not about like if you had the money. No, you don't have the money, you don't have that experience. So you can't speak about something like that, bro.
Euro magala mchagora go na luguliana go ya buji sai wa gero go ya brinyana skipa jamani chakaletana jamarate ya bujara how much biska ara are you crazy antina bazebora bakwera boss ugo no legore mu ya BM ya 335 arganya ga golele babona gargara lo wana bana bari ngagara be babiri ili sutu jar kadga ya ga gwan bajiga jiga ba mu babiri sutu jar brand mtagole ule ran tu sara unyaga gule na gar arwin show gar cash not installment bara ga 280,000 gar ifigere ga cash ana rena uru do gar ga tsanya na mtagole ara go foka tu sibisuwe gar ga naga no wide gar ga swipe bara ayo ga dual wana gratis wa to transfer bank account ngaba transfer la yo But drink one cherry glass, one cherry and lemons, and you drink the cold for water. Not drink stuff. Makuagamo, Galaban, Nabarba, Sucher Cat Gagara brain root when she Tomaka so available. Natural Ramagavino, till I barely creating Mugam Gavolino. The pen power of Golotari show, Polycolotari Gratch, in Pirugo get a mine.
As Wagala Kulincha, BMW Lincha. Then officially a communal temalaga v actually temalaga nam fit to I yellow ho like the whole street to kilega no demon utli
urgiziwe urukumani chelet ya utoman na transaction ko to bar mushi bar wilega bi me moito na blind
ege pulwa gurege pulwa ka sunroof ege na mera ga sunroof na direct sabu lugwamo ajabu ya too much bara
urega uktsena shukuni arega woroto atsulla woroto aitsulla woroto angenyo ga too much la the 100,000 aitsulla gara plastic gara na spatch arga spatch azama ai skolu ni azama pakala bana ba skolu dichelete
ege dogar gbori le gnu skolu bifte ge ni sele go mo nan gere bana ba skolu ba ko kam di ba pakele do ma phone is off the pakele skolu se da kam ga gerna sale ri jawre just skolu gakita bulege mubarge wholesale mula una le batho ba rekisa mo se distradini le khuli acha geragare stogo jile kam ga jon ga bujore uthoma na se bulena na sele ya chaisa le doshima ga busi geragare lo jabul na gamuga kareka kam kanya ga guloi le trailer ara sikarwa la lo jela ga drag pa relative vele va peta 3 days va sa shume batho ga stradini nge va pile off ya 3 days ga ya gwa road port no plug on var KFC gwa road port va bona ga ga lo ga ta fly pa mu ipan batho na magamo ngamo abija batho ba ba gwa rengeni ngamo rizanga ngamo bijiyo mo mo KFC ya uli ya 6000 rand ba ba ga speaker KFC ba batho dani Monore the KFC ya street wise to Saudi 6,000 rand. Ile azalelwa KFC boso ipipi. Ngiruji mo lana genwa I stop pesa kuthomela na jaji lila. Ngiruji mo adufu mo la garbe. Ba bile jaji ga mo kana ma KFC ba lo ba la ba lo ri stu. Bele bele ba lo da ba tsu segaro na gi wabiwa na ma be jaji le. Ba ba tsu ba. Avega boso ipipi le.
Life is nice.
Agora bora vai fita spitza raga kavela di 10 some 10
izeni ka kuwani gerega na baba
nami ngithengela nje ikhavela ngithengela ibhuruku neshirt
ngokusawula ka lethaku gilopita kuwani kenyanga ureka stagu session bele ka bona batho ba re ba izeni ka kuwani ba bongwe ba gliya le slay queen agere uthuno le slay queen na bele vamwe va gliya na ku chess boy bro va ndwela kana vanzi vya vuzi itile ku counter na gadya counter kana pop counter ka muga batho ba chova la trovela go bela 8 pair kavel different colors go bela speed point mo ge mo ai karpa na wele na regular gere lo differ go no chauri ya 1.5 wa ba ja 2000 rand le mse le yo le mo dia tsilu ana ba bela nyana size ya ege gwa mola le batho sorry abuti kubela pite mono le je slibisa umoe gera slibis twara rai edamo no una mchongwari yanga urere remole ka wena ke pite wena ra kubela namba phone yao
stupid number
na ba kwa tsama leo chabo bonegezena lona kapita ka kinyanga 9 pair yari la costa different colors le 5 pair yamar kweli katkaiga 5 pair yari skipa yari katkaiga lirbiyo bari tusa customer ngwa gerra garizwalela bishopeleka mo it just talk out go kwasindi yese ngwa kitchen Monday to Sunday 1 to 31 every day
bambisa mamilion bat ko kasi ke mo so mi appromin tsagare le majita go kasi ai o tlola khavela ya piring o la tela da wa troba engwe gape like a new khavela wa ya para geno
ya gazama gazanene bakhumana maburu mo le ba ba lebele jukole engwe ya double cap engwe off road kazena kapitaka kutsare kinyaka gole no cash wala basabori kabanga gara ga byandra khona batla byane gara nagere ga cash bayirega girigile ga 240 na boss
nice go fela elindula lemphathe plus de 10
age to ke package ngo ke drive wa na gi breast ne ke vega mumra gi na le mo iri drive sana ma gi ji na ya drive sana ma kamera ga breast ne le nya one way wa blege ya yere zama mastra de zama shlu wa badeli wa ba garga drive le wa sana gi drive forward bro ga ya kumar ko kutsei kumar le jam kwan Ogo pilu ga mkwano no le too much every day we ga promise ros ga pisa mo gina go va musumo wa pele yo kwa mapepa u da je resign wa pisa ga ro ga sve chef no kona ore maybe every day
some people are living their best lives, gang. Like some people are legit living their best lives, bro.
This guy ili puluni yo kona ncha Jega, 4, really tricks. Very nice, very sound. Yeah, good but really like a fair. When you go back to serious, you watch what was mama. Look at a girl when I go away, when I slay queen is another moment. When I qualify, when
I do this, dog.
Resident. When I said, I pay a winner of my fire, I get service. I was go around next time.
We do this shit, we know,
I got service, you know, Sarah was something else. I'm gonna run and I bless how it takes. You want to feeling
y'all just have to deal with it. But be sure y'all subscribe, gang, and all that shit. Be sure y'all sub up, man. Be sure y'all sub up.
100,000 of snakes. We feel like that.
And I wanted to upload this other video.
Man, how we talk off feel as again. Hey, when we go there, when I got one hour, Grace and I come pass a go to go. Because then, go Zama. What do one of my Zen and go Tagana more central to medicine, a girl Tagana more central to medicine, but eh, Rio double around. But young Morin, I tell it that the Dolova, Babu, drop. May we let any anymore. The good Moki, you know, now get your outdoor on my road. And do not feel like a bony or why. Ah, you can come going on more to be the crate, more when I could do came share more with the crate. But no, small bold. No, would you know the better?
How it felt like going broke, dog. I wonder how it felt like.
Why?
You can't
When I know, like, when I know, can I move having it's actually about Halunal next. Galacala would like off a little having a quality. Your drug stripe, Pariamarulan and Jevon was already one up. Whether I got a box, Ugargan travel. What feel like that you are Gogra chain. Gurunga gave us talk about the bottle store. Or go on a children on Mada. Guru, get your workman man, and look to the bassery. What is it? Look who see when charm. Who see black money or black in. Woe rule an inch out. Negi feet a grass, one Gumugatina, Gamumra.
This guy was even spanking the chief, gang. I'm sure the chief don't fuck with you right
now. Get a telepass and I'm begging Zaman. A loba about projects, a Kusugura, Gurbancha. Eh, what wagon? Yeah, then I got to swag from Mori and Mulana. You got be a little engine, Ubalo looks a beer. I got Darabe, got food, got a mall of the north. I got crazy like crossfire when I get into the job, like a Lamborghini. Body R8, and I get one in a crossfire.
Couple of them Chagomo.
He was on a mission to
Arawafu. The law bias. Udoro Chila Catching Wada Sumutron, a CGT, Massimat, Spitzer. I will outdog them on Waralok.
After my 3 weeks, Yabu, we then go over Zama siege. You're right. You and I believe because engineer, you know, go there on night from Mount Dori. I will get you, Kagadan. Bogoman night from Mojo, Cavelos were in mail. You and Cavatillo because the vice Jibuli Lang Sabujisan. Invoice Weber Vanaga 89. Thousand Governor Rabanga Segulu Union Kuin Children Duraso. Will some give lose still the rail. Agajiagan and Gijaga Bill Galor. One give on a Marau Buani. Ubagiva give a deal on Mawaza. Babamachi. You're a river into Ganaman.
I faded 2 years.
Like such a kid, balance what. I believe a lot of balance can cover 2 years wrong. I got some Maganava. Ooh, Gain.
And now it's full out.
Here's my story.
Like by that time you reach like that certain level of it's more than just you spending money. Now it's a lifestyle. So for you to start have to selling shit, like your mindset is still on the same lifestyle that you were living. Bro, like this is the last time bro had sipped whiskey, bro. He ain't sipping whiskey again. I don't know. Fuck. Oh man, not blow my
Here's my story.
Man, not blow my whole entire wealth, gang. Fuck that.
Bazamilon advice agama. Vya nangu gina wasa disease gida show wana le ana vya ubile vya. Bako be dwaga na gere vya guru ngwe ginya gora dwaga na bancha mar bar ba kona mutuli ya rongore zama mulancha ze. Karno. Agushu me kam kon. Yeah. Gara gubere gilo jampo. Ngwe sache kilo jara balance watu watu. Utumilo wana ga yona bi mila. Na gwe dia chachele river tsunjor go battle so. Yang first teller gam kuini. Bambo John Children again chess sometime gam queen and got to level balance. I get a level balance can cover 2 years wrong. I got to go say you ma 2 something.
In 189
you'll go on the business and a children. I'll say now the home call, because you 2 something about 1995. I was in a challenge because we are going to call I feel like a plan going to you and I pay 2 days. Go to the Longo and Gastaka, Gadra Brig, more. A little good job, the Pella Pagi.
kuthi imali iphelile ngambona lenye ilanga athi kimi angimboleke u300 uzonginikeza manje ya kufuna ukuthela ipetrol imoto besiphelele upetrol endleleni la ngabona khona ukuthi hayi manje akasana mali
le lemon na botho mo wa buima yala waludu akabona hayi ayasawina yala akathoma kana vala kuga yenu navara kizama sika 150 kada increase la crossfire kuga yenu kasala ke ya bien ugare molimo wa bela wa bona bela lo yeke japya beke bonele akuzibura ngibetle pavement ya betha samba ya chola oil guy driver country fale je oil ya betha bere no kuyasiza pa engine guy donza ja black ngoba ke traffic lo abala mzala gara ampechele to ji gule once because when I bala blame wena because tile ga biye are sharp lo robon rubile mthagula ga tshela na kwempa ga ya fafa le ga rampe 90 ampa 50 al dompa 40 ga ya fafa yengwe gurungo se jigure piwe le tshela to na ga zilanyana guru bela gari gulu ubela tshela dula ra ay mana go bela 500 guru bela ya ubela abesanya ga
I fed 2 years tshela ta na go tsema ra ina sai kre abantsa na na sha ish tshela ta ga re tsena mo to thola di 63 di kenye line nga ba ile etsa seng aba se shabulino aba tla ba le sha mara ile e fihla ya la tlhalekelo tsohle
we're gonna plan the plan is like
the type of person you want to be once the money arrives, dog. Like as I just said in the beginning, you can never know. You might think you're one way when the money is not here, but as soon as the money arrives, you're like, God damn, I'm actually this way.
What by say? What the one after cover to fail.
A moment you think answer ba cover ni na ndi meter ina sana next mo upload me le bon. Cause bam chela street bona bona vela bam fitli. Chela street ra we no na next one.
Vara sana sele. Bona gore na gore go jama chi dos no se. Abacha vida ke bafana ba se. Nge bona ra de lo bui. Aga buya mo jube. Avere jube ke no bona no house na nga cha ba mo. You mo tshunyo ruli we plan on. Until today I will say you do it ba sambu just say
awathola ena awayithola wo ngaba lidiya ntwe right kaya ba ina na gona abetu balesha mara ka hore ana bachi lino wa chase tshelo ya mona ro chase ulo phakela washo imfulu jure imoyena ogara akudwisuri ene
ana vele ke nna motho le pisto boa les skrabiat ngwa ke driver traga roll bag yo everything ya gari part time asema shuma waya da
ali nos o sambana le disime de mana ntitlo mchinchana ene le chalta tenga tswagang we ja asos next
so advice na
he's still here
gore gam kone ya bono let's say we kumana rafu we kumana chela maybe go try to chela le da me fu dreaming
still has the same mindset. Oh, so this guy just posts videos from Mzansi Magic. Where is all of this cold ass air coming from, bro? I'm not gonna be able to play no games like this. This is my story. I blew it. How you blew it, boy? My man took a best friend. Hey.
Power surge ends movie night? Good thing you're naked and can submit claims in minutes on the Naked app. Get naked.
Here's my story.
The day the money got into my bank account, I remember the day very well, the 18th of August. Yo, bafethu. Imali maitloka in, right? It was 2.5 million. So I was with Tebza and Tebza was in the house. I was in my bedroom, you know. I was depressed. And guys, when 2.5 million clocks into your bank account, yo, things change, dog.
Drastic.
Things change. So I remember Tebza was doing the dishes. I was like, hey Tebza, come see this, boy. You won't believe what just happened, my boy. Hey Tebza, you know. I'm like, what's up, Liz? What's going on? He's like, Poison. Dog, just look at my phone, bro. I'm like, wait, Poison, I can't see you properly, you know? Dog, 2.5 million.
Nah, they're just acting this shit. That's not real. I don't know where they got the very idea from. Fuck. Teach me, baby. On my phone, they gotta be me, baby.
You testified this morning that the most embarrassing question involved, this is not too bad, women's large breasts. That's a word we use all the time. So that
look at this dirty fucking dog smiling. Oh, he says right away, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. So today we're going to be watching a video about Clarence Thomas, the Supreme Court Justice, a man that many black Americans regard as the greatest raccoon, the greatest sellout to the black community of all time. No other black man has sold out his people with greater consequence than Clarence Thomas. You know, it's one thing for somebody to be black and not do things to help black people when you have the opportunity to, but it's a completely other thing when you go out of your way to do things that hurt black people. All right, let's go ahead and check out this video, man.
In 2014, a Texas billionaire named Harlan Crow quietly purchased 3 properties in
It's always a fucking billionaire, right? Always a billionaire. They're all evil. Gotta be.
Georgia. One of them was a home where an elderly black woman lived.
This guy,
that woman's name is Leola Williams.
All right.
Leola Williams is Clarence Thomas's mother. A sitting United States Supreme Court justice sold his mother's house to a GOP mega donor and told nobody for 9 years. That's not where this story ends.
But why? Why did he do that?
That's not even where it begins.
He's a bad son.
That's probably a bribe. It's probably a bribe.
By the
we'll see.
End of this episode, you will not be asking, is Clarence Thomas corrupt?
Yeah.
Because if you clicked on this, you probably already know the answer to that.
My prediction, he sold it to this billionaire because it's not illegal for somebody to buy a house, right? This billionaire probably bought his mother's house for an egregious amount of money, and this was the deal. Right? This was the deal. I buy this house for this much money and you do what I need you to do. That's my guess. We'll find out.
But you will be asking, how did we let this happen for over 30 years? I'm going to show you 5 things.
Okay.
1, how a boy born into poverty in Jim Crow, Georgia was groomed, transformed, and weaponized by the conservative political machine.
Wow.
2, the black woman who tried to warn us before he took his seat and what was done to silence her. 3, how he used the most powerful bench in the world to
They left acting for unexpected jobs. That's crazy. I thought this guy was owning the ranch.
No time limit. 90% of the profit. FTMO. One-step challenge.
Someone's following us. Saint Christopher, give us short warning signs.
Today we're going to reveal 10 Mzansi actors who quit acting for odd and regular jobs. Number 1 is Connect Mama Bolo. Connect Mama Bolo is best known
Bro,
for
like I really thought this guy, I really thought he owns the ranch. He wasn't actually working.
his on-screen character Tibos on the SABC drama series Kimsal. He studied for a BA in Dramatic Arts at the University of Witwatersrand, but could not complete his qualification. But that did not stop him from pursuing a career in the arts, and he says that he is grateful for the opportunities that came his way since. Connect left acting and now runs an insurance company called Digny Financial Services. He also runs a resort in Limpopo. The resort offers several facilities and activities, including hiking, and is working as a farmer in one of his farms in his hometown in Limpopo.
Yeah, this guy is
When he's not
making
working,
money.
he enjoys being a father to two beautiful girls, Ompile and Disedi. And he says that fatherhood has been a journey and the biggest role that he's grateful for. Number 2 is Loyiso Mangena.
Shout
Former
out, let's
actor
go,
and Kwaito star
Sago.
Loyiso
What's good,
Mangena
bro?
is now a hotshot executive at one of the biggest black-owned companies in South Africa. Mangena is popularly known as
What's
Chiba.
good? Let's go,
He left
Sago, you
acting
nga, bruh.
and is now a chief operations
asleep? What
officer
time
at
is it in your
Pamodzi
country?
Group and has been working hand in hand with founder Ndaba Ntsele since 2011. When interviewed, he said that he had always been business-minded and is not really surprised by his success in the industry. He also added that it was through his work on TV that he
Shut up,
met
bros. What time
Pamodzi
is it
Group
in your
founder
country?
Ntsele. Number 3 is Ronnie Nyakale. Ronnie has made a name for himself in the entertainment industry. He's well known for portraying the character of Cosmo in the popular television show Generations. He has left acting to become a Bolt driver.
But then, like, these people talk like they were getting paid like a disgusting amounts of money, bro. I think it all comes down to financial literacy, because these guys is not like they were getting paid pennies.
Venture
Not
as a
gonna work
Bolt
in televisions and
driver
get paid
has been widely shared across social media platforms, with many fans documenting their rides with him and praising his work ethic. In conversation with John Manyike on the Money podcast,
7 in the
he was
morning.
asked why he's
Oh, that's
working
great.
as a Bolt driver after all the fame
that's
and
dope,
fortune
bro.
amassed from acting. He said, "I needed extra cash so that I could patch up some loose ends. Extra cash
like 1
to help
a.m.
me
this
repay
side.
my debts. I am an embarrassment now. It is heartbreaking that I have to put myself in this position, but I have to hustle." Many fans admired Nyakala's proactive approach to changing his financial situation.
Yeah, okay, now.
Number 4 is Xolani Mayekiso. Xolani is fondly known as Tato from the Mzansi Magic drama series The Queen.
my dude
He
got
grew
too
up
fat.
in the Free State, where he was raised by his mom and grandmother. He studied at FADA for 3 years and obtained his degree in 2014. Xolani left acting due to lack of acting roles. He works as a waiter. He was working at Mug and Bean in Main Lane, and recently he was spotted at his new job. He is now working at Panarotis. We are not sure whether he's a manager or still a waiter. A viral clip of him at work was shared online. In the comments, South Africans are rallying behind him,
Yeah.
with many fans praising his work ethic and humbleness.
I mean, yeah, bro. Like, if one thing closes up, that doesn't mean it's the end of the world, dog. You gotta still grind. You gotta stay grinding, dog. Are you going?
Number 5 is Alfred Dombela. Famous for his roles in South African films Mama Jack as Shorty
also
Dada.
broke.
Alfred Dombela played many roles
What
that
country do you
catered to
live
his
in?
shorter than
South
average
Africa.
adult height. The legendary actor
Your
left
country?
acting. He announced his retirement from acting in 2018 after 28 years in the industry. Recently, a video of Alfred trended
going
on
to school?
TikTok and wowed thousands of people. The veteran actor was seen in the video working as a promoter at Roots Butchery in Olivine. The marketing team directed an entertaining video that showed off their stuff and reached 3 million views. People wondered why he worked at the butchery. When asked if he's broke, he replied that he's not broke, but confirmed that he was working at the butchery as their brand ambassador, helping them with marketing.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is the first.
Number 6 is Laruna Moahi. Laruna is an actress and a lawyer who has risen to fame for a role as Intumeleng Mokoena in the television series The River. Laruna left acting to become a lawyer after she was fired from the soapie. According to sources, the producers fired her due to pressure by the fans to get rid of her character Doom. For years, fans have been calling for Doom's head on the chopping block, complaining that Laruna Moahi cannot act to save her life. Her acting.
Where do you learn? Where do you learn? Or is school closed? If you're in grade 3, that's like 7, 8. You're probably 9 or 10 years old. Is school closed? I mean, here in SA, like, they're still writing like the exams and shit.
Or lack of it was brought up by fellow actress Moshidi Motshekga, who once called out Laruna for being a bad actress. After the actress' unexpected exit from The River, she switched careers. She pursued her career as a lawyer.
How nice.
Number 7 is Dinilisiwe Dini Nodu. Actor Dinilisiwe Nodu, who is best known for his role as Thandai in Backstage, has not appeared on South African TV for years. Dini played the role of nightclub manager Thandai on the e.tv soap Backstage in 2002. He also played the role of Vuyo Nogaba on Generations from 2002 to 2005. He has since left acting and he now works for Standard Bank as head of commercial insurance at Standard Insurance, and he co-owns a property investment company titled Motlalipula Investment.
He's doing well, Mus.
Number 8 is Nomvelo Makhanya. Nomvelo is popularly known for a character Lindiwe Ngema in e.tv soap Scandal. A character was written off the show in 2002 after she had decided to report the directors and floor manager for being drunk on set. According to Makhanya, her last month with the production were extremely tough. After being fired from Scandal, she took a break from acting. She is now a DJ. Her stage name is Mvelo. She joined some of South Africa's top personalities who also moved into DJing, such as Thuli Phongolo, Peltus,
I don't really chill
and
with the
Dineo
mates like
Ranaka.
that, but anything is cool.
Number 9 is Smangele Mathibeli. Smangele Mathibeli is an actress and a radio personality. She was born in KwaZulu-Natal. She was best known for her on-screen character Nomsa on Izoyizo. However, she also starred in several drama series, including Zone 14 and Scandal, before leaving acting and taking another career path that has since seen her winning big. She left acting in 2016 to concentrate on her new career. She is now working as the CEO of the Calvin and Family Group, a company she founded with her husband. The company received many accolades, such as Forbes Top 30 Most Promising Entrepreneurs in Africa and the National Entrepreneurs Champion in NBC South Africa. Number 10 is Sipho Ngwenya. Sipho Ngwenya, popularly known as Saipho, is a renowned actor and a musician who is known for his roles in New TV and Generations, just to name a few. Despite cementing himself as a core part of South Africa childhood stars, the actor mysteriously disappeared from the front of the camera, forcing us to wonder where he may be now. After leaving acting in 2014, Saipho ventured into behind the scenes, producing, content management, and concept development for MultiChoice Group. And after 9 years at MultiChoice, the former actor then moved to Showmax, where he now provides content-related support to executive team as a senior manager. And in September 2022, Sipho announced that he graduated with an MBA from the University of Pretoria.
I might also start studying once my YouTube money starts hitting, guys. I might just go back to school.
And there we have it. 10 Mzansi actors who
Shout
left the
out, Shay, just
spotlight
for
to
the fuck
take
of
on
it.
regular and sometimes unexpected jobs. Their story.
I might just go back to school just for the fuck of it. You know what I'm saying? Well, not for the fuck of it, obviously. For real. Yeah. Yeah, cool, bro. Hope you make plenty of videos in leather PVC. Shout out Brody. Shout out Daniel. Yeah, man, type shit. Type shit, Brody. Type shit. That would be dope. That would be very, very dope. These hoes know how I pop it for real. These hoes know how I pop it for real. Now he's talking to me, Brody. He's talking to me, Ty. What the fuck, Bubble Maxing?
Fire during book club? Good thing you're naked and can submit claims in minutes on the Naked app. Get naked.
Kung Fu Pro Master.
رياضي بقى. Shit, boy. Why are they doing this to themselves, though?
ولا لسه يعني؟
This is a testament that is true muscle.
This is elite behavior. They are bubble maxing for real.
Disclaimer, this video is educational and informative in nature. Do not contact anyone shown in this video. Also, this video is discussing steroids.
Do not use steroids.
This is entirely for educational and entertainment purposes only.
You want to know something more terrifying than my crippling depression? AI. And you want to know something that is working in the face of AI? These homies right here. Because they literally stand in the face of any lousy artificial intelligence creating inflated and beautiful physiques and instead take it upon themselves to create their own in a unique fashion. They take this so seriously that they are willing to put their lives and bodies on the lines just to look so abnormal. This is elite behavior. They are bubble maxing for real. Now, before I get into this video, I have to ask you to please subscribe. It does me a huge favor. Statistically speaking, most of you aren't subscribed. We have a whole team here, and I like to keep the lights on for everybody.
These guys, like, hey, bro, like, these guys look terrible. Listen, bro, if you want a physique, if you want to look like the fucking Hulk, you must go to the gym, dog. Don't inject no injections in you, my dog.
So please, if you could, hit that subscribe button. Also, I wanted to shout out our supplement company, one of the best on the internet, in my personal opinion. We have a whole product line that I'm super excited to debut, but it is in the works. It takes a long time for R&D, let me tell you what, folks. But you can go there right now by using the link below in the description. Using code Coach Colton, you can get yourself a discount. Not only does it support this channel, but it supports a whole nother team of people that I also help keep the lights on for. So we're balling out here by just feeding people income, and I promise you, the smallest piece of the pie. Back to the video. We talk a lot about this bubbly look that you commonly see within the fringes of the fitness industries, but what is it exactly? Well, this is oil. They're injecting a shit ton of oil in their bodies, deep into the muscle to make the muscle look rounder. Now, there's a problem with this, and you could probably logically think about it. One, it's just stupid. I mean, it's just absolutely dumbfounding that people find this to be, one, appealing, and two, worth doing in the first place. I mean, it's not getting you girls. No girl is looking at you and saying, that is what I want. That is my ideal man. 6 foot something with big, round, 40-inch necrotic arms. That's what I want.
Привет. Давай познакомимся. А? Вы слышите меня? Ну, можно, пожалуйста? Ну, блин, вы такая красивая, простая. Просто хотел познакомиться.
No, in fact, this individual is another case where he is having to see a doctor because that oil he is injecting into his arms is starting to make the tissue itself go necrotic, or in other words, die.
So what's the treatment plan? What's next? Well, I have an appointment with Dr. Hassan Balata, God willing, on the 21st. I have an appointment with him, and also a doctor, an appointment with a doctor.
This guy has boobs, boy. This guy has female boobs, gang. This guy is female boobs. You can touch them shits, gang, if you try to touch them. Like, this guy is female boobs. I mean, why would you want to touch them, dog? Like, one that's LGBT. Number two is like, you can touch a woman's breast. I mean, don't do that unless she's your girlfriend, but don't do that.
So God, the doctor is coming from Saudi Arabia specifically to look at the case. So hopefully there will be hope, God willing, with these people.
And the reason for that is the oil in his arms that they're injecting to inflate the size is in such abundance, it's basically strangulating the arm or the muscle there. It can't get oxygen and blood delivery, and so eventually and over time, that tissue begins to die. As it sits there, necrotic, in your body, it starts to metabolize, and that process creates a lot of byproducts. Those byproducts happen to be extremely toxic for the human body and actually kill people. So yeah, not so great. This also happened to one of the most infamous oil boys, Bazooka Arms. We made a whole video about him, or Bazooka Hands.
I'm professional man, natural, Bazooka Hands. I'm professional bodybuilder, Mr. Olympia, muscle, naturalis, a kung fu pro, master.
I don't remember which one. It's really irrelevant at this point, but he had to get surgery. We talked about it extensively where he really removed 2/3 of his arm muscle, like not the oil, the actual muscle. And when that happened, the doctors explained to press after he had an emergency visit that he said he injected over 3 liters of oil into each arm to achieve the size. Now, I don't know if you put that into perspective, but I encourage you, grab a bottle of water, a liter bottle of water, like one of those smart water with things, you know, and just think about that being 1/3 of what he put into his arm. Absolutely insane. Now, consider the size of the guy that we're talking about here and the comparison to peak Bazooka Hands or arms or whatever, knees and toes, and you can see he's almost bigger, very considerably bigger. Not only that, but he has oil in other places too, like his traps and all over his body. This is literally like the most bogus anime face-off where like one oil boy just opened up his domain expansion and it disenables the other oil boy from engaging in reverse curse technique, and he can't heal, and now he's going necrotic. Crazy times. Now, what is wild is in this interview, he says that young kids are asking him the name of the drug that he's using. They want to know how they can look like him.
Even to this day, people want to know the substance. That's another point I don't get. Even today, all the young people, I mean, they'll say, tell me the name of the drug. I could list many drug names, but no, don't ask someone to tell you the name of the substance they took while they're explaining their painful experience, and they can't even help themselves. He's not feeling it. You'll find the listener saying, tell me the name of the drug.
When in fact, there is no drug. And it would be a lot easier to say, hey, this guy's just blasting steroids, but the delusion goes so much further. He's just pumping his arms and muscles full of oil. And you might think that it's some special kind of oil, but you're wrong. It's not. It can be anything. I've seen all sorts of anecdotes from people. Olive oil, vegetable oil, synthol, hyaluronic acid, even more. Like, this is just the surface of it all. And Muhammad even says that his actions hurt himself on a daily basis. He can't even sleep because of the weight that's compressed onto him from all of the oil.
No sleep at all, by the way. I mean,
basis, he can't even
look at this place right here, bro. Like, look at this place right here. It looks like, fuck, bro. It looks like a fucking rock.
Sleep because of the weight that's compressed onto him from all of the oil.
No sleep at all, by the way. I mean, I want to tell you from the outside, you can't tell why you can't sleep. Why is that? Exhausted.
Was the naked commercial?
It's not just you that you've destroyed. I didn't just hurt myself. I hurt those behind me, whether my children or my family. I destroyed your whole life completely. I paid the price for that mistake, but I didn't pay it alone. Those behind me paid the price, and they're still paying the price to this day.
Which is a really good point, because if you think about it, if you have bags of oil all over your body hanging around in muscle, like how can you even lay to get comfortable? Like that just sounds uncomfortable in general. He goes on to say that he is dying every day, begging doctors to examine him, begging them to do procedures on him. The only one that did offer to actually examine him refused to do surgery to remove some of what they're thinking is necrotic tissue.
It's important. Why isn't a credible doctor speaking out? What are you afraid of? I'll sign a waiver. Oh, I'm dying every day anyway. Take a positive step. Examine me. Only one doctor examined me and refused surgery because there must be reasons. Bali is bull. He was scared it wouldn't succeed or become a media thing. After agreeing, he backed out. He said he couldn't operate. A cosmetic surgery to look, cosmetic fix. It was plastic surgery. Yeah, I had to get plastic surgery.
And I have talked about this before, but this happens in a lot of third world countries, and I don't really know why. You don't often see this, at least extreme measures of oil injection, within the United States. Here we have a guy in Brazil doing a very similar thing, injecting his muscles full of oil to look inflated.
Dear me, people, rumors seems to be right. After all, I mean, after oil, Brazil seems to be the most special country of Latin America. I mean, look at that. His name is Potentia Official. His potential
What am I
is
watching,
absolutely limitless. Look at the triceps, baby, please. Look at those exercises. This is front lateral raises
Go and check it
with
out
a
afterwards.
supinated grip, working out the biceps, the chest, and the front delts. Look at the other side. Absolutely Herculean. This is a proper muscular development. Haters accuse him of being oil. Look at that. This is a proper testament that is not oil. Oil is lighter than water. He should float. He is not floated. He is sinking. So that's not oil. That's pure
crazy.
muscle. What say
they're
you
trying to
people?
market it
That's
as-
prove
as-
you
as
wrong.
muscle.
This is him swimming in Copacabana. The water is so clear. This is Brazil. Crystal
Bro looks like a
clear
woman from
water all day, every day.
Look at him swim, bro. Louis Marco is the one narrating here, and he's obviously trolling. I love Louis. But what's weird to me is these guys will do anything but work out and actually diet. Like, they're relatively out of shape, to be honest.
Yeah.
And they just look really bubbly because they're artificially inflating their muscle. And the thing is a lot of them speak as like fitness professionals, like they're trying to give advice to people or embody themselves as like this relic of time and how impressive their physiques are amongst their peers. And like sometimes you see guys like this that are still pumping some range of oil, but not as much. It's not as detectable, but you can still tell that his arms are insanely odd looking and not fitting to his physique, if you want to call it that. This lad is from the Indian Peninsula. But still, nothing beats the inflated belly of Mike to this day.
What's up with that nigga's
12,
belly?
compare 12 insurance quotes with Hippo
Shout out,
and
shout out,
find
skip
bad.
themselves. What's up with this nigga's belly?
You met them all.
But for instance, you also have people like Rich Piana, who was also known for putting synthol in his arms. He did it in such a way that wasn't so fully obvious, but his arms were still freakishly huge and looked in part loyal. But let's be honest, not even the biggest bodybuilders on the Olympia stage can achieve arms of this proportion. He did say during an interview in his early days that he was using synthol, but he didn't use it anymore because of how uncomfortable it made him.
I have used synthol. I used it, probably 12 years ago, and I didn't like it. It blurred my muscles. It made my muscle look weird, and it was incredibly painful. And it's very hard to train. You're almost guaranteed going to have to take some painkillers while you train because it's so painful.
A lot of people called bullshit on that, and very likely it's accurate to say that that's bullshit because, quite frankly, your arms just don't look like that. Even if you're massively hypertrophied, they just don't look like that. Now, it's honestly a sad thing because taking steroids and ignoring your health is one thing, but injecting oil in your body where it is clearly a very straight path to necrotic tissue developing, no matter what you do, it's crazy because you can use steroids and you can stop using them them and get off pretty scot-free depending on how you use them during your career. But with oil, there is no free lunch. You literally will actually develop necrotic tissue. The potential to cause infections locally is massive. Not worth doing, in other words. But these people are so delusional and almost sociopathic in a sense that they have to inject the oil to appear bigger than anybody else. And instead of putting in the years of work and maybe even using a bit of Sazul, that's the alternative they're looking for. And I say sociopathic because you can hear them in this interview and you can see these people talking, and they very clearly establish themselves as somebody better than other people. And the way that he's calling for help is he's saying, you know, in this interview that he's asking doctors to help examine him. He's not just like asking, he's demanding. Doctors need to diagnose me. Doctors need to work on me. They need to give me procedures. But it's like, bro, you did this yourself. This is self-inflicted. The damage that you're causing and the inevitable shortening of your life, it's in part due to you. And this is the harsh side of my beliefs, which is like bodily freedom, right? I think you should be able to do whatever the hell you want to do with your body as long as it doesn't hurt other people. This is the harsh side of that. Yeah, you have to face the repercussions. If you want to do dumb shit, you pay the dumb prices. And I want you to conceptualize this, and the only reason that I know anything about this subject is because I used to inject synthol. I talked about this in previous videos as well. When I was trying to be a professional bodybuilder, I did my arms like crazy trying to grow them. Not anywhere near to this degree. Not anywhere near at all close to this. But I would put, you know, 3 milliliters into each head of my tricep, each head of my bicep. And those injections have to be deep and you have to use a larger needle. And let me tell you what, it is a messy endeavor. I am talking like graphic. Like someone would walk into my bathroom after I was doing that, they would think that I was trying to kill myself. There would be blood, there'd be several needles all over the place, because if you're thinking about it, you have, you know, 5 injection sites just around your arm that you're pinning oil into, and so you have to use 5 different syringes or 5 different needles at least, and each of those sites is highly vascular and capillarized, so you're running into blood vessels and popping them, and it just goes everywhere, all to achieve a certain look. And this isn't like a once a week kind of thing, let me remind you. This is a multi-day endeavor throughout the week. You're usually doing this 3 times a week, at least 2 times a week. To some effect, sure, but was there any long-term gain from doing this? No. Most people tell me I have small arms to this day, so it wasn't really worth it. The theory is, in bodybuilding, is that you inject synthol into the muscles, and eventually they tend to expand due to mechanical tension placed on those myocytes from the oil sort of expanding cross-sectional area. But that just does not seem to play out in practice. It's hard to actually say that that's a true mechanism that's actually happening within your muscle. It seems more likely that it's just a momentary inflation of the muscle. And not only that, but it's extremely fucking painful after the fact. Once you've cleaned up all the blood and the mess and you're like, oh, thank God that's done, and you move your ass throughout the day, it's not like it just goes away. That pain is there. There is just a sack of oil sitting in your muscle that's inflaming it, and when you move around, when you engage that muscle tissue, it is painful, brother. It is so painful. I only did it for like 12-ish weeks, and to be honest, it was probably one of the lowest points of my entire life, like trying to enlarge my arms so much so to win a pro card in bodybuilding, and I didn't even get close, to be honest with you. So it is what it is. So yeah, I mean, if you're ever considering, you know, injecting swaths of oil into your arms, I'd probably suggest not doing that. From all standpoints, it's pretty much a bad idea. Confidently, I can say that, and I think you could too.
Yeah,
it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. Injecting any kind of foreign body deep into muscle probably ain't the sweetest idea for your health long term, nor is it going to really improve your sex appeal to the opposite gender. Likely, you're just going to get looked at kind of funny. But I'll catch you in the next video. I hope you enjoyed this one. If you did, maybe think about clicking like, subscribing, and just leave a comment down below. I love to read them. They're sometimes nice, sometimes they're really shitty and hateful, but that's okay too, because I also read those ones. Okay, bye.
Oh, fuck. Denise. So this is basically. Oh, this is basically like motorcycle gear. Now, if you don't have a motorcycle, most you're gonna look some kind of way. Yeah, this is motorcycle gear. Body positive. She just left for where?
Let Amplify take you where ordinary doesn't
Shut up,
dare
bro. I
go.
saw the gear.
Let's cheap baby, yaga
But that's
yaga.
more like a motorcycle.
She come in
gear.
party starter, Gen Z president, yes.
So these are the types of videos that she would post. Alrighty, welcome back to the channel. Thank you so much for clicking on today's video. Today is a little bit more of a heavy topic. We're going to be talking about someone that is in, I guess you could say, the body positivity community, maybe a little bit of an offshoot, that has passed away recently. So the person that has passed away, her name is BBW Shea. Now, BBW Shea is someone that was part of the Paradise House, which we will definitely be getting into. But she was someone that would, kind of post about, her body, and she garnered a lot of attention from the fact that she was an overweight individual. So these are the types of videos that she would post.
She gained weight because she was overweight. Man, all I mean, it's way
So
better than
clearly,
doing
she was
any
someone that was in
LGBT
a
things.
overweight body that was fine with using the, I guess you could say, the ridiculousness of her body to garner attention online. It's nothing new. It's something that we see all the time with people that are in skinny bodies, with people that are in big bodies, with people that have muscles, right? Like, we see it very consistently, right? Someone that has a body that is different, they use that body to garner attention. Now, this Paradise place, right? So this is such an interesting house and kind of community that exists mainly because of TikTok. So TikTok is kind of where this thing kind of blossomed and really garnered a lot of attention. But this house is basically what I would call kind of like a content house, which is becoming more and more popular. It kind of started way back in the day when I first started making YouTube videos, but they've become even more popular now with TikTok and short form videos. Is that a lot of these short form video creators, TikTokers, mainly TikTokers, right, will end up getting a house together. And then because they are in this house together, they will all make short form videos, TikToks, Instagram Reels, stuff like that. And they will consistently shout each other out and grow each of their followings, right? Mm-hmm. Nothing really inherently wrong with that. But this Paradise House is run by this dude right here in the middle, right? Obviously, this isn't like AI generated image, but it's ran by this dude.
Makes sense.
And as you can see with everyone else that is around him, it's an older guy. He's not like super old, but he's older than all of these other women. And the only other people that live there are these overweight women, and a lot of them are pretty young, right? I'm pretty sure all of them are at least 18, but most of them are not much older than that, right? There's not a bunch of like 30-year-old women that are living in this house. So it's this older guy, maybe around my age, maybe a little bit older, right?
Living with this
And
kid.
then a bunch of very young, overweight women that live there as well. If you want to see kind of, they posted this themselves
if they're
of how
18,
this
like,
place
they're not
started, right?
kids.
Paradise One, which was initially
They know what
their
they're doing,
TikTok
bro.
account, which has been shut down, as well as a few other ones, right? They go on to write, Paradise One was first and foremost the name we used on TikTok, but the story started even earlier. During the first COVID lockdown, the world was shut down. People were bored at home, and so was I. Around May 2020, I found the TikTok app and got drawn in by confident plus-size girls dancing to trending music.
I mean, it's just harder to it is just harder to actually move in a bigger body than a smaller body. She just wanna take anything in the Barbie. I'm sorry. Aren't there any other dope videos we can watch?
World to dismantle every legal protection his own community fought and died for. 4. The secret network of billionaires who've been purchasing his loyalty for over 2 decades to the tune of $4.2 million.
Wow.
And 5.
Okay.
Why the man who says the Supreme Court is the most dangerous branch of government might be right about himself. I'm Andre, and this is Redacted History. Pinpoint, Georgia, a rural town outside of Savannah, Georgia, founded by freed slaves in 1896. And in 1948, it was still deeply Jim Crow.
Right.
And into this town in 1948, in a wooden shack, Clarence Thomas was born.
Man.
Clarence Thomas grew up entrenched in deep, deep poverty. His family's home had no indoor plumbing. His father left when Clarence was young, and his mother, Leola, worked to provide for the family as a domestic servant, making $10 an hour. When Clarence was 7 years old, their home burned down, and Leola would send Clarence and his brother to live with his maternal
Hold on now. Did he say $10 an hour? Bro, I think there's still some states today where the minimum wage isn't even $10 an hour. Interesting.
Parents, specifically his grandfather, Myers Anderson, who Clarence would come to refer to as Daddy, because Clarence would grow to view Myers as his real father. Myers was the definition of strict, Catholic, and militant.
Oh boy.
He built a fuel delivery.
There it is. We don't even need to search any further. This man was a Roman Catholic. He was raised by a black Roman Catholic. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now I see where the raccoonery was born.
System, and was a self-made black man in an era where the law made that nearly impossible. Clarence would go on to credit Myers with helping him become a man and instilling his values. He was a forceful patriarch and disciplinarian, and he molded Clarence into a man. The contradictions begin in the fact that Myers Anderson sacrificed everything so that Clarence Thomas could be a successful black man out of Pinpoint, Georgia. And Clarence would go on to squander that sacrifice. Clarence would attend Catholic schools paid for by Myers' church. And in these schools, the school kids would give Clarence a nickname that would stick with him mentally and emotionally for the rest of his life. They called him ABC, America's Blackest Child.
Wow.
Now, I want you to hold on to this image of Clarence Thomas, because in a few minutes, I'm going to show you what he believed by the time he was 19 years old. And it will shock you, because it is the complete opposite of everything that he stands for today.
Right.
With zero prior context, you'd probably think that Clarence Thomas was a lifelong conservative if you just Googled him.
Right, sure.
That how he arrived at the Supreme Court is how he's been since birth. But that's simply not true at all. Before Clarence became conservative, he was a black radical, an activist, a follower of Malcolm X and the Black Panther Party.
Wow.
But what happened? Once I explain this transformation, everything will make sense. Clarence Thomas believed he wanted to go into priesthood, so he entered a seminary college in Missouri in 1967. His time in the seminary was short-lived. due in part to, in the spring of 1968, after Martin Luther King's assassination, Clarence overheard a white classmate say this:
What did they say?
"Good. I hope the son of a bitch dies."
Wow.
And that's what they should do to all the niggas.
Bro, it's insane that he had all of this experience, literally growing up
And you still
in Jim Crow, Southern America. How does he turn into who he is today? That's insane.
Said that witnessing his white classmates literally celebrating the assassination of Dr. King was one of the defining moments of his life.
How though?
In 1968, Clarence transferred and entered the College of the Holy Cross, a small Catholic school in Worcester, Massachusetts.
That's crazy.
A school that to this day is only about 5% black.
Shit.
It's 1968. Think about what is happening in the United States. Martin Luther King is assassinated. We're in the Vietnam War. Malcolm X was assassinated 3 years prior. Fred Hampton would be assassinated 1 year later. The civil rights movement is in full.
See, he was a fan of Malcolm X. He was a fan of the Black Panthers, but the Christianity, that poison was still in his brain. That's why all of this shit happened. If it wasn't for that, he kept going back to these all-white Catholic schools where they were celebrating the death of Dr. King. That is the problem, man. That's where a lot of raccoonery is born. It's fostered, is in the church, I'm telling you.
My grandma had a really unusual name, Jacinta, and I was really curious about where it came from, so I decided to explore.
Swing. The radical movement is in full swing. Black American rebellion is at an all-time high. Young Clarence is radicalized. In college, he dressed in army fatigues and attended anti-war rallies.
Wow.
He helped run a clothing drive on behalf of the Black Panthers. He even founded the Holy Cross Black Student Union in the fall of 1968. Of
course.
He was pissed off about the racism in America. He was pissed off about segregation and what was happening to his people. I mean, why wouldn't he be? In 1971, Clarence would graduate from Holy Cross and prepare for Yale Law School. Clarence arrived at Yale in 1971 wearing Malcolm X on his chest. He was angry, he was brilliant, and he believed the system was designed to destroy black people.
Oh, yeah.
All of that was true.
Fuck.
Right.
Yale,
and he lived it firsthand. So, but again, he keeps going to these very white, very elite institutions. You can't surround yourself with that shit constantly, and it's not going to poison your mind, man.
Was where something broke inside of Clarence. And what replaced it quite literally changed the course of American history. Here's where it gets complicated and dark. Clarence Thomas got into Yale Law School in part because of an affirmative action program.
Right.
Yale wanted 10% of the incoming class to be Black American students. And once he was there, he became convinced that his degree was worthless because of it.
Really?
He later said that Yale gave Black students a tainted credential, that the diploma meant inferior student in the eyes of the legal establishment.
That's bullshit. That's got to be post-conservative Clarence Cope, because all he would need to do is compare how he performed to the performance of the other students while he was there. Who gives a fuck about how you got into the university? If you want to know whether or not the degree that you get at the end of your tenure there is worth as much as the person beside you, just compare how you performed in class. Did you get a degree whilst failing all of your classes, or were you performing well? And so this is bullshit. This is the narrative that he has concocted as a conservative to now try and justify him being against affirmative action. I promise you, because that doesn't make sense, not even for a second.
And that conviction destroyed him, and it became the lens through which he would destroy it for everyone else. The fact that he got into Yale due to affirmative action really irritated Clarence. He assumed that law firms wouldn't hire him, that they would find out his admission into law school was tainted, and they would look down upon him, as if he didn't earn his spot. This is where you start to see the real shit.
This is another bullshit point, because why? Affirmative action won't keep you in school. Even if affirmative action, which by the way is not even a thing anymore, but even if it did play a role in getting you into that university, you're still going to flunk out if you can't handle the heat. of that kitchen. You know what I'm saying? So this doesn't make sense.
Clarence. His resentment towards his law school tenure morphed into ideology. He started to believe that civil rights legislation for black folks did more harm than good. After he graduates from Yale in 1974, he doesn't land the big law firm job, but he does land a job as an assistant attorney general in Missouri under a man named John Danforth, a Republican. This was Clarence taking the first official step into the House of Conservatism. Understand this, everything I've said so far isn't something Clarence would hide. It isn't a secret. He would tell you all of these things. Now, everything that comes next, he'll pretend it never even happened.
Really?
In my opinion, the real story starts in 1982.
Okay.
When Ronald Reagan gave Clarence a job. So when Clarence is 33 years old, our good friend Ronald Reagan nominates him to lead a commission. Not just any commission, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, or the EEOC. You're probably familiar with it. This is an agency that exists to ensure civil rights are being enforced in the workplace. Ironic, right?
Right.
Clarence served in this role for 8 years, from 1982 to 1990. And in those 8 years, he operated like a parasite, destroying the organization from within.
Yeah.
Here's a few examples. He switched from class action lawsuits to singular complaints, meaning if you couldn't prove on your own that you were wronged, you had no case. He allowed a backlog of 13,000 age discrimination cases to just expire. Those workers' claims simply ceased to exist. He made drastic cuts to enforcement staff and stopped the agency from being proactive. And people noticed this. He didn't just do this undercover. The Civil Rights Commission sent him formal complaints, which he repeatedly ignored.
Such a sellout, bro.
And his critics believe.
From the very start, you've been part of the Ford family, and that means service that fits your schedule.
He got that white approval. He got a good job. He got some pats on the back by the people who he desperately wanted their approval all his life. And then once he got it, he was just completely sold out.
That Clarence wasn't running the organization, he was destroying it. This saga is a part of the Reagan administration that goes quietly under the radar. People don't really talk about it. It's wild when you really think about it, though. Reagan administration, one that gets a lot of flack for being racist, handed a black man the keys to an organization meant to stop discrimination.
This is what they always do. They put a black face as the person who they use to dismantle things that actually are supposed to be helping black people.
And
it's just like every time a black person, an unarmed black man or woman is killed by a white police officer, who do they wheel out to the front to handle the press conference? The black police chief, or just another black representative of the community or of the police department. This is the same thing.
What did that black man do with those keys? He lit the house on fire. It was almost like destroying this organization was a test for Clarence, an initiation of sorts, because when he was done, he was handed a judge's seat on a federal bench. My question is, who was pulling the strings? Clarence didn't just decide to gut this agency all by his lonesome. Somebody was controlling Clarence Thomas like a puppet.
For sure.
And once I explain this next part, it'll start to make a little more sense. Everything was planned. In the 1980s, Clarence Thomas became affiliated with the Federalist Society, a group of conservative lawyers whose goal was to reshape the federal judiciary. The intellectual framework that Clarence used to dismantle the EEOC was created by the Heritage Foundation, an organization that Clarence's future wife, Virginia, who we will get to, would become affiliated with, and the architects of Project 2025. All of this was coordinated for years, placing a black conservative as the face of the dismantling of civil rights. Clarence was the ultimate fall guy. In 1991, after 24 years of service, Thurgood Marshall, the Supreme Court's first black justice and the man who argued Brown versus Board of Education, retired. And guess who Big Bush nominated to take his place? Clarence Thomas. Bush Sr. said that Clarence was the most qualified person for the job, which was simply untrue. Thomas had been a federal judge for only 16 months.
They were grooming him, bro, the whole time. They knew that Thurgood was he had to get out of there eventually, right? He was getting old. And they knew they had to replace him with a black person, probably a black man. Clarence Thomas, he was the one. This was a plan from the beginning, bro.
But he had two things that made him the most qualified person in the country. He was a conservative, and he was black. Thurgood Marshall spent decades fighting for the rights of black people. He was a titan of the civil rights movement, a legend, and a barely qualified...
Ain't that crazy? The light-skinned, mixed-race black guy, he does, you know what I'm saying? He actually fights for the people and helps to pass policies and make judgment calls that actually help his people. The dark-skinned black man who grew up in Southern Jim Crow America, he goes on to become the greatest raccoon of all time. Isn't that crazy how that worked out? Because typically you would think it would be the other way around, right? That's crazy.
Man who was being controlled by nefarious parties was in line to undo everything Thurgood worked for. The Senate confirmation hearings for Clarence to officially become a Supreme Court justice were supposed to be run-of-the-mill and routine. But before the hearings could even finish, the FBI received a tip from a woman. Her name was Anita Hill. And what she had to say should have ended Clarence Thomas's career before it even started.
Professor, do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Anita Faye Hill was born in Lone Tree, Oklahoma in July of 1956. And she was the youngest of 13
Oklahoma? That's a rough place to grow up as a black woman.
Children. She grew up in a deeply impoverished Baptist family on a farm with no plumbing. Anita grew to be a brilliant woman. She attended Oklahoma State University on scholarship and then Yale Law School. These days, she's very private and a law professor. She's not a political operative with motivation to make up a story. In 1980, she graduated from Yale Law School. In 1981, she went to the Department of Education to work for Clarence. And in 1982, she followed him to the EEOC. For years, she didn't tell anyone what happened to her. She didn't want to. I'm going to tell you exactly what Anita Hill accused Clarence Thomas of doing.
Okay.
Because in 1991, the media danced around it. The senators danced around it. And that was unfair and a miscarriage of justice. Under oath in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Anita reported the sexual advances began in the winter of 1982. Clarence repeatedly asked her out on dates after she declined. She made clear that she was not interested. He discussed pornographic films in graphic detail, descriptions of sexual acts, bestiality, group sex. He brought these topics up in the workplace repeatedly. He made references to his own manhood and the size of his anatomy.
Oh boy.
He referenced a character from a film, Long Dong Silver, by name in front of Anita. He once picked up a soda can from his desk, looked at it and said, "Who put pubic hair on my coat?"
Bike swiped at the park? Good thing you're naked and can submit claims in minutes on the Naked app. Get naked.
Coke.
It is only after a great deal of agonizing consideration.
Bro, what the fuck? These dudes are always weirdos, bro. Like, what is that?
That I am able to talk of these unpleasant matters to anyone except my closest friends. As I've said before, these last few days have been very trying and very hard for me. And it hasn't just been the last few days this week. It has actually been over a month now that I have been under the strain of this issue.
Anita continued working for him because she needed the job. She was a junior. He was her boss.
Right.
And in 1983, a black woman at the EEOC did not have the luxury of simply walking away from a powerful supervisor. She eventually left his office. She stayed silent for years. She only came forward because the FBI asked her to directly. Anita Hill didn't want to be there. She was subpoenaed. She kept the secret for years and was most likely going to continue to do so because she knew what would happen. She knew what happens to black women in America who speak up about abuse, especially against powerful men. She knew what would happen if she spoke out against the machine.
Right.
And unfortunately, she was right. Because the men she was testifying in front of decided she was wrong before she even opened her mouth. There were 14 people judging Anita Hill. All 14 were white. All 14 were men. You see where this is going. Ted Kennedy was there.
And I'm sure most of those men, they did their fair share of sexual harassment as well. This was all a show. They didn't give a fuck. They didn't care whether or not it was true. I mean, guys, we still live in an era where nobody is being held accountable for the Epstein shit. In terms of Americans with power, whether that be billionaires, CEOs, government officials, politicians. That's still the reality we live in. So could you imagine all those years ago when this happened? They didn't give a fuck, bro. You think they just started doing shit like Epstein's Island? Nah, bro. So this was just, this is just a charade.
Strom Thurmond was there. Joe Biden was the committee chair. And the way they questioned her was interesting.
Can you tell the committee what was the most embarrassing of all the incidences that you have alleged?
You testified this morning that the most embarrassing question involved, this is not too bad, women's large breasts. That's a word we use all the time. So that when
look at this dirty fucking dog smiling. Oh, he says right away, that's not too bad. That's not too bad.
you said you took it to mean.
I mean, so he basically is saying, like, that's how we talk all the time over here. What was even the point of this?
Ought to have sex, that was an inference, a mere allegation.
Senator, I would suggest to you that for me, these are more than mere allegations. These are the truth to me. These comments are the truth to me.
Clarence Thomas's confirmation hearings reopened on October 11th, 1991, after the Hill accusations surfaced. The senators questioned her in humiliating detail. Senator Arlen Specter accused her of perjury. Senator Orrin Hatch.
Whose idea was it to put this woman through this humiliation ritual? In what world was this ever going to have an impact? I mean, it must have been a desperate Hail Mary from whoever was on the left that was trying to stop this from happening, stop him from being elected, right? Or put in the position of power that he's currently in on the Supreme Court. It was a desperate attempt, I suppose, but a black woman saying that he made some inappropriate comments several years in the past. In what world was that ever going to convince these guys that was disqualifying? Crazy.
Anita are fabricating her testimony from the movie The Exorcist. Joe Biden controlled who testified and would later admit that he handled the hearings the wrong way. Clarence Thomas will return to the hearings and dodge all accountability. He wouldn't even acknowledge the allegations.
Wow.
Instead, he gave a statement. Quote, "This is a circus. It is a national disgrace. And from my standpoint, as a black American, as far as I'm concerned, it is a high-tech lynching for uppity blacks who in any way can't think for themselves."
Wow.
Clarence Thomas, a man who spent his entire career pretending that racism did not exist, evoked the racism card the second things got inconvenient for him.
Just like O.J. Simpson. Just like O.J. Simpson. Crazy.
And it worked. But Anita Hill wasn't alone. A woman named Angela Wright, another former EEOC employee, lobbied her own accusations against Clarence. Angela had her own stories about Clarence making unwanted sexual advances and asking her repeatedly to come to his apartment.
Wow.
She was subpoenaed to come to Washington and waited for 3 days, but was never called to testify and tell her story. Her deposition was submitted to the public in writing, so the public never saw it. 5 other women corroborated Anita's story.
Really?
But they were never called. Who was making the decisions behind the scenes not to call these women and get to the bottom of this? It's almost like the powers that be decided that Clarence Thomas was going to become a Supreme Court justice no matter what.
Yeah.
Clarence Thomas.
They knew they had to replace Thurgood Marshall with a black person, a black man. Clarence Thomas, he was probably the only conservative black man that was qualified for the job in terms of, education, he went to an Ivy
Anyone
League
is there,
university and all
You don't-
that.
you don't have
All
to
the
go
other
to
black
bank.
people of similar pedigree were more than likely Democrats and progressive. And so it was him or nothing. Wow.
Was confirmed. He won and Anita Hill lost. She lost for coming forth and telling her story. And she paid a price.
Right.
She was now a social pariah.
Of course.
She received death threats, was investigated by the University of Oklahoma, where she taught commercial law. Clarence got to just move on. He didn't speak about the case or the allegations for over a decade. Until 2007, when he released his memoir, My Grandfather's Son, where he referred to Anita Hill as his most traitorous adversary and heavily implied that she was mentally unstable.
Of course.
Notice he never outright denied the allegations, just claimed racism and called her crazy. The Anita Hill hearings directly inspired the Year of Women in 1992, where a record number of women ran for Congress after watching a panel of 14 men publicly embarrass Anita. At the time of this recording, Anita Hill is 69 years old and a professor of social policy, law, and women's studies at Brandeis University. Anita Hill was right in 1991, and she's right in 2026. And the last 30 years have slowly proven to the public exactly who Clarence Thomas is. The Anita Hill debacle was only the first chapter in Clarence Thomas's career as a Supreme Court justice. Let's get to his actual time as a justice, because that's when things go further off the rails in plain sight. Between 1991 and 2016, Clarence Thomas didn't ask a single question from the bench during oral arguments. While lawyers were arguing the most serious topics in the country, civil rights, women's reproductive rights, workplace discrimination, etc., Clarence kept his mouth closed. It made him seem calculated, reasonable, pensive, knowledgeable, or so he thought. He finally started speaking in 2016 after Justice Antonin Scalia passed away. His previous silence made him seem more moderate, when in reality, he was the most conservative justice on the bench.
Wow.
This is not my opinion.
That's
This
insane.
is fact. Here are a few key...
Now, I mean, come on. To be the most conservative as a black man is insane, man.
Rulings and Clarence's opinions that caught my attention. First, we get Shelby County versus Holder in 2013, where Clarence voted to gut Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. This is the section that says that states with a history of voter suppression have to get federal clearance before changing voting laws. That makes sense, doesn't it? Not to Clarence. Within 1 day of this ruling, states like Texas and North Carolina moved to implement new voter restrictions like voter ID laws and district redraws.
Wow.
SFFA v. Harvard in 2023. Clarence voted with the majority to end race-conscious college admission.
Distro Kid is the
Bonkers.
What?
Right.
He wrote a 60-page concurrence where he called affirmative action monstrous policy that stamps minorities with a badge of inferiority. And in this response, he never once mentioned how affirmative action made his law career possible.
Right.
He's not a sitting Supreme Court justice without affirmative action.
That's insane. He gets to literally the highest position in the land off of the back of affirmative action, right? He believes, and it's probably true, affirmative action got him into Yale. Affirmative action got him into the position where he was working with Ronald Reagan, put him in positions of power and influence, but he's more concerned about the possibility that there are some people who might think that he's not as qualified. He's okay with robbing black people who have had to suffer from discrimination opportunity for the sake of being able to say, oh, well, at least those random white people won't think they're not qualified. So essentially, he wants to rob black people of opportunity for the sake of white validation.
Then there's Dobbs v. Jackson in 2023. Abortion. As you probably guessed, Clarence joined the majority to overturn Roe v. Wade, effectively leaving women's reproductive rights up to the states.
Right.
But Clarence didn't stop there. He said that the court should consider overturning Griswold v. Connecticut from 1965. That's the right to contraception. Lawrence v. Texas in 2003, the right to same-sex intimate relationships. And Obergefell v. Hodges, 2015, the right to same-sex marriage. Notice he didn't mention Loving v. Virginia, the interracial marriage case.
Yeah.
And then we come to what I believe is the single most fascinating part of Clarence Thomas's judicial career. What happened after January 6th, 2021? The January 6th House Committee wanted access to Donald Trump's White House records, and the case went to the Supreme Court. 8 justices voted yes, release the records. Only 1 justice voted no, Clarence Thomas.
Wow.
But why? Well, his wife, Virginia Thomas, was directly involved in the January 6th Stop the Steal movement. Now, we have talked about what Clarence was doing on the bench as a justice, dismantling civil rights at every turn, acting as the nation's
Of
biggest
course, he was married to an actual fucking demon. Jeez, man.
hypocrite. But what was happening off the bench? Well, while Clarence was hard at work destroying the country, someone was paying for his vacations, his mother's home, and for decades of luxury experiences. And when you see the actual number lined up with the actual expenses, you're going to be very angry. So, who is Harlan Crow? He's a Texas-based real estate tycoon with an estimated net worth of around $2 billion. Wow. He leads a real estate firm that manages almost $30 billion in assets. And Crow puts a lot of his money into the Republican Party. He's one of the largest individual donors to the Republican Party in modern American history. He's given over $10 million in disclosed individual donations.
Bro, these parties, these political parties are owned by corporate elites and billionaires. Like, we're so cooked.
And he became close friends with Clarence Thomas right after Clarence was confirmed to the Supreme Court in 1991. Harlan has brought Clarence expensive gifts,
To think that any politician in these parties actually is going to prioritize the will of the people is ridiculous.
It's not gonna happen.
Because what billionaire in their right mind would ever fork up millions of their own dollars and then not get what they want? They only do it because they know they're going to get what they want.
On vacation and showered him in luxuries. And nobody knew about this for 22 years. In 2014, Harlan's company quietly purchased 3 homes in Savannah, Georgia, and one of them belonged to Leola Williams, Clarence Thomas's mother. Harlan purchased the house for $133,000 and poured thousands more into the renovations and the property taxes. And Leola, who is still living, by the way, got to live in the house rent-free.
Wow.
Harlan paid the property taxes, all while Clarence sat on the Supreme Court. The Senate Finance Committee compiled a list of all the gifts from Harlan and other donors to Clarence Thomas. There's been private jet flights on.
Politicians are not good people, bro.
So what the fuck happened with The Boys? So holy fuck, The Boys finale was garbage. Not a single second of Homelander going scorched earth. If you were honestly waiting for that, you can skip the episode. So this guy, The Boys creator, tells toxic fans to... Dude. This was in 2022. Eat a bag of dicks and fuck off to the sun. I feel like every time that I hear somebody that says that, I feel like it never turns out to be well. The Boys was always about Trumpism. Oh, dude. He says he's fine losing viewers who just figured out his social agenda. Oh, wow. Anthony Starr's goal was never to create Homelander as a Donald Trump parody. I totally understand Ant's point of view. He's like, I'm not doing a caricature. Wait a minute. So they wanted Homelander to be Donald Trump, but then the actor was like, that's cringe. I'm not going to do it. So they tried to pressure this guy. And again, this is such a great, like, everybody knows this guy for this role.
Thank you, everyone. Please vote. Fuck MAGA and have a great night.
What a special person.
And I know you've resisted, and I understand why. Like, you don't want to get into the Trump comparisons of Homelander.
You know, it's over to the writers in that respect. I don't dabble in that much. I sort of, my career is not for Republicans or Democrats. As Michael Jordan said back in the day, Republicans buy sneakers too. That would be way outside my purview to be in that lane and start deciding what people should or shouldn't think. And
it's also massively disrespectful to him as an actor when you just want him to play this like weird allegory to Donald Trump so they can have you dance around and make their political guy that they don't like look stupid.
I'm doing what's doing right for the character, and sometimes, and Eric would testify to this, when it's gotten too close to something, I think, we don't need to. Like that doesn't feel like it's in our world. I'm happy to voice it.
So what is this? So Homelander kills Elon Musk.
Homelander, glad you're here. I'd love to bend your ear about white fertility rates.
Oh, why don't you wait for us in the garden? We just need a moment, right? Right this way.
Dude, with the hat and everything? Oh, that's so cringe.
Who the fuck is that? Gunter Van Ellis, world's richest man. 17 children, amateur astronaut.
So?
He represents a consortium of billionaires, and they have a few requests.
I don't have time for this.
Yes, Indiana Jones. What?
Takes him out.
Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. That's not a documentary.
Oh, she's Sherlock.
What did you...
He's an astronaut. I took him to space.
So this is it. He kills Elon Musk. That's the only person he killed in the finale, by the way. So did they just make these posters for what? Scorched Earth, Shock and Awe, Blood and Bone. So none of this even happened. How we expected Homelander to move in the boys' finale? Yeah. Man. So...
Suck your dick, please. I'll do anything. You want me to eat shit? I'll eat your fucking shit. I'll eat your fucking shit. I like you.
Jesus, Democrat porn? Trump's been living rent-free in Eric Kerfty's head for a decade at this point. Anthony Starr is the reason why the boys survived. He made Kerfty's shitty writing feel purposeful. He had passion in every scene. Every meme where the expression convinced the audience that there were far more substance, only for the finale to leave you looking back with nearly nothing. So... this dude goes and like doesn't want to be Donald Trump, and then the season finale is just trash. Why is it that so many of these people in Hollywood, I mean, how many examples do we have now of this? It's also they tried to make him Jesus. Yeah. How did Donald Trump do this to so many people? How did he do this?
Brother, I've taken the fight as far as I can. Corrupt FBI, transgender immigrant rapists, forces of darkness in today's world are simply too much to bear. A real savior with real American values.
This is Reddit. This is...
I'm not worthy. Neither was I.
And I accept.
This is actually like written by Reddit. It's crazy.
You write the words. What if you could hear them as a song? Go to suno.com, switch to custom mode, and paste in your lyrics. Then describe the sound. I'll go with soulful R&B ballad, emotional vocals, piano driven. Hit create. Suno turns your writing into 2 fully produced songs.
Yeah, this one is going to be fucking based. The video title is The Pussification of Video Games Part 2. Oh boy, here we go.
All right, if you're here from Reddit, you might need to change your tampon for this one. Boy.
I watched this video. This video is actually kind of funny.
So what the fuck happened with the boys? So holy...
Pussification of video games. I just pour money flower out the tree. What the fuck?
News confirming a piece of news that was reported on like a couple of months ago, but it looks like it actually is confirmed. So breaking news confirming a piece of news that was reported on like a couple of months ago, but it looks like it actually is confirmed and real at this point. Back in March, there was a story from Jason Schreier where he reported on Bloomberg that Sony was working on pulling back. This is how it was phrased. Pulling back from games on PC. This was part of a broader discussion where they were re-strategizing, trying to figure out what made sense as we head into the next generation. Because for this whole generation, the PS5 era, everything has been built around the idea that you bring your game after it launches on PS5, you bring it to PC, and if you bring Ghost of Tsushima to PC, that will get PC gamers excited for Ghost of Yotei, and maybe they will then buy a PS5 to play Ghost of Yotei. What turns out to have happened seemingly is that PC gamers just waited for the PC port. They didn't buy PlayStation hardware. And furthermore, it seems like the data is starting to suggest that PlayStation gamers were actually leaving the fold and moving over to PC instead of the other way around. So in a way, it seems like it sort of backfired. Like their idea was, we're going to do this strategy, bring our games to PC, and that will bring PC gamers over to PlayStation. It looks like it did the opposite, and it just started pulling PlayStation gamers away from the console, more towards the open platform of PC. Because, shocker, PlayStation gamers really like the idea of not having to pay for online, of having access to a huge swath of hardware options, and then also options when it comes to storefronts and pricing and sales and all this stuff. It's a pretty compelling offering. And at the end of the day, if you have a totally free market, everything is totally open, and you can truly choose where you go because there's no exclusives anymore, players will tend to go towards the platform that's more open and more like cost friendly. You will still see people playing on PlayStation or Xbox because they like the all-in-one experience. They like the console experience, which is very valid. I know some PC gamers diminish the console experience. It is legitimately really nice to not have to worry about driver updates, to not have to worry about this or that, to just buy the game and play it. Like that is a real benefit, especially if you're a couch gamer as opposed to like a desk gamer, But again, it seems like there was some broader strategy at PlayStation that they were experimenting with that they decided to reevaluate. And it was just confirmed by Jason Schreier yesterday that, as you can see, Scoop, Wario clipped it because this was posted on Blue Sky. PlayStation Studio Business CEO Herman Holst, that guy, he told staff in a town hall on Monday morning that the company's narrative single-player games will now be PlayStation exclusive, confirming Bloomberg's reporting from earlier this year. Single player, to be clear. Multiplayer will still come, so Fair Games will come to PC, it seems. You're not missing out on that. You will get access to it on PC, but like Ghost of Yotei looks like there's no PC port coming. It looks like Intergalactic not coming to PC. Anything that is single player is going to stay on PlayStation, and they're going to reframe it as exclusive. And I think that it's fascinating because the whole PS5 era, I think, was built on experimentation from PlayStation, both with live service and then cross-platform delivery. And the idea was, again, that they would broaden the tent and that it would pull people from PC over to their console. And it doesn't seem like that really is borne out in the data. And this, like, do you remember back with Helldivers 2? There was the story that went crazy where PlayStation was demanding that you had to go and play to play Helldivers, you had to connect your PlayStation Network account to Steam. Do you remember that whole thing? And it seemed at the time like such a bizarre hill to die on. Why do they care? Why do they care so much that you connect your PlayStation ID to your Steam account? Why does that matter? Turns out, it seems pretty clear. What they were trying to track was that if you had a PlayStation account already and you were buying Helldivers 2 on PC while owning a PlayStation, they could see that. You connect your account, they see you have a PlayStation 5 on your account, and they see that you're playing it on PC. So you could have bought it on PlayStation, but instead you bought it on PC. They can then track and see, okay, well, on their Steam account, they did buy God of War, but they didn't buy it on PlayStation. Oh, they did buy Ghost of Tsushima on PC, but they're not buying Ghost of Yotei on PlayStation. They're seemingly waiting for it to come to PC. They can start to track all of that data, and it seems pretty self-evident at this point that the data was not to their liking. That what they were seeing was that player behaviors were moving away from their closed platform more towards the open one, as opposed to staying where it needed to be within their closed system, you know. So I think all of this was, you know, a grand experiment. And the thing is, when you are at the top, when you are alone playing King of the Hill on the mountain, you can take a minute to dilly-dally. You can twiddle your thumbs a little bit because there's no threat to you. And let's be perfectly honest, there's not really been a threat for PlayStation this whole console generation. There just hasn't been. I know it's like some Xbox fans might find that upsetting, but like, let's be totally honest, they've not exactly given them a run for their money. They just haven't. All of this to say, I think it's just clear that PlayStation was comfortable and they thought they could experiment because there was no immediate imminent threat. And they were right to a certain regard. They could spend $5 billion on live service crap that went nowhere. And I mean, any other generation, they probably would have been in trouble. They could have lost some footing, but instead, because there's just no real competition from Xbox, they could get away with it. But I think that they are starting to feel the pressure going into next generation that they can't operate the same way they have. Because let's be totally honest, we just had this happen earlier in the stream. Do I see... I want to see who it was. Leo in chat just earlier in the stream said, Luke, I'm looking to a PC for next gen. I think what Leo is doing is what mortifies.
Albion Online is a sandbox MMORPG in which you write your own story instead of following a laid out path. Explore up.
PlayStation. That you've been maybe a console gamer for years, and now you're looking at next generation, you're considering your options. PC, even though, yes, all hardware is expensive, PC makes a lot more sense than like a $900 PS5 Pro. I think for a lot of people, especially if you're thinking long-term upgradability, stuff like that, makes a lot of sense. Not having to pay every month for online access for your games, like for your multiplayer games, that starts to be really compelling. You know? And I think that that's what was really starting to scare PlayStation, is that every time there's a new generation that kickstarts, that's when players make their move. If they're going to make a move. Some players might splinter off and move to one platform or another in the middle of a generation, but I think that's a very small number. Most players, when they choose at the beginning of a generation which way they go, that's what sets it. That's why, like the South Park episode where they're choosing, you know, they do the Game of Thrones parody where they're choosing whether to go Xbox or PS4. That's basically what it is. If players choose to go to PC, they're not coming back to PlayStation later in the generation. They just spent $1,000, $2,000 on a PC. They're not gonna go drop another $1,000 on a PS6. They're not doing that. They already committed, you know? And with PlayStation, if they're already seeing towards the end of this generation, they're already seeing players starting to move that direction, and they hypothetically know that the next console is going to be $1,000 or even $800. Expensive. You just say expensive. Do they really want to poke that bear and like risk losing market share with all of these PlayStation players that are like, I'll just go to PC. You're bringing my games anyway. You're bringing Ghost of Yotei to PC anyways. Oh, I was interested in Intergalactic or the next Uncharted or Santa Monica game. But you're going to bring it to PC anyways. I'll just wait a year. Once players have that conclusion, I mean, why would they stay on the platform? There's no real incentive at that point. It's the same problem, ironically enough, that Xbox ran into, which is where when you make everything into an Xbox, nothing's an Xbox. When everything can play your game, there's no reason to have your hardware to run the game other than like just raw preference. But when cost becomes a factor, when other things like access become a factor, it becomes a trickier equation. So I think that this is not really that shocking or surprising, honestly.
Shout out.
But what I find interesting more than anything is that it signals a pivot from Herman away from what his former boss, Jim Ryan, wanted to do. Herman, up to this point, has largely just done what the guy above him said. So, like, if Jim Ryan says, we're doing live service everything, Concord's going to be the next big thing, Herman just says, yes, sir, and then they keep doing it. Even after Jim Ryan left, he kind of kept up with the same trajectory and same strategy, as we've seen, other than closing a lot of stuff. But that's been the broader strategy. This, though, is a direct pivot away from the Jim Ryan direction. And it's going to be fascinating. But it's more than anything, it's just fascinating to see that we seemingly are going to have sort of a renaissance. I can't believe I'm saying this. I think a renaissance of the console wars. I don't know yet if Asha Sharma is going to try and really be aggressive and like go exclusive with stuff. I genuinely don't know if she's going to do that. I think she could. Like, imagine if she comes out swinging and it's like, yep, Elder Scrolls 6 is Xbox platform exclusive. Like, that's, I don't know what that does, but that's going to be beefy, you know. And if they start to really push that.
5049 donated $20 through Super Chat. Once the Steam machine comes out, PlayStation is going to have some serious competition in the pricing of the next console.
We can only hope. I'm worried that the Steam machine is going to drop and it's going to be like $900 and there's going to be no units available. And then they'll be like, yeah, we'll restock it at $1,000. I'm braced for the Steam machine to be way more expensive than anybody thinks it is, but we'll see. We'll see. I think most likely the next PlayStation is somewhere between 800 and 1,000. I think the Project Helix Xbox has been designed to be like $1,200. I do think if they can find any which way to create a budget version, they will. And they'll come up with like a Helix S or something that's like a $600 console. And I think they're going to really try to do that. I don't know if they can at this point. It's kind of might be too late. But Sarah Bond, who was one of, the people in charge of all of that, she was signaling for years that the next Xbox was going to be an enthusiast premium machine, which just I think is a fancy way of saying it's going to be stupid expensive. So, we'll see. But yeah, as for the Steam machine specifically, I'm braced for it to be quite expensive. Having said that, I don't know if Asha is going to be hyper aggressive. I think if she were to be hyper aggressive, it would probably be good for the health of the industry, just to give PlayStation a little kick in the pants to really step it up a notch. The console warring has always been really cringe to me, but I think what console warring ironically,
man, I don't know what the fuck this nigga's talking about. I wasn't even watching. I was legit trying to upload these videos. Stay on 10 toes, chains on my neck.
Fucking idiot driving this. Look at all these little cars that I'm going up against. Well, it's way lighter though, guys. Oh my God, it handles so much better.
Nah, let me cut the stream, guys. Let me cut the stream. Because at this point, there's literally no point of streaming now. I wanted to stream the game, but yo, bro, my hands are cold, bro. Like, my hands are flipping cold. I think it's about time y'all taking me. Whatever you're recouping off them rappers, y'all should triple me. Triple figures every time I spit my shit, I spit the tree. I wanted to like stream a game, but I don't know, man. I'll see what happens. I'll see what happens. How long have I been streaming? $5 hours. There's no way, bro. Shit, I've been streaming for 5 hours. I thought that shit was a myth. Let's go, bro. What up, bro? Still streaming. I'm still streaming. Let me see.
Stand a chance to win your share of 400,000 Rand in prizes with Stimroll. T's and C's apply.
June 2026 is shaping up to be quite a month. I don't know how big your backlog is, but it's about to get bigger. And every month we round up the biggest upcoming games that we're most likely to talk about. I'm not necessarily telling you you're going to love every one of these games, but then again, any of them could end up being your next favorite game. I don't know. Hi folks, it's Falcon. Join the 1% Club and get the truly unhinged stuff. Today on Game Ranks, the top 10 new games of June 2026. Starting off at number 10, we have got Killer Bean. Frankly, a game that sounds like a bet of some kind. Like, I bet I could make this game and release it and people will talk about it. I don't know. It is about a bean who kills other beans. It's kind of like a John Wick but a bean type game. You know, expansive genre. Lots of John Wick but bean type games. But yeah, this kind of came out of like some cult internet animation weirdness. And now it kind of looks like Max Payne by way of John Wick. Also, Bean. The story is straight up action movie nonsense. Killer Bean is betrayed by the Shadow Agency, so now he's blasting his way through a criminal underworld made of beans. All of them are beans. I don't know, this is just a crazy looking game to me. It looks like it's actually pretty damn good. It's been play tested and people have given some pretty positive feedback, but now they're fully entering early access on June 8th, and I think I'm not alone when I say I'm going to flick the bean. I don't get to say that very much. I don't have a bean in that respect, so I'm taking the bean by the horns. Hey, so getting YouTube videos out there just seems to be getting harder. I've pointed a finger at shorts quite a bit, and I do think that's a big thing, but also the algorithm does some crazy stuff. So if you want to do us a big favor and make sure that you see all of our videos, enable notifications. At number 9, we have Star Fox coming to Nintendo Switch 2, which is completely insane to say. It is a full remake of Star Fox 64, which I don't want to get into the remake-ception that is the Star Fox series. I'm just psyched that they've stopped trying to make quote-unquote different games. By rebooting here at Star Fox 64, Nintendo is saying this is Star Fox. So any future Star Fox games we can expect to follow this. See, if this was just a re-release with an up-res and maybe some better character models or character art, it wouldn't be that. But by fully remaking it, putting all their attention into it, and adding narrative cutscenes, what they're saying is that this is Star Fox. And I know it's controversial, but I love the character models. They look like the old puppets from the Star Fox Super Nintendo era commercials and the box art. And when I say they look like it, I mean they look a lot like it. Like they have that grotesque late 80s, early 90s puppet look, and I love it. I'm so on board for this Star Fox remake. It's exactly what Nintendo needed to do with the franchise, and then they need to follow it up later with a game that follows this formula but gives us new stuff. That is the promise of the Star Fox Switch 2 remake. I cannot see how they wouldn't deliver on this. I mean, it's a fantastic game, and they're preserving all of the level layouts. It's hard for me to imagine them screwing this up, especially after, like, hinting at it by dropping Fox into the Mario Galaxy movie. They've been thinking about this a while. I'm super excited for Star Fox. It's coming to Nintendo Switch 2 on June 25th. At number 8 is Hollow Body, what is being called a tech noir survival horror game. It's a game that came out on PC back in 2024, but it's going to be landing on consoles this month. It's basically a love letter to early 2000s survival horror. It's got fixed and dynamic camera angles, limited resources, environmental puzzles, grimy apartments, which, yeah, that's basically what those games were back then. You're somebody who is looking for her missing partner in a sealed-off exclusion zone in an abandoned British city. The console version is also arriving feature-complete with all of the post-launch PC updates, including optional puzzles, some new locations, more lore, some quality-of-life fixes, and a third-person camera mode, as well as, I'm sure, some other things. That's good news, because honestly, it's a pretty damn interesting game. Hollow Body is landing on PS4 and Xbox Series June 4th. Man, number 7 is NBA The Run, basically a spiritual successor to NBA Street. It's kind of the game a lot of people have been begging for amidst, badge grindy realism fests that aren't really that realistic. They're just very, I guess, in a lot of ways tedious. The Run is a fast-paced online 3 versus 3 street basketball game that has cranked up the arcade, which, just let me go ahead and say, that's what a basketball game needs. I know there are people that really like the heavy simulation stuff, but I miss NBA Street and NBA Jam for that matter. There's a little bit of that in the sauce. There's sort of a 4-round tournament that goes on during the course of the game, but really the appeal is the gameplay. The arcade basketball energy has just basically vanished, and every sports game, not just basketball, but every sports game is like an annualized economy simulator where a lot of the time is spent in menus. For me, a $30 arcade basketball game launching outside that machine, I'm there. NBA The Run is landing on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series June 9th. Man, number 6, we've got EA Sports UFC 6, which is kind of the other end of the spectrum. We did just dump a bit on sports games for being annualized roster economies, more or less. It's important to note that UFC 6 is not an annual release. The last mainline game was UFC 5, which came out in October of 2023. Doesn't automatically mean it's safe from a lot of EA nonsense, but I actually do think the UFC games justify themselves, A, by not doing it annually, and B, actually adding and making the games more interesting, or at least something else. The big feature they've been talking about for this one is called Flow States, which is a new system built around making fighters more distinct from one another. EA says there's 30 unique fighter flow states in the game, which they sort of tie into counters, grappling, and all that stuff, which I do like the idea of each player feeling more distinct. It's not like UFC has a huge problem with that in previous games, but I definitely like that it's something they're going further with here. These are generally pretty good games. UFC 6 is landing on PS5 and Xbox Series June 19th. And number 5 is Witchspire, an open-world co-op witch adventure from Envar Games. It kind of asks the question, what if Valheim but witches? You get the whole broomstick fantasy, the survival crafting, and you get familiars and magic combat and all that stuff. The basic loop is exploration, gathering of resources, crafting gear, fighting monsters, leveling up, customizing a skill tree, and building up a base, or as it's called here, a sanctuary. The